Beep boop. Beep doopity boop. Testing, testing. I'm kind of chilly in my room right now, actually. Just changing the AC from 72 to 74. Yo, what's up? What's up? How's it going? What do you mean, what am I doing here? I'm doing some VOD review before Plat Chat tomorrow. What's up, people? How's it going? You had a car crash earlier, Munch? That sounds horrible. Are you okay? Yeah. I tuned in for a little bit of Super's Elden Ring stream, and then I realized I don't really want to be spoiled. I was watching him fight the, like, sunflower boss. It's so entertaining, but I don't want to watch too much of it. Yeah, I don't really want to spoil myself too much. That's the problem. Hello, King Slapperho. What the fuck is your name? What's up, Sigman? How's it going? How's it going? Nah, my voice is fine, Dazlock. Honestly, the play-by-play people stress their voice way more. And you stress it in, like, large audiences, like, large arenas as well, so. What am I eating? Veggie fajita mix, but without the tortillas. Someone smashed into the back of my work van along the motorway. Flipped me. Flipped you? And I rolled down the bank into a tree. What? Are you for real? That's not just a car crash. That's, like, insane. I assume you've been to the hospital and everything like that, Munch. I have no idea what "I so well kept me alive" means. I just kind of ignored that part of the sentence. How have I been since the PC disaster? I'm trying not to think about it. No, I'm gonna have to deal with it when I get back home, but I'm staying in LA this week. Like, between the break, I stay over. So I just have a few days where I'm not really doing too much. Are you sure you didn't get sage rezzed? I hope not. Doesn't work that well in real life. Yeah, so the game plan today is I'm halfway through this VOD of Paper X DRX. I already watched them play on Split and Haven. I did that this morning. You know, I've only just really got back and, like, got sat down and stuff. After work. We had some pretty big meetings afterwards. But, I need to review this map, which was a roll, so it should be fairly quick. And then there's some other, like, really cool ones from Pacific as well. Talon RRQ. DRX losing in double overtime to RRQ as well. Secret T1's a pretty good one. And then if I get through that, I've got some, like, extra ones from EMEA that I wanted to watch, but I don't think I'll get through all of those today. Anyway, I'm just going to try and get through it as much as possible. Do I have any thoughts? Very few. Very few. If true, then, thank you for the 11 months. Why is that not working? Oh, I've turned it off for some reason. That's weird. Huh. I wonder if this is still active. Exclamation mark type. I don't know what that is. I tell you, Pokemon are 4x weak to Sideshow. There you go. They're all still there. What is DRX's problem? Well, I've already made a bunch of notes. I'm going to talk about it on Plat Chat as well. But I think they have a massive lack of coordination. I haven't watched their game against RRQ yet. I'm planning to do that tonight as well. In fact, I might do that like straight after this, to be honest. Ah, no, because I should watch Talon RRQ so that I watch them in chronological order. But they just look so horribly coordinated, DRX. And they're losing a lot of duels. Like, they're just straight up worse than the Paper X players in terms of their form right now. Jing was ripping through them on Split. Got a job offer today after 2 years unemployed in tech? Yo, sick, Addison. Nice, congratulations.
He'll be stolen away.
All right, let's have a watch though.
Let's see how they fare though. As DRX, we saw them play this map versus Zeta.
So, in general, we're looking for one-way usage, good metal usage from Flashback.
Coming into this map, but oddly enough, something else that's weird to see is Gecko-less Icebox. No one playing it. Sliggy can rejoice.
I guess so. It is definitely very interesting, but you know, as the meta develops and certain teams favor other picks.
I mean, this is a real triple stack setup. That's quite cool.
Buzz down to 53, but Jing as well getting tagged up.
Utilizing that box, tripling up, knowing that Paper X like to scale with small amounts of utility and huge amounts of weapons out. So
not going to be getting
it's kind of nice.
Back. Now push out into mid, some tags found, but a headshot.
Mako gets caught though in mid.
There by Mindfreak. Mako gonna be
DRX really need to look for information at this point as well. They're gonna have knife back soon.
Taken off immediately by a sheriff.
So they could have tried to play for the knife over towards A. Like, knife comes back online right now, and they're doing a double push through mid.
Push in and they're getting the read on this. That they are.
You already have the info. That was a pretty
but
decent
I mean,
time to back off.
Hold back here into the spawn while Devi goes on a solo mission, creeping forward, trying to create some space. And
yeah, I mean, Bane should be looking to use the knife here, in my opinion, to try to confirm whether this is an A re-hit. 35 seconds, throw knife. Like, you know whether they're going in one direction or another, but they're just not going for it. They still have 3 players on A, but like Bane is looking mid and stuff because they just do not know that this is a re-hit. If they had used the 0 point, they would know.
Flashback also here. They nearly line up for him. Bane is about caught with util.
Look how bad the coordination is again here, actually, though. Buzz is tucked like deep onto this kind of angle. Flashback can't play off him, and then Flashback goes in and like challenges himself when Bane isn't particularly ready. They could have tried to just take a pause, take a moment to double up. Just going for timing solo plays all the time. It was happening constantly in this match.
Man advantage, and if it's not headshots, probably a couple of shots apiece.
You don't know anything about Valorant? You just like my stream on in the background? That's unusual, if true then. Thank you for the resub.
Smoke offered up to allow him to maybe
is this stats preview new? They use different things in different regions.
Paper X gaining a lead in pistols, now 3-2 in the series.
Oh, did Talon do that with 4 players during their first game?
So far, whoever took the first pistol,
I miss out on some of that stuff because I don't watch every single match anymore.
Admirable performance from both squads. Tough to see the Panthers take it.
What are you talking about, Charles? Thank you for the 41 months. What are you talking about?
And after that, you notice a little bit of craziness. Eventually, Forsaken just jumps on down.
I'm super new to Valorant. How high or low is the level of entry for this game? I think it's pretty easy to jump into, in my opinion.
As he was being charged.
It depends what you're comparing it to, but I think it's simpler to get a good understanding of the mechanics than... I think it's simpler overall and like easier to learn than Counter-Strike. I think it's easier to learn than most MOBAs. I think it's a fairly easy game. Difficult to master, but easy to pick up, in my opinion.
So everybody's starting to make their way across the map.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of agent utility, but also, you're going to be fairly fine if you just run around and try to fight people.
Coming
like,
through.
Just stick with one person. I noticed you were casting earlier today. Why do you say duels instead of duels, like Sliggy? Duels? I don't think that's a very common thing in British English to say duels. Most people do put a U sound in there rather than a oo. I think that's more Sliggy. I've not noticed it with Sliggy's pronunciation, to be honest, but I think that's more of an unusual thing that Sliggy does.
Ooh, that shot was pretty dirty. Gets the job done.
Duels sounds American to me. Yeah, the more British thing to say would be duels, right? Like Tuesday rather than Tuesday.
seen a lot of bonus rounds converted on so far today.
What are they going for here then?
sides,
So
Paperex and
Buzz
DRX
is tucked in this kind of position.
Buzz faking forward into the 0 point.
No real setup from DRX in case it was a fast A hit.
Sees these nano swarms.
Nano Swarm breaks that nano. Buzz doesn't call for Foxy9 to pop his. But honestly, from Buzz's POV, it didn't look like that Nano was going to get broken. So
coming back.
And with this rotation, they are gambling well. Orb now set up
Mind
here
Freak
in mid.
throws the smoke for middle.
As they start working their way across.
What is Bane using his...
DRX getting those.
Well, this comp is so unusual because it doesn't have the Sova. But what is Bane using the knife for at the beginning of the round? Because the knife is so important in this comp.
As you mentioned.
Bane holds it, then throws it for B main. What are they going to do? How does the round change if they see people B main? If they see people B main, Bane stays on B. If they don't, then he rotates. I mean, he's just still watching mid.
So far today, from both sides, Paperex and DRX getting
I don't really understand what they're doing with that.
The
Also, where's the turret? Did they break turret instantly?
We're able to hold on to that Vandal as
oh yeah, the turret's just in mid. Yeah, they did break turret instantly.
From both sides, Paperex and DRX getting those.
Buzz faking forward into the 0 point. Sees these nano swarms.
I'm just not sure that throwing the knife B main is useful when the alarm bot watches B main anyway. Obviously, the knife's going to get deeper information, but
they're going to rotate out.
Bot coming back.
I think if your comp doesn't contain any other way of gaining information, like it doesn't have a Sova, it doesn't have also a Gecko.
In towards B. All comes back up.
You're going to have to be doing a lot of like flash peeking, mid-round pushing. I mean, that's a nice knife from Bane. They can start rotating off again.
Outside of a nano swarm on the
alarm bot being detected, like they should know that it's going to be ending B here.
Shots flying, DRX starting to
so what does it look like your defensive B in this spot, DRX?
Something up on top of yellow.
They swing, wall is down, they get destroyed.
Gets rid of flashback. That's going to be a solid start here.
Nano swarm.
Only set up here in mid.
A lot of bonus.
I'm focusing a lot on Bane, but he only had one flash in the round, and he used it.
We've seen a lot of bonus rounds converted on so far today.
He used it to clear tube 10 seconds into the round because the turret got broken. So now he has no more flashes. The whole comp has no flashes 10 seconds into the round.
From both.
Rotate out. Also into.
It doesn't have much utility set up here.
So when they go for this kind of fight to like contest the spike going down, they have no flashes that they can throw in.
DRX starting to work their way around towards this side of the map again.
And they're all rotating over towards Snow.
It's going to be the Vi who's actually able to find the first one, peeking out behind yellow. Gets rid of flashback.
Oh yeah, who is IGLing for the team? Is it Mako?
You're talking about bonus conversions. Paperex, they want it.
Toxins going up.
No one forward. Flash goes out. Buzz not getting caught by that one, but as he continues to swing out, they're just getting gunned down. Push out of the smoke. Foxy able to find two, but that is about it. Paperex.
Mako played
start things off 3-0 here on Icebox.
Some absolutely terrible rounds in this
really
match.
The big difference maker. The fact that no alarm bot, turret was shut down.
Especially on Haven. His C defense on Haven was like astonishingly bad.
But DRX heavily committed to that A site. They had 4 people on that site, and it's only the Killjoy over on
I was surprised, but maybe it makes more sense because he's IGLing.
This push coming, so they get in, they get the plants, and that just allows them to set up a firing range. That yes, they don't have the firepower.
Did Buzz ever IGL? No. The only people on DRX that have IGL'd were Zest and then Stacks.
Follow up and trade kills back, but yeah,
and now Mako.
is able to get a free plant and just set up from there.
Flashback. Watching. We'll go ahead and make some noises. I mean, everybody, again, here from DRX starting to rotate over towards A. But once again, it's Paperex situated at B.
Do you think no IGL like Paperex is better? No.
Go ahead and creep their way back through.
No, I think almost no team in the world can make that work.
Pushes. I mean, the timings of these are DRX is not.
It's strictly worse for like almost every team.
Although at this point, maybe after this round they'll get a sense. Not
my
a round that DRX should have a big chance to take down with mostly just sheriffs.
What is the
And now,
general
once again,
understood reason why
situated
Paper X
in
lost
a
to
great
100
spot
Thieves?
outside of yellow.
I mean,
Push forward, Buzz now dashing up. Finds a headshot. Jing going to be taken down. Something dropping into the fragment down to 50.
it's not that much of like a upset result anyway, because 100 Thieves are very good. But I think one of the biggest reasons is just that Paper X don't have a very good map pool. They were very good on Split, very good on Sunset. And it was still super close anyway, the final map.
And with the timer stopped,
Everything basically came down to like a BO1 on the final map because,
we'll wait and see.
you know, you have
had multiple different types.
You have Paper X playing their permaban, and then you have them playing a map they're incredible on, and then the third map is just the decider. It's mostly a map pool problem.
But it didn't quite matter by the end of it all. Once you've got 5 guys lined up against each other in that one corner, the Vandals will win. Not really.
Will be another bug. This is much. Going to be a pain point for him.
If I could show you a big reason why, would you be interested in that message? I mean, if it's actually a reason.
Yeah.
If it's some stuff like they had food poisoning or whatever,
it's a bit of you just kind of going crazy, Buzz going crazy,
I don't really
but
care.
also the enemy team not really having a chance and getting very far behind. Paper X.
Is it possible you could help us some light on the terrible decision of crunching the entire SEA regions together? What do you mean, in like tier 2?
Well,
I don't know what the setup is in SEA tier 2. What do you mean in tier 1? Because like you're never getting separate SEA regions in tier 1. It's from the game? Yeah, sure.
Pushing forward. He's able to put Forsaken down on the floor, but he is absolutely resible. Being brought back into the fold, and Mako now left on his lonesome. Two very snappy shots. Push here, flashback on the bill, find that. They're both terrible.
I immediately cursed him. He's just not doing it.
Why do Cloves like playing in this kind of spot when they're not playing with someone who can flash them in?
Vayne pushing forward.
I swear people play Clove as if they're Reyna.
Being brought back into the fold, and Mako now left on.
In tier 2, they are combining every region in SEA into one instead of having a specific Malaysia-Singapore region and such. Yeah, I'm afraid I'm unqualified to really speak on that, because in order to know whether that's a good decision or a bad decision, you would have to know how many teams there are in each region, what the viewership is like in each region, what broadcast languages they're going to go into, whether or not that makes sense for the audience.
I landed a new job and my friend gave me $4.
Insta-lunch.
Might as well give it to a multimillionaire with multiple homes.
That's not true.
Please humor me with a fun Morellin story, PLS smiley face.
I'm afraid I've told all of my Merlin stories. I don't have that many. I didn't know the guy super well. I'm sorry, Lunch. I don't have any Merlin stories for you. But yeah, thank you for the $4. But yeah, unfortunately, I can't really. Who is Merlin? He was a medic from TF2, Latvian guy, I think. So yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. It sounds like you guys think it's a bad thing for Southeast Asia. For example, just to play devil's advocate, it could end up being a good thing if the viewership ends up going up a lot, or if you're able to access multiple different regions' marketing budgets, so sponsorship is more sustainable. You know, there could be other reasons why it's a good change, a useful change, or maybe even a necessary change. I just don't know. I don't have enough information or knowledge about that scene. I'm afraid. I do know that the fragmentation of EMEA Tier 2 is one of the big things that's holding it back. So I'm not surprised that different regions are looking to combine together. And also removing residency requirements for Tier 2 aligns you more closely with Tier 1 and makes things fairer between the Ascension teams and the partner teams when they play in Ascension. On Icebox round 14, Mindfreak dies with a Bulldog. Round 15 bonus. Devi upgrades to Phantom and drops his Bulldog to Mind Freak. Devi saves his Phantom, but does so in the default place. But Asuna didn't plant default, so you see a bit of panic and Devi dies with the Phantom. Round 16, no one seems to care. I notice Devi has no money, and certainly something doesn't care as he buys an op. And Devi's just left to deal with it. Yeah, I did see that. I remember that happening because... What was going on? I think I saw like a clip of somebody talking about it on a co-stream afterwards, but I think we missed it while it was happening live. Yeah. Yeah, things going to pot. Yeah, to be honest, I didn't really notice when the game was live, but sometimes things like that happen and they just completely screw a team. Okay. Let me continue with this, though. So, yeah, anyway. Speaking about this round, so they're in like a 5v5, trying to hold off an exec where Forsaken has null command online. So, Flashback is... Even if Flashback had ult...
I immediately cursed him. He's just not doing it.
Push here. Flashback unable to find that first kill, and Buzz taken out by Mind Freak. And already the wheels have come.
Yeah. I just... You're not going to be able to pop it. You're not going to be able to get out. Even if you were able to pop it, you're not going to be able to reposition and have somebody play off you. It just seems really rough to play in spots like that when you're Clove. Instead of trying to use the fact that you have smokes and metal. People love holding one and dones with them. I don't think it makes sense. And DRX now are just getting ecoed again. I'm going to skip this round because they're on the eco. Alright, up on both sides. From Devi on the attack side. So this one looks like a bait play to play Mako in. But also Mako has Pit that he could be playing with on site. So this seems like a weird decision from Mako. It's because they're trying to play around Flashback's ult by the look of things.
I mean, this is a triple stack over here at B.
Mind Freak's found a timing up tube here, and that might end up being the defining moment of the round.
Creep up starting to come through. One gotta be spotted.
Buzz just missing every timing to do anything. And then Flashback. Pops ult. And then just leaves it in the open, doesn't try to get around to cover or anything. And Buzz isn't holding the angle for Flashback anymore. It's just so dysfunctional. Buzz whiffs as well. It's just so badly executed, that triangle setup. So badly executed. Zane Dastar, thank you for the 2 months. What do you think of watching the new Duelists? Neon is so fun to watch. Watching Jorgamo in particular cross people up was amazing. Yeah, I mean this was a horrendous round. How many things go wrong here for DRX? Buzz just doesn't even react to that. He's looking at the minimap or something. So there's like one missed opportunity. Then could be holding the angle. Doesn't. Swings onto a different angle to try to support Flashback. Flashback gets one kill. Then Buzz opens himself up to the left angle, but tries to hold the right side, even though he doesn't have a sightline on it anymore. So then he misses the opportunity to potentially pick Devi. It's comical watching this from Buzz's POV. Dodges the shot. Flashback's ult gets broken. Buzz misses the shot, and then Mako only gets one. I mean, that is just comically bad from Buzz's point of view. Do Paper X look like champs contenders? I mean, making it to champs, yes, but winning champs? No, not at the moment. I mean, you couldn't tell from this match anyway, because DRX is playing so poorly.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? It does feel like they are being picked apart. I mean, it's you watch through the eyes of Buzz as they're just peeking multiple corners at the same time, and Buzz, he wants to hold one angle, but
it's not unlucky.
it just gets too hectic.
A situation like that where Buzz doesn't know which angles to hold, he shouldn't be trying to hold multiple angles. Like, he shouldn't be trying to just find timings between the two of them.
About to have an angle on it.
Yeah.
He should know that when Flashback is dueling a certain angle, you just hold and wait for
Can he dig himself out of this situation?
the other one. And Flashback has ult in that position. Mako is the one that should be
waiting for this push.
helping
There it is.
Flashback in that spot.
Oh, he just holds on to it, strafes out a little bit wider than you always anticipate. Comes up with the kill.
No, I don't think Flashback saw the wall coming up. I think Flashback saw the Sage running away. I think that's what caused the timing for Flashback's ult.
Not going their way. This series.
Yeah, Flashback's already committed the cancel of invulnerability way before the wall went up.
Much getting out of their hands.
Yeah, you see the Res v Res.
He's just not expecting Jing to re-peek, but that's what Jing does, isn't it?
And it's gonna go the way of
Donna Wall. Oh, Elizabeth Marchini, thank you for the raid. What's up? What's up?
Shoot into anyone. He couldn't find any good angle for himself. Every time he moved away, somebody.
What does DRX need to do to make champs? I think DRX made a big mistake getting rid of Zest and RB so close to the beginning of the season. And then also, I think that it ended up working out because Bane fit into the roster so nicely and brought a lot of good energy to the team. But then for whatever reason, they decided to go even further when they didn't make Shanghai. And they didn't make Shanghai because they got beaten in playoffs by the team that won Shanghai. Because T1 got a ridiculous upset win over Gen G that just, you know, a fluky result that happens sometimes. And then that set up DRX playing against Gen G. Like, you shouldn't be making roster changes as a result of that result. It doesn't make sense. And I also think it's daft to get rid of your IGL. I think that's just stupid. Short-sighted.
Buzz on a walkabout down here out of two with the flash. Excellent. Absolutely everybody been out of the shooting range. Opened up, but instantly kills, replied. Nice. Gone. Something. The headshot connecting. Up over the top. The Bulldog putting some damage down, but Forsaken.
They were definitely a top 3 team in Pacific.
Finds the third final kill for himself. 8-0 for PRX.
And they looked like they had a good opportunity to like build from that and maybe try to contest and possibly overtake one of the other teams. They were probably just going to be a solid third, but there was a chance that they could overtake like a slumping Paper Eggs or Gen G before they looked like they activated again.
He's got the Blade Storm and just the resets were just so dominating, and then the spray through the smoke, seeing him right before that cloudburst goes down. And
do you mean get rid of your IGL mid-season or in general? It's, generally speaking, a really bad idea to just get rid of your IGL and think someone else can do it that's already on the team without IGL experience. If you... How many times have we seen a team cut their IGL, give it to somebody else, and have success when that person didn't have previous experience calling? I feel like it's almost never worked. Paper Eggs have never really had a proper caller since Benkai left, but they're certainly the exception. Yeah, T1 rotated it around over and over. How much of the move could be Stax wanting to move on to someone else and the team thinking it would be better to have someone else than Stax there, not IGLing? Well, I mean, if Stax didn't want to IGL, but he was doing it anyway, why would that change when they were winning? That's what I would say. I'm pretty sure the team wanted to drop Stacks, not that Stacks wanted to leave. Now, I don't know that 100%, but I'd be fairly confident with that. I mean, he's been IGLing for so long. He hasn't had the most success in the role, but he's certainly better than most people are going to be when they just get thrown into the deep end. Boostio, but that was off season. What? No, Boostio had called for the team before. Boostio had IGLing experience on old EG. That's not changing. That's literally replacing one IGL by picking up a new player who is an IGL. That's how things normally work. That's nothing like the DRX situation.
Devi has just not had to use it. He's 12-2-0 at the moment.
A team's still doing calling on the fly? Oh yeah, tons of it. Tons of stuff. What is the percentage of set plays versus on the fly? That's very difficult to say.
Go ahead and commit that into the rounds.
Because also some stuff isn't like set in stone, but you've done it before in scrims. Like, does that count as an audible, or does that count as a set play?
With the way that these rounds have been going, if he had used the lockdown, I think he would be trying to...
You know, like you take one concept, but you apply it to a different spot on a map. Is that?
You can't do that.
Yeah. Well, here comes something.
A lot of what teams do though is
and there goes Mako.
On the fly.
Foxy does manage to intercept, finding Forsaken. Zone lockdown prepped and ready. Will be
anyway, sorry, I'm zoning out because I'm trying to read stuff from chat. Let me focus on the round again. Got another rifle round.
Feels like it would be overkill.
Alright, so Buzz is a petty sum. Thank you for the tier 2 sub. Bit of a non sequitur, but I enjoyed your cast today. Thank you.
Bit of a non sequitur, but I enjoyed your cast today.
Yeah, I had fun casting yesterday and today. The Sen NRG game, and then no, not Sen NRG. Sen NRG was a bit weird actually, but EG Loud and today's game, which I can definitely remember off the top of my head because it was only a couple of hours ago, and that would be a sign of senility if I couldn't remember what it was, because I was there and I casted it. It was Cloud9, and they were playing against G2. There we go, Brain finally came online.
That into the rounds.
Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, you don't need abilities if you just shoot them.
Yeah.
you just snipe them down, and that's good enough.
I mean, at this point, if Devi, with the way that these rounds have been going, if he had used the lockdown, I think he would be tried in the hop. You can't do that.
Yeah. Well, here comes something.
And there goes Mako.
Okay, that's...
Foxy does manage to intercept, finding Forsaken. Zone lockdown prepped and ready. Will be.
I'm just going to go back and have a look at Mako's decision making in this situation.
You can't do that.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. I think Mako screws himself here by not repositioning yellow.
Here comes something.
The spot that Mako's in here is horrible. He hasn't pushed fully to try to take a fight on any B main players, and he's also completely out in the open, unable to take cover behind anything. He could have tried to use his orb here to run around yellow and at least try to isolate 1v1s, but he's properly screwed himself here. Is there maybe a chance that he could have pitted as well as they ran at him? Possibly, but he might have just been run down. But I think this position is dire compared to going to back yellow. And yeah, if you're going to go like that, you have to commit to like taking a fight B main. Drop the orb, look to try to take the fight on a B main player. You just have to do something. You can't just stand in the middle. I felt like this was such a bad match from Mako compared to what you normally get from him.
Actually, whole destruction coming through.
So.
No detains, but not really any space spot here for DRX. Tuck back with the op for now, and they get the spot out on the Bane.
Crowd liked that one.
Bane is just getting locked out here.
Smoke here, back yellow. Something just poking and prodding. No command now coming through. Swing at
That's nice. That's good coordination.
Rewarded with some kills now. It's all down to Mind Freak.
Hello. They finally combined together. They finally swung at the same time.
After committing the second time out.
Paper X putting their wall up actually allowed DRX to get further forwards. Kind of stuck themselves there.
This time, so DRX will avoid that fate, which would be pretty awful for their sake. And
Mako's been holding this pit for a long time.
And we'll see if they can build.
I thought he was going to pit off
this
noise at some point, but he just hasn't been doing it.
Buzz up over the top, sees the peek out, sends the shot.
Mako pits off a noise?
Not going to get the connection.
Huh? Of all the rounds to use the pit, why then?
Turns in, finds himself. Kill there on a Forsaken. Smokes down over on the pipes. Flashback, just staying tucked here for the moment. As the kill on the Forsaken slows things down, grinding them to a halt.
Here.
Little jump peek. Take note of Mind Freak. Nano into the corner. Pushes Flashback away. It's a decent little bit of damage in as Buzz trying to go for the flick. Something.
God, something's ridiculous. What an absolutely ridiculous player.
Back away. It's a decent little bit of damage in as Buzz trying to go for the flick. Something.
What is that movement? I mean, insane that he then goes for the updraft without just pausing a second for his players to get back to him. Yeah, they're falling to pieces again, though. They're all watching the same direction. Buzz and Bane and Foxy9. Just all of them getting killed by Jing on that side. I just don't think they realize that when Jing walls like this, Jing's going to be able to get on top. It's a pretty sick play from Jing, to be honest. He walls that side, so they're not thinking about a push from that side, and then he gets up on top of the boxes and drops over. With the spike as well, so if Jing dies there, he's kind of fucked around, but he got it pretty perfectly. Yeah, I mean, I think that's just credit to Jing rather than bad from DRX. But again, just Paper X willing to make the plays, and DRX getting completely caught by it.
And Paper X are like, okay, challenge accepted. We'll just attack one site.
Yeah, you just don't use Viper's Pit in that situation. There's no need to.
Mako set with an impossible task. Wall Paper.
Perfect, right?
Scrape together purchase here, 4 Vandals, and then a Stinger.
So now this is the same setup as that tragic round we watched before. Same triangle setup here.
For Foxy9, as Divide just 3 swings into Buzz, flash out, flashback dead. Mako finds one, but there's the red. As Divide just 3 swings into Buzz, flash out.
I've realized that I have a question about Clove that I didn't think of before, and I don't know why I didn't think about this. Now, Flashback's 1 away from ult. When Flashback dies, he doesn't get Clove ult this round, right? He would need a kill to pop it. Yeah, he can't ult. Yes. Okay, that's how I thought it worked, but then I wasn't confident.
Vandals, and then a Stinger for Foxy9.
So, to me, this setup just makes even less sense than the last time they ran it. I really don't understand why they're not trying to, like, fight it, but I mean, Buzz is also getting owned in these positions. He's doing nothing. But yeah, the flash just crushes Flashback. Flashback is playing in a spot where you would want a Reyna to be playing. You might be able to get away with it with Clove ulting, but even then I would be worried that Paper X is going to run you down. Puts a lot of stress on Mako there to keep him alive, and that's even if he had the ult.
Had to take a little bit of time on that last 8 push, but this time
yeah,
they just send it into B. 1 flash and the job's done.
You get ult points at the start of the round after death as Clove.
About to try to check
That's interesting.
on that close
I didn't know it was
spot.
fully coded like that.
Just so ready for it.
I sincerely have a good sweater game. That's about the only thing I do have a good game
on the hunt
of,
for it,
though,
however.
Insta-Lunch. But yeah, I
Pushing his way
appreciate that.
forward. Tucked back with so many angles to check. Looks back in towards main at the right timing. Does
Wyatt
manage to find
picked this
one.
one out for
Stops
me.
it from being a flawless round. Granted, with a kill onto something already, it wouldn't have been. Now, I mean, he is just.
It's surprising they dropped
surrounded.
Stacks instead of Foxy. Flashback on Sentinel
Blood in
and
the
Bane
water.
on second smokes
Sharks
makes
looking at
more
feast,
sense
but
to me.
Seems like he
I
will be allowed to
mean-
stay alive. DRX.
Yeah, if you, I don't know, if you were gonna, DRX for some reason believes in the rookies that they've brought up through DRX prospects so fucking hard. Like, they've just changed the entire team this year, the whole team. They've only kept Buzz and Mako. They haven't kept their caller. They haven't kept the core. They haven't kept their solid, consistent players in like the Swiss Army knife of RB or Zest, who always put up big performances at the LANs. They haven't kept their most clutch player. Well, I guess Mako would probably be the most clutch player, but I think Stax has got some like really legendary clutches as well at big events too. And instead they've gone for a completely new kind of core with 3 rookie players. All 3 of them have stuff that they really need to work on. Like, all 3 have got a lot of potential, but they're not really refined top level players yet, I don't think.
Already pushing it with the
So-
stinger, but now they just have even less. And yeah, I mean, Devi's like, oh, okay, that's where you are.
Yeah,
I'm
they
just gonna
definitely
go.
show promise, but also the decision making is just so baffling at times from some of them. Like, Flashback's positioning on Clove in some of these spots is just dreadful. It's sucking his team into terrible engagements, and Foxy9 has just been doing nothing in this match as well. I tell you what, Buzz also has been doing nothing, though. It's a terrible
And,
match from Buzz.
The rest of the team just follow up with a nice flash on in. Just a forward position there, out in that area.
I'm just really confused
From the
because
side of DRX, and just
they looked like they had a good
absolutely
thing going
rolled
when
over.
Flashback was
See
out
how dire things
and
are coming into this last round of the
and
half.
Stax was calling.
Glass cannon for 2 players. Already the force back.
it's like it's actually like I'm just watching the same rounds from the beginning of the half again. Flashback is in this spot at pipes against the null command again. He can't do anything. Like, they're just not thinking.
Flashback trying to play this position once again up on top of pipes. Swings out, puts some damage down onto something, but once again cannot confirm the kill. Pops the ult. Trying to get himself out to safety.
Wait a second.
Out, put some damage down onto something.
Flashback can ult while suppressed. Okay, wait a second. There's more stuff about Clovel I don't understand. I thought you couldn't ult while suppressed.
Cannot confirm the kill. Pops the ultimate to try to get himself out to safety.
Okay, well then I have misunderstood. I guess that actually works, that play. Huh. I did not realize that was how that worked. You're not suppressed? You're dead? Yeah. Didn't watch enough FPX VODs? Life was inting on defense. But yeah, you're right. I guess I didn't.
Up with 3. Forsaken going to be bleeding out here on the floor. And now it is all on Devi.
That's strange.
Last player standing.
Uncle Sniper 16-3-1.
Okay, so that is actually a really nice spot for Flashback to be playing against the null command
One of
when
the greatest clutches
he has ult
we will
online.
have ever witnessed if he could make it happen.
I've changed my mind. I mean, it's a very
damn
different
possible
interaction
for him.
compared to what I thought it was.
I mean, Buzz as Blade Star, I mean, is
The ult orb at the start of the round thing is bullshit? Okay, PogChamp. You know what else is really weird with Clove? There's a UI bug right now where the medal and the pick-me-up are swapped on the UI. So Flashback right now actually has medal. They don't have pick-me-up.
4 people looking exactly
If you go to Flashback's
where
POV,
Devi's
you'll
gonna
see
come
it.
through.
I don't know why the UI is bugged. I've
Comes back, spots one.
given a bit of
swings in,
feedback to
finds
do
the
with that.
shot. 40 seconds to play with. Spike out in front of him.
No way.
Placing alarm bot.
Alarm bot set up.
The spike.
Spike recovered. He's just
30
gonna go for a
seconds
blind
left.
shot. Jumps out. Finds Buzz.
Right, 10-2 half. I mean, pretty shockingly bad from DRX, but you can see that that final round is what they were trying to do the entire half. But they could only do it when the Clove ult was online and when the Clove backed off with ult instead of just ulting in their face. They had to use the Clove as bait.
So the fans are still going crazy here before we do get into the second half.
10-2 though. That's pretty shocking.
As the barriers drop. Mind Freak. Very same position. Found a kill on
found the triple stack.
Instead, we'll just go ahead and put a couple shots over on a Foxy9.
Spamming that Viper Orb as well from Mako. I'm surprised the Paper Rex didn't immediately reposition. Once the triple stack gets detected, I think you should be repositioning very quickly. They're repushing through mid as well. There's no way the DRX is still hanging around in mid when there were 3 players from Paper Rex there. I mean, I guess they're trying to like double, you know, double bluff. Sometimes you do go back into where the stack was because you assume they're going to rotate off. Paper Rex just trying to play the 200 IQ.
The odds stacked against them here at the moment.
So Clove really good on the attack side, in theory, because they can set up these smokes all over. And that is a flawless. Where is Flashback? Tucked underneath? Yeah. They're just so isolated. Flashback is... Again, why is Flashback playing in arena spot? Underneath rafters with nobody to play off. And then Bane is on his own trying to stop them from swinging out rafters on the right side. Mako is swinging left side. And Buzz and Foxy9 are not supporting either of those players. It's just like horrible coordination.
In the pistol. Paper Rex 4-2 in that regard across the series.
Hello, Antidote.
Yeah, I think, you know, you can see the coaching staff. Like they're just pushing through smoke.
Like, I guess let's have a look in the replay.
Like 60.
Flashback alone.
And eventually, you know, one right click, they're just
Bane alone, nobody to play off.
pushing through smoke, and they just
Mako swung alone.
coming so fast.
Foxy9 and Buzz not doing anything. Not supporting their teammates.
Especially as you're losing members, and
it's like
you can see the coaching
terrible
staff
play.
know now
Terrible.
that it's pretty much a done deal.
Well, looking like the force up here from DRX. Unsurprising given the circumstances. Down by
People are playing
9.
Clove like
It's
a
gonna be
Reyna
stickers
rather than
across the
playing
board.
it like an
Well,
aggressive
assessing whether or
Omen.
not they're going to be taking armor into this one.
Yeah.
There's an outlaw on the opposite side. Buzz dropping down, spotted by Mind Freak. Up over the top.
I think, broadly speaking, people are playing Clove as if it's better to take ridiculous risks and still be able to smoke than just playing sensibly with your team. If everyone could play as silly as Flashback is, like if Flashback was playing Clove with a Jet Reyna comp or something where everyone can play dumb aggressive angles, then there'd be some level of coordination and it wouldn't be as bad. Oh no, the collapse.
Bane and Flashback both going to be taken down. Now, 2 players left standing. Foxy has recovered a Guardian. Barrel spotted. He has to tuck back into something. He's trying to encroach on that position, trying to close things out, but Foxy gets him through the wall. Something dead now, it's all in the Vide. They're both so low, he's got a judge in hand. Tap onto the spike. The bite sent out.
I mean, this is impossible to win for Divide.
They do manage. It's not over yet.
Eco around for Paper X. Going to assume they win that.
End up over at A is
Why are you going mid to A on the anti-eco? Are you having a fucking laugh? Look at the sight lines you've got across here. Oh, okay. Buzz double cloudburst to let them in. Nobody is pushing through A main. So something just has all of this space for free. Like, who is calling this nonsense? What is Mako thinking?
At lobby.
It's probably still going to work anyway, because they have rifles, but this is like
And yes, looks like with the 0 point, they have no
asking to lose the round.
Slide across the rope, eat a little bit of damage. Drops down, flashback, smoke this.
Full buy. And so a very clean round on top of it all. And DRX,
Yeah, I don't know why Foxy9 is with them. I don't know. If Foxy9 was just holding belt and then actually, you know, collected something there, it would have made a bit more sense. But I mean, that on a rifle round, okay, it's unusual. But executed, you know, decently, that mid to A part of it. But on an anti-eco, it's so risky.
Slowing things down again, but look at Paper X. Just full, sending it back over here towards A. Full weaponry to match. This could be them getting themselves up to match point. They want to cross, Forsaken. Opening up with a couple pot shots, sending out that flash. Mind Freak able to find the first one as Buzz gets taken down. Things from here become all the more difficult as Flashback will also
Flashback's the only person in front of the Viper wall, the others aren't. What is going on? Oh.
Mako and Foxy. The hits are back. 2v2. Now just the
1v1.
1v1. The KJs
Last player
to
standing.
duke it out. 45 seconds remaining. Both tagged up.
30 seconds
Cutting
left.
out across, out wide. I believe they've missed each
Yeah,
other.
they
but
hear
footsteps
that.
are still going to be heard. Devi perfectly aware of where he's trying to go.
I mean, Devi's just got a great timing here.
They're not yet
You just
available.
hold in case it's a
Foxy
fake for a couple
holding for the
seconds and
plan,
then swing.
none the wiser. Devi, absolutely godlike today. Gets Paper X up to 12.
Yeah, I was getting into this classic read from him. Chuckle there at the end. He knows
Something's
what he was
pushing
able
up
to do.
on
Just
B with a
fantastic read
judge.
from him.
This is gross.
22, 6-2.
Absolutely gross. And the knife as well,
Incredible
giving
how
him
Suns
prior
are
on
gonna
the...
shut this down, end this series
on
with
the
a judge
angle.
in hand. It was 13-4 on split.
Good
Red
bait
Reds
as well
gonna
from
make it the same
Forsaken.
scoreline as this.
What is that entry from Buzz? Okay, that looks like something on the other side.
But otherwise,
First good play I've seen from Buzz in this map.
bad from him. Forsaken just sat here. Moving up
Faking
within the
like
point
they're
guard.
going over towards yellow, immediately Forsaken realizes that that's a
Really
fake,
happy with
and
that
they can
one
start
kill. Now
rotating
look
A.
to work their way back over towards the A site. They've had two players set up there, but Paper X again.
Look how
is
nice
having
this is from
the
Forsaken.
read.
Oh, dude. That is such a sick knife from Forsaken. Dude, that knife is so good, man. When he throws the knife here, it makes it look like they're using that knife to get information in yellow because they haven't got any. That knife, when DRX see that knife pop up on the minimap, they're like, these guys are playing B, right? They're playing like on site and they're having to knife yellow for info. But Forsaken's throwing it backwards to disguise the fact that he's got goated timings and everybody's on A. That's actually the fucking most... That's the most excellent knife. That is the most excellent knife.
They keep doing this, starting strong on B, but then rotating right on time for A.
DRX are like, we've got great timing here, guys. They're still hunting for info on B. Meanwhile, everyone's stacked and Forsaken's right behind them. But actual execute itself might work. It's difficult to get through the clove smokes. And Forsaken's decided not to take the timing behind because I think he ran into some Killjoy util. Ah, they're saving in the 3v5. Man, that's so unfortunate the knife didn't have any impact.
Foxy9 wants to try to take some more weapons out of their hands, creeping his way up here in towards mid. Divine, a little bit more ready for it. Finds that kill, gets himself a 23rd in the map thus far. The DRX will be allowed to keep themselves alive in this series for now.
Yeah.
Oh well, never mind. Sometimes the cool shit doesn't actually matter at all.
Feels like we just saw in the previous round, then maybe it is possible. All Paper X need is one
Flash.
singular round.
Ah,
Buzz faking on the cloud.
Fake control?
However, in a very far forward position.
Devi.
Spectre and Ham, Devi again, the one to deliver the goods.
Oh, and Bane is just running in to try to get the trade. Really late from Bane, but Buzz does manage to get the spam through tube.
One-man advantage available here.
Foxy9 could pick up ult here and just play a bit of a slower round, but they've gone for the contact play instead.
Make it a full 5.
I don't hate the contact play.
And honestly,
It's a bold call, though, not to have lockdown active.
Might as well.
Res in mid, I think that's got to
now that
be
he's
time
back
to
in
get the
play-
plant.
Okay, nanoswarms have gotten cleared out. I was going to say he could pop them.
It would be nice in this spot had they thought about it for Foxy9 to go back and get the orb as they planted, but I'm not sure that's really a realistic
anticipate somebody to be here in this position. A couple shots
idea.
Flashback, tucks back away, rotates. Gets spotted, needs some damage there from Divide.
They got to hit shots here, and they're not hitting shots. Forsaken just killed 2 of them.
He's only able to find the KO.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's just disappointing match overall from DRX. Okay. Okay. Let's watch Talon RRQ. When is the song Nasty Egg coming out? I've been a nasty egg. I've been a nasty egg. I'm not gonna... No, that's not a song that's coming out. Hot take. Woot is great, but his Shanghai stats are heavily skewed. Against teams from non-fraud regions, NA and APAC, he went negative in 3 out of 5 matches. Against EMEA, he went +1 in kills, and against China, he went +63. Against teams from non-fraud regions, he went negative in 3 out of 5 matches. 3 out of 5. Right, because he was playing against G2 3 times and then Gen G twice. I know he went negative in the final Gen G game, but I didn't realize he went negative in 2 of the others as well. But also, I mean, apart from the finals was very, very different from Woot. So if you take the finals out of it, because mostly we're talking about the rest of the tournament when we're talking about Woot being good, he only went negative in 2 out of 4. So half the time he went negative, I guess, against the best teams. Yeah, so I'm not really seeing the fraud. I understand what you mean by his stats being heavily boosted by playing against the Chinese teams, and they did face off against like all 3 China squads, but I'm not really convinced that like FPX was bad enough that they should be considered just like a pumping the stats kind of team. That's interesting though. I didn't know that. It is interesting. It's changing the way that I think about it.
If Zen wasn't supposed to flank, they would have given him footsteps.
Yeah, Woot isn't a Judas player, but he had incredible...
Minecraft and Valheim, and it's truly inspiring the level of troll you brought to your friends. Me, when Josh wanders off again and death runs for 40 minutes.
Yeah, it's you gotta make things interesting, Bumblebee. Thank you for the resub. Edmay, thanks for the 64 months.
Yes, VOD content to drown my hockey suffering. Laughing face.
Yeah, Cat to a T. I definitely think it's very interesting. The stat is super interesting. I think what would be, you know what would be interesting though? Rather than just looking at KD, let's see if we can do this actually. If we, oh fucking hell, what is Woot's name? There it is. All right, so Woot at Masters Shanghai. So if we go Masters Shanghai stats, and then look at Woot. So we're gonna take out the grand finals because that we all know that Woot played badly in the grand finals, right? We're talking about the rest of the tournament when we're talking about Woot's stats being inflated. So if we take out the 3 matches that they played against Chinese teams, which is round 1 of Swiss, round 3 of Swiss, and the upper bracket quarterfinal. Round 1, round 3, and upper quarters. If we apply that filter, sort by ACS, where does he disappear to? He's still there. So his stats from that were... So this is against everybody that isn't China. He still had 0.23 first kill per round, which is pretty nuts. I mean, he's still putting up numbers. 0.83 KPR, 240 ACS. I mean, these are still like star duelist numbers. They're just not, you know, best rookie performance of all time kind of numbers. And that's, you know, after you've taken out the 3... I feel like as well, maybe the FPX game should still be included in that, because FPX are a pretty decent team. I mean, what does that change anything? I'm sure it'll change something. Where is he? Where's he gone? Yeah, it brings him back up, like, a little bit. I mean, his, like, KPR goes up a bit, that kind of thing. But, yeah. The thing is, though, when you cherry pick like this and try to remove people's maps where they just got free wins, for example, we were comparing Woot to, like, Yay at Berlin, right? And when Ye played at Masters Berlin, I bet he farmed some absolute fucking frauds. Who did they play against? The problem is it's so far in the past I can't remember, but I bet you he did. Where are they? Oh, it's Envy, isn't it? Yeah. Played against Keyed Stars and Crew. This was at Masters Berlin. Were Crew any good at this point? This was the first time I think that Crew had made playoffs and gotten out of groups. But I seem to remember this Keedstar roster being only Heat. Like Heat and bums, basically. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know whether it's exactly the same. The fact, you know, the way in which he's like farmed people here. I don't know who Envy played in the quarters as well, actually. Masters Berlin, they played against... I mean, Sentinels and 100 Thieves, so yeah, these are not like terrible teams. It's teams from their own region. So maybe Ye didn't just farm frauds the entire time. I can't really remember how fraudulent Keyed Stars and Crew were. I think it was surprising at the time that Crew had even made playoffs. I don't think they were considered a particularly strong team. Because it was after this at Champions that they ended up beating Sentinels and going on the run where they really shocked everybody. So I think these were considered very soft games. But I can't quite remember. Are Woot's games against Dragon Ranger Gaming softer? The thing is, though, they fucking plowed EDG, and EDG have made top 5 at an event before. So, you know, Woot's absolutely shitting on the team that just won in China, the best team that China's ever produced. I feel like you can't just exclude that, but it is interesting to note the disparity. Yeah. I remember Wyatt saying Heat and Murray's were the best duelist duo in the world at that event. I don't remember him saying Murray's was. I do remember him being super, super high on Heat. And Heat was good. I mean, Heat was a good jet. But yeah, I can't remember exactly all of the narratives from those events. I've forgotten more about Valorant than most people will know. Judge my hot take. FPX would have gotten 5th to 6th at the event or higher if they didn't play the 2 best teams at the event in Swiss. They look better than the then EDG, Fnatic, Foot, and PaperX. Also, mini hot take, if you're not playing Neon on every non-ascent ice map, you're trolling and asking to lose. Neon does look really powerful right now. Very powerful. And I do think that FPX would have gotten 5th to 6th at the event. Yeah, I mean, that's where we power rank them as well. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely agree that they look better than EDG. I think they look better than Fnatic and Foot as well. And I think PaperX would have... I think it would have been a very good game between FPX and PaperX, but I think PaperX would have won, actually. But it's possible not. Okay, let's watch Talon RRQ then. I want to watch this game and I want to watch DRX play against RRQ tonight, at least.
Well, moving back over into this, you know, sentinel role, put it in quotation since it is a chamber.
Okay.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting. I think this first map is really going to tell us a lot
Talon
about what we're gonna see for the
RRQ.
rest of this series. You and I
So,
did predict RRQ for this one, but
Sova
Talon,
Breach.
certainly could come in and make some waves here right on Lotus. As does appear
Seems more unusual to me, the
for this
Sova Breach,
first
than
round, RRQ on
the Gecko
attack.
Breach.
Very slow start from him. Recon gonna be
But hopefully Cruz has got some stuff cooked up.
Will expire, not going to be cleared out, but now you can hear that sprint coming through.
God, I like the Monyet Neon. Monyet immediately dies on Neon.
Right now it's just going to be Talon filling the kill. Phoenix Pharaoh able to trade one back. Now suddenly it's Elmi Moore on his lonesome. Does have
This is going to be so
bullets.
fast-paced, isn't it? I mean, the teams are just going to be flood defending every time.
This is his moment. This is his moment to take down the pistol round in a big way.
So, in metagames where...
Okay.
That was weird.
Only more fun in the
Screen...
first.
What? Hello? Where's this?
Screen's going.
Hello? What the fuck is going on? What's going on? Okay, what was I going to say? In meta games like this, where both teams' compositions favor execing and flood retaking, it becomes a big battle between the attackers saving utility and disrupting the retake from happening. So doing stuff like, you know, only using half the util you normally would to get into sight, and then pushing in post-plant with the other half of the util. Something like that. Ramblesy, thank you for the 6 months. So I would imagine that to be the like little metagame that happens between these two squads.
Very nicely.
Looks like a good shot from Elmi Moore on the other side of the map.
Back into it, does take down Cruz. That's gonna be a weapon on the ground. Didn't quite get to see what he had in hand. For the most part, across the board, I mean, fairly heavy investments here. But it looks like, okay, Guardian, I believe, scooped up by Bat. Now, once again, sight's going to be turned over towards B.
Why am I even watching this round, man?
Stinger in hand, takes a couple shots, doesn't get stunned up, the slide through.
Wait a
Not
second.
yet. Go ahead and collect that weapon.
Wait a
I mean,
second.
that's just a fantastic entry, and they caught him so off guard. Surf just goes down, and now Governor in the back.
Governor choosing the classic to take the long-range fight.
And RRQ looking to pick up an early eco.
All right, well, this is why I watched
What
this
a
round.
turnaround here. Weapons now going to be scooped up. Spike already planted. Shots flying on the Guardian, but Van able to find one, and that is a huge swing round here for RRQ.
And big pick at the beginning from Elmi Moore, but then also
Solid setups, and I mean, Elmi Moore
the
just
engage into
forever
B
being
found so much value from
when
Monya.
it comes down to it. I mean, we know he's just going.
You know,
Can you give me Cope as a 100 Thieves fan? I'm scared. What you scared of? You don't think they're going to make playoffs?
Perfect scenario for an eco round win for RRQ. So, not to be outdone, here is RRQ at the start of this map.
100 Thieves fans
Of course, wanting to have as much success
are
here on
like
this attacking side.
a dog that's been beaten. Like cowering in the corner when their owner lifts their arm, even though their arm is being lifted for like to give them a treat. You like go to pet the dog and it just fucking cowers in the corner because it's been beaten so often. That's a 100 Thieves fan.
Side as humanly possible.
I feel an enormous amount of pity for the fans.
Just checking everything they can, spam the box, coming out here towards Mound. Looks like Governor was able to spot them. Obviously, they're making a lot of noise here anyway, and it looks like they will back out. 3 members of Talon currently sitting on the C site. Might have to rotate here as they have mostly classics to try to get some kind of miracle.
Allen.
Van looking to push through, but immediately does get taken out. He was the one guy with the Sheriff.
God, Monyet is flying around.
Round here. Leave him at half armor. Been building in popularity, so I don't mind holding on to them.
Right, so high recon with a wall that you run through. Fault line being used as well.
Some A pressure 3 members of Talon trying to get over, but they are coming in from behind. Xfero is going to pick up that
1-for-1 and no smokes for the exec. Why are RRQ pulling strats out of last year's bad Mazzino plays?
kill, and the push is coming in out to see quickly.
Like, how many times has that worked since it was invented?
Again, those Guardians in play. As long as you're accurate, you're going to have a good time. Swing out from Governor, going to be shut down. Cruz able to find.
I'm surprised Cruz even got the trade. He was so late onto that.
Try to turn things around. A 2v3. Not yet holding close, just around the corner. Elmi Moore, the hard line, does get taken out, but there's the swing, and there's the finisher. Monyet with 2, RRQ with 3.
Now RRQ very nicely done on that round. Just the Omen ult into the back line, just not really expecting that. And
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate for Ban in that situation.
Towards A, really getting a lot of pressure in.
Ban's got a great idea that Zifra is there. I guess he's just got to swing a little better, tuck himself closer to the corner and go for a wider swing. But yeah, when he goes down and there's no Cypher utility anymore, Aura can just run into sight.
I mean, he's ahead of Estrella, but still
100 Thieves should beat Lev, send Fraud Jam packing on MIBR, lose to EG because Dorgamo owns and hopefully should beat Loud. But, I mean, that would be fine, wouldn't it? Like, what is 100 Thieves' record right now? They're like 3-4 or something? What are they? They're 4-2. Like, what? 4 wait. You guys are trolling. You're all telling me different things. Actual incredible combined troll when one little Google can look it up. Oh, wait. You guys can't look it up easily because VLR doesn't show you the combined rankings because somebody's trolled. Oh my god. Should not be this difficult to figure this out. Right, so they're 3-3, yeah. Half of you were right. It's just that the other half of you were wrong and trolling me. Liquipedia is better? Yeah, I should use that. Okay, so they're 3-3. They need probably 2 more wins to make playoffs. And they play against MIBR and Lev. They should be fine.
See if he sees
Don't worry.
For a future round, or if he wants to make some waves.
Is it possible they miss out? Yeah.
As always, looking to pressure out.
But I wouldn't be scared.
Rubble.
Yeah.
The rest of the team actually looking to pressure in towards B. But there are a couple of members of Talon waiting here, as they will be.
Yeah, and they also have plenty of championship points because they won stage 1.
Looking clean with it, Governor. At the same time, sliding forward. Ult in play is able to find one. Elmi Moore going to be taken down.
Spike planted.
Fast lane set up. The swing forward.
Well.
Shut that one down. He tries to push forward.
You ain't no Jorgamo. Yeah, they already lost to Furia. That's not a freebie.
Dives forward, gets the detain. Van now swinging out. Good timing for him, but it only costs.
It's like
Position where curious to see if he opened.
Governor's playing with the op on Neon. Okay.
Immediately, or if he lets them come forward. No, okay, we'll just go ahead and pull the trigger.
Decent chip damage. Governor misses.
A bit of a whiff there as Governor.
But gets out.
Trying to reposition, gets himself set back here on the site. In the meantime, Cruz just fishing, sending out this spray here from the Odin, trying to see what kind of damage he can deal. So far, it's going to be Estrella who catches the worst of it, down to 71.
Yeah, Governor going to be kicking himself for that. At least he does get out without much damage. Actually, no damage.
Going for the repeat with the drone.
And will be able to repeat, but immediately traded back by Gem.
I thought that was going to be a collat.
He almost had the collat. Seemed like he had the lineup, but it's not quite coming to fruition. Would have been solid damage dealt, but instantly traded. Cruz, though, still entrenched here at Tree. Gets the reveals. They tuck back behind Rubble.
Is the Valotier Asia Twitter, is that the combining all of the SEA regions for Tier 2? Is that the same thing that we were talking about before?
Double push up, the timing here. Oh, redraws out the Vandal, but not going to be able to recover that one. Ends up getting down now. The neural depth in play.
Yeah, I'm afraid I just don't have enough knowledge to talk about it super accurately, Boomik. I could if I did a lot of research, but not in this stream.
Go ahead, take out the wingman. Does so, but Xpero with the counter spray takes him down. Now we're into a 3v3.
And there's plenty of time. I mean, that taking down the wingman there. Just,
all right, post-plant situation, 3v3, no post-plant utility at all.
Now you don't have Cruz in that critical spot in Tree, as everybody else on the side of Talon just has to push.
Nice.
But they do have this play in
well
on
played there by
Talon.
Talon.
Going to be able to take out Estrella.
Estrella getting caught. Now just leaving Gem getting Xpero.
Open door, double swing, one wide, one shallow. Well played. But now it's possible. Fair enough. Went back into the smoke and Ban got the kill. Nice timing from Ban. I was going to say in that situation it is actually possible for Xpero to isolate 2 1v1s because they took different angles into the site, but it also limits where Xpero can be.
I think he did.
Okay, they got it.
Yeah.
You're stuck on a train? How are you stuck on a train? What happened?
Looks like that's going to the site for Jip Boys here. Pretty critical to isolate Estrella first, and then they do double push into tree. Jip Boys
I am planning the
always
chatting
trading
tomorrow.
off,
Yes,
essentially,
nightmares.
as they were one member ahead.
Looking like a mound crunch getting ready to come through here from Talon. How aggressively they want to try to push this. Seemingly
Now that's a nice recon.
It's Governor rushing forward.
Catching on people that are playing behind the box so that you can spam it with the Odin. That's a nice set play. It didn't work, but the idea there is that you throw the recon dart super high up, so it scans on people that are hiding behind the box, and that way they're hiding from the utility that you're throwing out with the breach. They hide from that, and you spam them with an Odin. The Neon has an Odin and gets inside the smoke. That's a cool set play.
They're now online.
It's a bit weird then that your Neon has an Odin for the rest of the round. You might want to swap with the breach here, so that Governor can pick up a rifle, but we'll see.
Are
there any other initiators to work with Neon other than breach? Yeah, KO works quite well with Neon as well.
Yeah, and they know that he's
The previous meta when we saw Neon comps in the past was a lot of double initiator with KO breach and some Sova breach and stuff as well.
And it looks like they're going to use it to try to clear out the site.
Actually already backed out of here by Talon. They have left this site empty, just going to look for the retake with the Rolling Thunder.
Oh, the timing is absurd.
But neither's checking.
I mean, Surf is going to die here from behind.
Will get taken down in the instant trade out, but it's going to be Moniette.
That's a ridiculous moment in that round.
Looking for the catch, gets a little bit of damage down. Has to pull back.
It's all timings. The whole thing is timings. This is a bizarro round.
I don't know how they weren't able to handle him on the back of the site. Jip Boy's just surviving forever as... I mean, there was a lot of chaos. We did have the Hunter's Fury coming through, and yeah, Jemkin has...
Yeah, ships in the night. Ships in the night.
Will just save. But yeah, nice hold from Talon. Not quite what I... But take down. Handle. Check. Couple...
Cash, they still have a buy going into the next round, so it's still half armors.
That was a lot of damage onto Estrella.
So now they've given Cruz the Odin. Governor picks up the operator.
Hope all doing well. It's good to see you streaming live.
Thank you, Scoop Bishop. Thank you for the 8 months. I am actually feeling really good at the moment. I don't know why. I've been very up and down these last few months, but I'm up at the moment, so fucking hey.
Push forward now. Ban gonna be spotted. Head noted. Clear out on that tripwires. Ban stunned up here at the back.
God, Monier just ran through him. He didn't slow down.
I'll see if he can do that.
Bulldozed him over.
Spawn, just waiting, and only 3 members left here from Talon. Up against the 5 of RRQs.
It's a really unusual map that we're watching here.
Okay, not going to be popping money out, able to take down
Ruby. Careful about that one. Ban gonna get the info that they do poke in Ruby.
Okay, not going to be popping money.
It's a nice reaction from Moniette though. That's really good. And I think Ban's decision here to get in on site is disastrous. I think this is just really bad kind of game sense from Ban, because you're never holding off this exec on your own, and the cavalry is so fucking far away. And when the cavalry does arrive, the cavalry has breach ult, so you could still try to retake this 4v5. It just, the more committed you are, the more you're just asking to die, I think.
And gonna be spotted, head noted. Clear out on that tripwires. Ban stunned up here.
I think the best case scenario, Ban goes 1 for 1 there.
Now seeking more targets. Try to keep getting this energy reset.
There's no way that he stays alive long enough for the rest of Talon to flood off.
Just waiting, and only 3 members left here from Talon. Up against
How's Moniette doing on RRQ? Seems pretty good.
Entry here onto the site once again.
I haven't watched many of their games yet, though.
Look like Talon are not going to take the risk this time around. They're still holding on to that Rolling Thunder.
Let's just skip the rest of this.
Big committal to some big guns in this round once again. Governor going back to the operator.
Spray again. This time it's Elmore taking the brunt of that. Down to 9. It's okay. Off shot's going to be whiffy on both sides.
Instant repeat from Governor with the slide. That's nasty from Governor. God, these Neons are controlling the game with their tempo.
They've allowed a decent amount of time for rotations to potentially come through.
It looks so good. I'm really surprised that more teams have not opted into it.
Yeah, very interesting stuff. A lot of taps.
I also saw, I don't know whether Perenegade is in the chat right now. I know that Perenegade likes to hang around. I saw Perenegade's take on Reddit that was essentially the hot take that I was talking about at Shanghai, where I don't think that Miniboo is going to be a top Neon player. Because I think the agent has just changed so much, and more people are going to be playing. We'll have to see as time goes on. Because Miniboo's also excellent player, but I think we're going to see new people kind of push the Neon movement further forwards.
It's going to get cleared out. Once again separated here away from his teammate. Smoke set up, but this is going to be the B pivot in all likelihood.
How about Victor? I mean, Victor was playing pretty similarly to how he did with old Neon. He was making good use out of the new slide for entering, but nobody's been working it like Jorgamo.
In this kind of situation, but
if you've been watching Miniboo's streams, you know that's wrong. Okay, well, I haven't been watching Miniboo's streams, so maybe I just need to watch more once he gets onto the new patch in EMEA.
Big round win here for Talon.
Yeah, Zekken on Neon, that's what I'm waiting for as well.
Alongside RQ. Potential now for them to tie things up at 5-5. They can win the follow-up. It's just, yep, grabbing that operator. Now the defuse comes through, so one off. Another Cosmic Divide here is
this Lotus, and you just see the way that this one goes. Governor gets this first pick.
Who are you talking about, Morph 3 U2? Are you talking about Jorgamo, or are you talking about Miniboo?
Till him out and eventually just trade 1-for-1, but he gets 2. And then Jimboy's, as we mentioned,
Miniboo?
towards the B site very quickly.
I mean, I think what makes Miniboo such a fantastic Neon at the moment is that he's always following up on a piece of utility from his team. His aim is superb, and he knows where he can apply really solid pressure onto his opponents by, you know, being there right after a flash pops.
Try and defend it. So quick rotation call going to be made here as Governor starts shifting his way over.
And his stun placements are really solid too. But you only have one of them.
They have a smoke in the way, and here we go.
Like, if you want to talk about perfect utility usage, Jorgamo's like walls and turn stuns and stuff, and like the stuns into the slides. I mean, that's all utility usage that was.
Really, I mean, there is some utility. Excuse me, some smokes, of course, in the doorway and stuff.
It was Jorgamo's birthday today, right? And some fans in the crowd came up yesterday after I'd casted EG Loud, and they were like, hey, can you sign Jorgamo's birthday card that we're giving him? We're trying to get as many people to sign it as possible. I was like, yeah, sure, I'd love to sign that for Jorgamo. That's sick. And I wrote in the card, happy birthday, your Neon made me, and I couldn't think of the word, so I wrote cream, and then I thought, that's incredibly inappropriate, so I scribbled it out so that you couldn't read it anymore, and then I wrote pog, so I wrote in the birthday card, your Neon made me pog, and then I forgot to put my name on it. So Bren just wrote underneath it, bald guy. So my brain just didn't work at all in the entirety of that interaction. Just horrendous social interaction there. Oh, God.
Like that, but yeah, besides that, not.
I can't be allowed out in public.
Two guys towards the middle of the map that can easily rotate over.
I shouldn't have admitted it either on stream. I should have had plausible deniability.
RQ, but RQ swinging back and forth. They're thinking about C, thinking about A. Now they're going back towards C, just trying to cut sound and pretend.
So you have Breach out here, and the Breach is close enough to maybe help Governor. If Governor's able to take one shot, back it up,
Needs
and
to
then
have some
play so
impact
that he
here,
goes
try to slow
back
things
in off
up.
the breach
Flash
ult.
coming out, catches him fully in the face.
Where's
There's a
Governor able to
fast
get
lane,
to?
but
Oh, Monyet's trying. Dude, that's so nice. Monyet is doing such a fantastic job of shutting down the other Neon. I don't think I've ever seen... You know, normally when we do like duelist head-to-heads, that doesn't mean the duelists necessarily fight each other. It's comparing the impact that they have overall. This is genuinely... Monyet feels like he's marking Governor. Like he's going around and fucking one-on-oneing the other Neon.
Bit more of a default here. Quick slide down. I mean, Monyet, so snappy with the movement.
They're running ISO plays on Neon.
Rolling Thunders on both sides. One going to be opened up. Monyet pinged.
Breach ult comes through, but it's like not even to cover the full site, and then counter breach ult is just way better for taking the space back. Good backwards movement from Monyet. Paranoia's nice. Flank is nice. Really good from RRQ. Much better there from RRQ. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Monyet is good. Okay. That's so good. Yeah, like a Tracer 1v1. Yes. It feels a little bit like that.
I mean, it didn't really hit anyone, and you know, there wasn't really any push that did come in. They tried to just get position on the back of the site, and it all starts out really well for the side of RRQ. They take out down, but yeah, the retake didn't come in, and then it's just held onto the site there by RRQ very, very nicely.
This is going to be Talon's economy getting broken if they don't win this.
Standing ahead.
Guard at the ready, up over the top. Being revealed on the one. Jemkin shredded down low.
That's really solid damage.
Finish off. Governor able to find that kill. Solid start here once again for Talon. They get themselves to 5. They're in a really good spot on this.
They've been
map.
cooking with these recon darts.
As
Oh my
Cruz
god.
looking to deliver it.
Dominating with the Odin.
Shreyat taken down. Monyet able to find Governor. Slides his way forward. Shorty knock.
Sorry, why are we going for the shorty double pump on a full health Sova when you're accurate with the Vandal while sliding?
Deliver it. Shreyat taken down. Monyet able to find Governor.
Yeah, I think it must have been a misequip. He's got to be taking out the wrong gun there for sure. For sure.
Way forward. Shorty not gonna cut it.
Yeah, Cruz is pretty healthy too. 44.
I finally moved on from Overwatch 3 months ago. I'm loving playing Valorant and having you and Brent casting VCTs made me so happy because Owl is officially dead. Yeah, they're still doing stuff with OWCS, but we're happy to welcome you here.
Get them to a very solid spot. Tap onto the door, but Elmi Mormon not swapping over to the Headhunter, not seeing much of anything. As he swing around the Rosie. Cruz plays around the door. Self-informed piece.
Welcome in, Twice Mashed Potato.
What around there? Damage from that.
They have so many ultimates to try to utilize here in the last round of the half. Yes, there's the ping, there's the Hunter's Fury. Governor going to be forced off an angle. Monyet getting tagged up. So rush forward.
One
Surf, however,
pulse
sights turned in towards
and a
B.
bit of chip damage onto Estrella.
Again, it's, you know, a little bit of space taken, some scaling from RQ, but then the immediate pullback.
Yeah, they just don't want to commit on in there, and again, they get some vision. Cruz shooting forward and saying you're not allowed to come towards A.
Spruce Tree, thank you for the 5 months.
And a double
How's the
stack on
VOD
C
dungeon
here for
treating
Talon.
you?
Yeah, I mean, I
How's
believe
the
it was
VOD
an
dungeon
intentional
treat me?
ping there
Fine.
from Monyet, allowing
Pretty fine.
himself to get recon, trying to sell that
Nothing
they're
too
still
much to
maybe
report.
over on this side of the map.
Been watching some bad DRX gameplay, and now I'm watching some fun Neon versus Neon.
Now that the thrash is being sent over here on towards the C site.
I should write some of these down for like clips actually. Does anyone remember what round it was where anyone remember what round it was where we watched Monyet run down Governor on site? That was pretty recent, wasn't it? Like 2 rounds ago? Maybe around 10?
Now that the thrash is being sent over here on towards the C site, Alan should be well aware that this is where the spike is intended to end.
So J-Boys gets a swing, takes down Jemkin. Governor kills Monyet. There's so many Neon v Neon kills. Sliggy's in the VOD dungeon as well? Wait, how is Sliggy in the VOD dungeon? He watches everything live. Of all the people in Valorant, Sliggy should be the one never in the VOD dungeon. Oh, he missed 2 games of Americas. Huh. Thank you, Doublethink. Was it this round?
I mean, Dizzy now it's
Smoke in the way, and here we go.
Yeah, I think it was, wasn't it?
You guys towards the...
Yeah, they go back in. Yeah. Okay, round 10. All right, I'm going to write that one down for Patch because I think that one's kind of funny. Talon, RRQ, Lotus, round 10. Governor, and Monyet, Tracer, 1v1. How was the NRG game? I missed it. They look better, or... What's the end of that sentence? The fuck is going on here? They look better or still big problems? I mean, not big problems in the same way. They definitely look better. Like, their calling was better, but they look like a team that hasn't been together for very long. You know, it's just like different problems. The problem at the moment is their strat book on certain maps just doesn't look very deep. They're playing the Heretics comp on... were they playing the Heretics comp? Yeah, I think they were, right? They're playing the Heretics comp on Sunset, and they just didn't have any reclear strategies on defense. They didn't flash retake B main once. They didn't really retake mid at any point with like some coordinated play. They haven't copied everything from Heretic strat book, and so they just got kind of rolled on the defense side. So yeah, their attack calling was good. It felt like Finesse was getting good value out of that. Very comfortable still, but they just don't have as much time together. Grubs, why are all of the 100 Thieves fans like yourself in such miserable fashion? Like, you lost 1 game. Relax.
Things coming down.
Can you stop running Viagra ads on your stream? I don't know how. It's pretty hard.
Again, looking like some early pressure on towards B. A-site completely abandoned here by RRQ. So they're going to start rushing forward out of mound as well. Paranoia as the door gets opened up. Governor able to exit through that fast lane. Monyet dazed up, cannot find that kill quite just yet, but Elmore swinging onto the corner, comes up with 2. Governor and Surf both going to be taken out. Monyet down to
It's
6.
fun watching this pace of Valorant, like this fast paced. It's very fun.
They are taking their space now in C.
Yeah, they're going to get onto the C site for free, and there are some low... I mean, it's basically just...
See, now I understand where your level of humor is at. Making,
now we got Jip Boys.
Making jokes like that.
That's how we more dealt with.
Yeah, the dog analogy really is holding up, isn't it, Scott?
They take it down with Monyet rushing forward, gets it on top of Jip Boys, and now Cruz a world away.
Do you think 100 Thieves are genuinely going to lose to MIBR to miss out on playoffs? It's just not happening again.
Sends out the first. Split off it,
I like
this
attempt from great attempt, Cruz. Great attempt. Dusty Marble, thank you for the 6 months. Clueless.
They got those first initial kills. I like how Jip Boys was aggressive there outside of the back of the site, but yeah, just the power.
If Boostio was going to retire and find a job in a different sector, what do you think his job would be? What do you think he'd be, like, good at?
To him, 1 sheriff here in the hands of
Clown. I know that's what Shandy said, right? To the Brazilian casters. A pig farmer. Yeah, like outside of esports. Working at Target. I don't think Boostio would fuck with working in retail. I think he's just got too much, like... I don't know. He's a pretty happy chappy. Maybe he could survive a retail job. I just feel like he's too headstrong. Sales? He actually might smash a sales job. Not gonna lie. Manager at a mortgage company. Yeah, maybe.
With his bulldog, and he's just ready for this pressure.
Do you think DRX is still locked for the 3rd spot in Pacific? No, not if they play like they did this week.
Go for the retake if they want, but this will be a decent amount of money.
Maybe they played better against RRQ. I still want to watch that game later on.
Plant bonus here for the squad. Everybody clustered
British
up.
exchange student called me clogger last week. I have no idea what that means. Did you take a shit in the toilet and block it?
Quite ready for it. Tries to go for the no scope. It's going to be Jemkin pushing forward. He's able to find himself some eliminations, and just like that, they're able to flush them out of the A site. The fuse going to be handed over to Jemkin, who's now just one away.
That's what I thought too. Yeah, that's immediately where my head went.
Round lead here.
I only shit in toilets. What do you mean? Yeah, but did you block the U-bend of the toilet? Was the toilet able to flush? Were you living with the person, or did they use the bathroom immediately after you? And did you shit like King Kong's forearm and block the motherfucker? Because if you did, then they might call you a clogger.
Yeah, pretty nice idea, I would say, from Talon. You know, especially after they lost Governor so early on, they're already on the eco, just trying to stack there towards A. They weren't met with much resistance, and this is this shot.
Def not clogged. I ate 5 slices of Little Caesar for lunch, so my poop was very liquid. Okay, well, I'm glad we got that cleared up.
Very nicely tracked.
And I hope you get whatever's plaguing your intestines cleared up as well.
They got the most they could out of this round. They got the 1 kill. They get the plant. It's not so bad, but RQ once again on the board after their pistol round win.
Bonne chance, that works.
A bit of a must-win round here, it would feel like, for the side of Talon.
I think I've told you guys this before, but the first time I ever used a bidet, I didn't grow up in a house with a bidet. And they're not that common in the UK just in general. But we went on holiday to a place that had one. And I was like, oh, this is sick. Gonna be able to, you know, clean my butt really thoroughly. I fucking max pressure power washed my asshole like it was a mossy driveway and just sprayed water everywhere like the world's shittiest hose. just slightly pooey water fucking all over the place. In a holiday house that I was sharing with 6 other members of my family. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, God. Why are you telling us that? Well, just because when I share stupid stories from my life, I hope that there's somebody out there that's thinking to themselves, oh, I've done that before, and I've felt embarrassed about it, and now maybe it helps them not feel as embarrassed about it, knowing that I'm a fucking dumbass as well, you know? Or maybe, you know, you've done other stupid things in your life, and you're like, oh yeah, it's normal to be stupid. You always be saying the nastiest shit for no reason. You literally got us onto this arc, Devoyne.
Go, go.
RQ. Get it. Conversion here.
Couldn't pay me to say that to the masses. The thing is, I don't know you, and I don't think I'll have to interact with you in person, and I don't think that your opinion of me is going to drastically change my life for the worse if you think I'm a fucking nasty little bastard. So there don't seem to be many consequences for sharing my idiocy with the rest of humanity.
Falling the pieces here in the round is straight up peeking, or Elmore rather, trying to peek out, trying to find that shot. Does get taken down.
I've had 5 people admit to me that they've shit their pants. What are you doing to people around you, Cocaine, that they keep shitting their pants around you? Are you like slipping laxatives into your co-workers' drinks or something? How many people do you know that are pants shitters? Not at the time they're telling me? Oh, they haven't come up to you with like a fresh one in their knickers. They're just saying they did it at some point in their life. Right. I see. Gotcha. Why would they do that? I mean, they might need help. Okay, if you shit your pants at work, you're gonna have to, like, if you need to take time to go and deal with it, you might need to go and tell one of your co-workers, like, hey, can you cover for me? I've just shit myself. That could happen. In fact, I know that that's happened because it happened. One of my wife's co-workers has said that to her. Sorry, I just shit myself. You're going to have to cover for me for a bit. Thank you for the 3 quid, 8-bit ducky.
Hot take. 100T will fall off hard, and if they make playoffs or champs, they will not be good. Their roles simply don't make sense to play Neon, because if Asuna is on Neon, what does Bang and Cryo play? If Split 1 didn't carry over, EG would do better than them.
Yeah, you are right. It's a little bit like Loud. If they put Asuna onto the Neon, then they can't really play Double Initiator very well. Because, yeah, like you said, who's going to play Bang on Cryo? But also that's assuming that Cryo doesn't play Neon. This version of Cryo this year is playing much more aggressively. I could see them trying to experiment with Cryo playing some Neon. Honestly, though, I'm not convinced yet that Neon is the must pick. It looks like it's trending in that direction, but to me, I think it's still a bit too early to tell. You have to hold your horses here and get a bit more data first. Now, the teams might have a better idea about it because they're looking at scrims all the time. But from our point of view, just watching matches, I'm not convinced that it's 100% must pick just yet. It looks really good. Like, if you're incredible with it, then it probably, you should be playing it. But for everybody, I don't know whether that makes sense. It looks like you should be picking the duelist you're best with, I think, at the moment. Cryo wouldn't make sense on dives, in my opinion. He kind of like Demon 1. Maybe in the past he was more like that, but I think this year we've seen a very aggressive version of Cryo that could absolutely play Neon if he put time into it. Is ISO or Neon a better look if map isn't taken into consideration? I think solo duelist ISO does not look very good. Double duelist ISO, like Yoru ISO, that kind of cooks. But solo duelist, it's not looking that great.
It's gonna be a flawless.
But yeah, it doesn't really make sense to run Neon Asuna because the rest of the team comp wouldn't make sense.
To deny the bonus conversion. Much need.
Unless, like, you had Boostio play Initiator with EU, and then Cryo picked up Sentinel. That could work, actually. I don't see any reason why that would be a bad idea. Cryo could play Killjoy.
Needed here for Talon.
Yeah, you were talking about how this was a very important round for Talon. That went about as well as it possibly could have. As once again, Cruz is putting up some big numbers, you know.
Cryo Gecko.
With Bam, getting that initial kill, Monyet just not looking
I'm
in
not.
the right direction.
I wouldn't be thrilled by that, but they could
teaming.
try.
And says good job to the team. Just a very solid round.
Did we address the Boostio drama?
And RQ, they need to get something going here.
Okay, I feel like I have a different read on it to almost everybody else. I was watching Nadeshot's clip from his stream, and I was like, wow, that's actually one of the most mature responses I've seen from Nadeshot. That's quite reasonable from him. And then people on Reddit are like, what the fuck, Nadeshot, crazy hypocrite. He's always calling his team out. How dare he say that Boostio needs to, like, change his tone or something. What? He was super reasonable. He was like, wow, we really need to get this resolved. If Boostio is having a problem, I need to figure out how this went so badly. Like, taking accountability for his role within the organization. And then he even said towards the end of it, he was like, Boostio should really try to communicate this officially first. And then he said, oh, well, actually, I'm making the assumption that he hasn't. Maybe he has. Like, that's a very balanced response from an owner who's just
still in the lead, but that round was kind of devastating.
I don't understand why people thought it was unusual.
Only more though, up and play. Ooh. Had the shorting in hand as and sent out the trash to try to get the detain. Have been able to do so, but Jitboy's there with covering fire. And only more rushing forward to try to find that a limb. It ends up costing him dearly. Girl depth now going to be invested. The Hunter's Fury crashing across. Gem getting in a bad spot, able to dodge out the second shot. It's a glass one, not going to be able to find him, but Jitboys, here's out Monyet. 5 members strong versus 3, and RQ going to have to make the call to save.
Yeah, they just don't have any money. I mean, they gotta desperately hold on to what they have, and they
People
already
know
lost
that
a couple
Boostio
rifles,
speaks
so
like
just gonna
very
decide
freely.
that it's not worth it. Makes a lot of sense.
When
in
you
this
have a
case, but
reputation
it's a
for
couple of really
saying
solid rounds to the side of
whatever's
Talon
in your
Arcade,
head,
getting,
people don't take you as seriously,
getting 0 kills in the
and
last couple
so
of rounds.
people don't hold you accountable for
That's,
what you say as much.
Flawless unless they can take down one of these
I don't
players
think
that's
it's
going on
really
the
a
hunt.
problem that
Yeah.
Boostio spouts
Pretty
off
much all
while
of
he's
them, they
streaming.
all have plenty of cash.
People
They know
realize
these
that he's only
remaining
half
players.
serious
Draft
about
was
it.
Just used to stray out only 2 charges. So if they give up a kill or 2, but are able to find the weapons.
16 people in this chat have shit their pants in the last 365 days. Is that just statistically, or have you asked them all?
Just on the opposite line, so weapons will be retained, but now tied up at 8-8. Now with a chance to break away from RQ and take the lead for themselves.
Oh, wait, sorry, I didn't even realize. I didn't realize that we ran a poll. 16 people have self-reported shitting their pants in the last year. 16 out of how many people voted? About 100? That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. Like a sixth of the people in here? A seventh of the people in here? Sorry, not a seventh. What am I talking about? Yeah, a seventh. Like a seventh of the people in here. That's, have I shit my pants in the last year? No. When was the last time I shit my pants? A long time ago. A long, long time ago. I mean, I think I can definitely remember shitting my pants at school one time when I was 5 years old. That memory stuck with me. But I can't remember any time in the last 25 years that I've shit my pants. Probably did happen at some point when I was ill, but not that I can remember.
Boys, it's just been so fantastic all map. I mean, he's shooting through band.
It was more of a shot. Shots count. For sure, shots count.
So reliable, so consistent. They've got him, and they've got Cruz, who's putting up huge numbers already. So, in terms of, you know, members carrying their weight, they certainly...
I literally just followed and joined the chat. I'm dead. We discuss the things that matter here, okay? We discuss the things that matter.
After those initial kills, they just didn't have much left going in that round.
Little trap play. Trying to punish Talon. Instantly pivoting onto the other side of the map. Not leaving anybody even over as a backup. Just full 5 people grouped up. Trying to group up and just barrel over RRQ. What a shot. And Zifro's got himself into... Oh! Did Cruz just see? Oh! That's actually really nice movement from Cruz. He realizes the guy has a sheriff and he just keeps strafing. I think Talon's attack side pathing here has just been frantic. It doesn't look very controlled. It doesn't look super high level. RRQ are doing quite a good job of like re-clearing spots around the map though. They've been proactive with that.
Would be a weapon recovered, but Moniat had already cut his way over to B, so will not have that rifle, so might have to just go ahead.
Are we getting any more Baldur's Gate 3 with my new GPU anytime soon? If I can get it working when I get back home. When I get back home, though, I'm going to a Hosier concert, and then the day after that, I have to go to, like, the voting, the polls, and then, it's going to be, like, the 5th of July before I can really start working on my PC.
And that is going to be RRQ turning this round on its head.
So,
we knew this match was going to be close, but
God help me, I'm gonna need the assistance at that point.
In a devastating manner. I mean, 4 members alive there on the side of RRQ.
Tory? Why are you saying Tory? Chat, I didn't say who I was voting for, but I can tell you, I'm not voting Tory.
This time around, even with 2 sheriffs in hand at the beginning of the round.
That's a great reply after having, you know, being flawless twice in a row.
Yeah, no, it's massive. And it all starts with Moniat. He gets that first sheriff kill, and then eventually, you know, as you mentioned, he's able to build up to the overdrive with that kill, and it ends up being critical to just clear out the site and tree.
No, you're right. Nobody's voting Tory this election.
Aggressive operator kill to put
the people on the right are being pushed even further right.
Response here from RRQ.
And the people who are in the middle have their candidate from the middle moving towards the right anyway, because that's what Labour are doing.
Once again, finds that headshot mid-slide. Readjusts from Surf. Man here to try to offer up some covering fire. They're able to fire back. Well, the man advantage very much here in their hands. Low HP on 2, but a 2v2 for them. Only more likely going to have to abandon the operator if they actually want to play for the retake. But as Surf gets ready to plant, there's also going to be a rolling thunder.
Yeah. They are going all the way back towards C.
I'm surprised at how little flood retaking we've seen from these teams compared to trying to fight early round into each other or going for like re-clear strats. Re-clearing seems like it makes a lot of sense against double initiator, but I feel like usually double initiator comps are kind of easy to tell where they're going on maps like this, especially with the way that Talon is just like deathballing around the map. So if they're going to deathball around the map, why not just let them use their util and then flood retake them? Instead of getting into situations like this where you're just stuck.
On the analyst desk with our coach interview saying, you know, we bouncing around, I mean, playing find his footing with that is still another kill going over towards the side of Talon as they tie it up 9-9.
Explain UK politics like the Sen versus NRG game. I can't. Like the Sen versus NRG game. Okay. Okay, so in this analogy, unfortunately, Finesse is Nigel Farage. Who's come back out of retirement to lead the party. and where's the rest of the analogy going? And he's a charismatic guy that's trying to pull people in one direction, but his party's not got as much time or support compared to the more long-running political party known as, I guess, Sentinels of Labour here. Who are the Tories in this? I don't even know. Maybe I don't know. It doesn't really work as an analogy, chat. It doesn't really work. Oh, God. David Mitchell's book on Ruli's a really good read. Yeah, I like a lot of David Mitchell's content. I haven't read his books, though. I think he's done a couple of books like that, hasn't he? The casters of the Tories? How does that make sense? That doesn't make any sense.
Money in Elmymore's pocket, more than enough to go ahead and hand a rifle over to their Omen player. Plus, he does have that tour de force available on the backside, so maybe even a double.
Honestly, the actual analogy would be that the EG players are the Tories. They were extremely powerful, won champions, but then their power has dwindled. Ethan's had to give up IGLing and Demon One's on the bench. And their power has been split between... their power has led to the rise of Sentinels. I don't know. I'm attempting to cook, but the analogy is just so bad, chat. It's so bad.
But something tells me not going to be
It doesn't make sense.
You walk, gonna take some extra time to just say what he's got to say here, because that will be his final moments.
Yeah, it doesn't really work. It doesn't really work.
Before we do get into overtime. And, you know, we absolutely could hit overtime at this point in time. I feel like the economy right now, you can see it's pretty heavily in favor of Talon, especially able to take that extra gun out as here comes out.
Trying to go for the no-scope in that situation because stunned. What is going on here? What is Elmymore up to? That's just so horrible. That is so horrible. Zifro has paranoia. Guys, get the fuck out and play off the paranoia. Elmymore, get out of there. Don't run in the middle of it and try to no-scope people. You mad lad. What are you doing? Like, what the fuck are they doing?
And this is
What are they
brutality here
doing?
from Talon. Right off the rip. I mean, now, with the cash very much not on your side, RRQ already making the call to go for the save.
Yeah, and they just saved in the last round. I mean, this is absolutely going to be hunting season for the side of Talon. They're going to be looking all around the map as soon as they identify that RRQ are not going to be going for this. And yeah, I mean, once again, you know, pretty brave from the side of Elmimore. He tries to go for the punish, tries to stop the aggressive push from the Neon just by himself, and he just gets taken out really quickly, and that's a lot of their pressure on this point to Elmimore in the situation, and Elmimore's risk does not pay off. They get that extra pick, and that eventually just leads to the round. There's no more action.
It does feel like the Chamber is terrible in the Neon head-to-head compared to the Cypher.
Now, looks like some
I kind of liked the Chamber in the previous meta when the game was a bit slow, but quite opportunistic from Governor there, but good coverage from Astray.
More here at Mound, dealt with Jit Boy, snappy with a headshot, finds that kill, and that opens up the C site quite a bit. Cosmic Divide now going to be invested as they try to pivot their way forward, but Xpharaoh rather getting himself up in front of this, but is still going to be dealt with. Jit Boys now 15-9-3.
Yeah, I mean, this guy is having an insane map. Cruz is trying to
Are they playing on the nerfed
street
ISO
play
patch?
and with the Oda and stuff like that, but Jit
don't
Boys has
think
just been
so.
Super crisp. Extremely high headshot rate.
Two players on the opposite side, he can't get either of them, but still, man advantage here for Talon.
It's not even in the game yet, is it?
Coming down, swing
Maybe
out.
I'm wrong.
As they know that the spike didn't end up on C.
Is that live in the game?
Now the plan comes in, he's going to back up to his teammate here.
This is nigh impossible for him. Fault line at the ready. Cruz
Comes out on Wednesday.
Pick up on the Dizzy. They're reading this upper position. Estrella able to collect that one, but now full line across the rush forward.
Just got shot, and Jemkin just kind of went one, and
pretty much all the spike didn't end up on C.
How do they lose this?
Teammate here.
This is nigh impossible for him. Fault line at the ready. Cruz still with a recon. Pick up on the Dizzy. They're reading this upper position. Estrella able to collect that one, but now full line across the
I mean, what is Surf doing here?
rush forward.
That's like
He finds them both.
and just fucking horrendous throw from Talon.
I need to see the replay, but Jemkin he just nails the headshots on both.
These last two rounds have been appalling.
Con. He would
Kill the one member, he...
in the hell. This is a great round from Estrella. I mean, he reads the positions of pretty much all of them, but yeah, I mean, weapons taken, and Surf is just swinging out. He doesn't have the weapon drawn anymore.
Yeah. It's almost like he didn't know there was a second person there, but...
Maybe he saw, maybe he just peripheral vision saw a kill pop up at the feed and went like, ah, yeah, my teammate got him.
Yeah, well, it's possible.
Did he think the round was
I mean,
over
they
or
knew he
something?
was stunned,
Like, that is
like, it's like, okay, this is a
awful.
free kill, maybe just assumed.
Well.
And you know what they say about assuming. Did not work out for them this time. And immediately now, Cruz is going to go down.
On yet.
So,
He's pushing out, peeking in towards attacker spawn.
Yeah,
finds
Monya
that
on
kill.
Neon. He's popping off.
No recourse available to get a reply kill. Well, RQ in a strong
Thoughts on the
position as
new
they-
skin? All right, I've seen a couple of people pointing this out. So what is this? I like that the little characters turn angry when you shoot. That's pretty cool. But this is like the opposite of the kind of skins that I like. I guess it's not opposite. I don't like the edgiest skins ever, but yeah. That doesn't do anything for me at all. Nothing at all. You would 100% have that in secrecy? No, I wouldn't. No, I absolutely wouldn't.
Miraculously tied things up at 10-10.
yeah, this could have been 11-9 with RRQ on...
Right, I'm
really
going
bad
to smush
economy
Southeast
and,
Asia into one region. It's
you
going
know,
to make them
attacker
talentless
side
development
for
because they
Talon,
can't
like,
join
they
team
probably
and
would have just been
play.
able to close it out, but now it's
What do you mean
anybody's
can't
game.
join
Like,
team
anybody
and
can
play?
take this map from here.
Pivoting over here towards A. Just Jemkin.
Fewer teams.
Back over in towards spawn. Thrash
Yeah, I mean, but they're gonna still have like open qualifier setups, so the best teams are still
double face forward,
in the system, right?
A 5v3 now, Rolling Thunder.
I mean, yes, there are going to be less teams involved, yeah.
Hit that here.
But it's not like there's.
Shit Boys can open things up a little bit more, but there you go, 2 kills. This is Stray and Jemkin both fall.
I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but it's not like there's going to be any great squads that end up missing out, are there?
It does. Boys again. Wide swinging across Xfero.
I guess I really don't know. This is the problem. I just don't have enough knowledge about like how good the depth of talent is in the scene, that kind of thing.
Everybody's a push forward. Governor able to get the fadeaway there on Amaniat. Takes him down with the overdrive. 2v2. And spotted Elmy Moore. Flash at the ready. Quick turn on that one. Elmy Moore coming away with one. And it all comes down.
Nice from Governor.
Who's good with
The Neons are really just sending it with their ultimates, getting big value out of it.
Yeah, really nicely handled there right at the end by Talon. They know the pressure is coming in right from that angle. The flash right through. Nice pick.
South Asia has 14 teams in comparison.
Now there's 4.
Yeah, but again, I'm not sure. Like, does that correlate with player base or the amount of teams that sign up in total? I don't know. I don't have enough info.
To deal with on the opposite side. Only more though, just a Bucky in play. Been seeing it get a decent bit of value when it does crop up from time to time. Surprised to see that Maniac doesn't just pass the Vandal over and then use the overdrive here in the round, but
yeah.
What's the ability for that instant tap? Governor on the
Please tell me you're predding MIBR versus Loud. No, I am
that
not.
Would have been a hell of a shot from Elmy Moore, but he cannot make it happen. Instead, he's going to eat a little bit of damage.
Governor's just going to throw some stuff on a C, hit the door, and not commit. They're just going to take the orb. Spike is still at the spawn.
Talon playing a little more spread on their D4 here.
A little bit of damage.
Slowly working the map. Running a fake, but with a...
Pings here onto Elmy Moore now in a rough spot.
Huh. That's interesting. Going for the pull with the ult and then just contacting in behind it to try to get a kill off the back. It feels like Talon have a lot of set play ideas that they want to go for.
Moving forward here over towards Rubble.
I wonder if that's Frost or whether that's one of the players cooking. I feel like Frost teams have not... I don't think Frost's that kind of like strategic coach, but I could be wrong.
Thrash at the ready, send, dive, sport, detain, out on the 2.
Oh, holy... Okay, 2 for Jemkin.
Picks up the spike, still not planted, and they have to commit to this site. 15 seconds remaining. Tries to send this one out. The Rolling Thunder crashing across, forces it back.
Cruz. These rounds are so weird, man. They're so weird. Look at Cruz pathing in this round. It's just so... He's just so far away. There's 22 seconds left and he's just abandoned his team. It's so... I can't be convinced that this is great Valorant, but it's entertaining Valorant. Do you think you'll cast Valorant until you're 65, or do you want to retire early, hopefully? Yeah, I think I've got like another 3 more years in me. I think I can make it until 65.
They use it to just clear out the site, and Jitboy's is like, well, I'm probably not getting this one down.
There's a headshot through the wall.
Governor knocked down with 12 with the op in hand.
You're only 62? Fuck you.
You're not confirmed that kill, but obviously no skies in play, so that is just unrecoverable damage.
All right,
dealt.
2 people trying to get posted up, breaking.
I'm checking around.
That setup.
At least if you can note.
Yeah, I mean, they're certainly pushing away the chamber. I don't think the chamber... If people keep playing Neon on this map, I don't think Elmy Moore can get away with playing chamber.
Over towards the mound for now, just 3 members, a couple still...
There's a lot of old casters across all sports. Yeah, but not really across esports.
Forced forward.
A lot of the older casters kind of fade out of... It tends to be a bit of a young person's...
Less than a minute remaining now.
Gig, because the money is unstable. There's a lot of traveling. It's not really conducive for good parenting.
He's got the paranoia at the ready to support Elmy Moore.
Oh God! Oh, I just nutted.
Did you see Frost ranting on Babybay's podcast about how he thinks it's absurd that scrim sharing is legal and teams can do it, and Riot says that it's not against the rules? Kinda crazy, no?
Yeah, I didn't see him ranting about it, but I saw people talking about him ranting about it. But yeah, I think if there's evidence that it's happening, there should be something in the rulebook that allows it to be punished. But the problem is that it's kind of difficult to enforce. Like, you know, teams could just be telling each other what, you know, you pass somebody in a corridor and they might say to you like, hey, I've seen him playing, you know, they scrimmed us last week and they were playing Chamber. Like, watch out for it or whatever. They don't have to leak you a full VOD on Discord where you have the logs to prove it for it to be extremely damaging. Yeah. To be honest, this kind of thing normally gets fixed within team environments. You know, people having integrity and shutting it down before it happens, but I don't really think the Riot can do too much. It should be against the rules, I think, and it should be punished if it's found to be happening, but I don't really think that they can do too much about it. Yeah. And people in Overwatch as well also said that it was somewhat prevalent within the Korean scene that people would share scrims between the teams. But yeah, I don't really know anything about it. I want to be a caster. It's my dream job. Oh, that's funny. It's my dream job as well. I also just want to work in esports in general. Are there any internships or otherwise things you'd recommend to start, either casting or esports in general? Just make content. Just make content, whatever that is. If it's writing articles, if it's making videos, making YouTube shorts, analytical stuff, writing up, you know, guides, tweeting, being a Twitter analyst, like anything that can show that you have skills that are usable. And then if there are opportunities, pursue them. Yeah, I mean, you should pursue your marketing degree anyway. Like, get your degree for sure. There's plenty of marketing jobs within esports. But most of those are like actual jobs with orgs or with developers that you would have to apply for. But yeah, there's plenty of those. It'll feel like a marketing job, not an esports job, but it'll be related to esports. The only esport I watch religiously is Apex, and scrims are super public info there, so it's kind of weird they aren't in Valorant to me. The thing with Valorant, though, is if you see someone scrims, you know what setups they're going to be running, and it's super easy to break those setups once you know about them. You can never hide, like, set strats that you're practicing. You can't hide comps that you're running. So much of Valorant's entire setup is a game of imperfect information. You're supposed to come in not knowing much about your opponents, rather than pre-aiming every angle that you've seen them hold. You know, like, the more you know about your opponents, the less the game becomes about Valorant, and the more it becomes about just remembering how to not fall into their traps.
I mean, there's only 35 seconds left, and looks like Governor's going to start it off.
Does manage to slide across. Flash timing. Pretty decent. Governor's still at risk.
Why would a team use the same setups in scrims versus the real game? That's like teacher using the same questions in homework and in the test. No, you're right, Devoin. That's sick from Devoin, from Monya. You're right, Devoin. You're so right. Everybody should be using brand new setups whenever they play a match that they've never practiced before. That's so smart of you, actually.
This planet on C, just pulling RRQ from one side to the other.
Absolutely astounding. Is out the swing in. Jemkin, attention pulled in both directions. Ends up getting taken down. Cruz flushed out. Surf trying to hold his ground.
Oh, surely not a cosmic fumble again. Surely not another cosmic fumble.
Finds the headshot. And RRQ take the round.
Brother.
Operator can be taken as well.
What's going on out here?
They get themselves up the map point.
How did they manage that? That was insane. I got to see this replay.
Just
I mean, Elmore just
1v1s
huge,
over and over
just
again. No
essentially taking a couple of
crossfires.
1v1s himself and a couple of headshots.
It all comes down to this.
Yeah.
Monyet.
A 4v2. This is a 4v2.
I mean, sure, the other players, they have enough time to react, to pivot, to turn around, but... I mean, he's no longer in play. The Jit Boys is still there for Talon. And they'd like to get the round.
I think only one of our analysts has come out just yet. They're expecting overtime.
There we go.
What a toss.
Choper's walking back over to his seat now.
I don't know,
saying,
this is going
okay,
overtime.
maybe
You
it's
guys
done.
Stay
So.
over there. Like,
Hey, I think that this overtime, very much possible. The Jit Boys with the Cosmic Divide.
What do I think of the RRQ jersey? I have
Find
not
a
been
lot
paying
more
attention to
value
it.
compared to
They're like
his
orange
here.
and black.
that's pretty much the one.
Nah, I mean, I don't know. It looks like a tiger.
All the piece are, there's Monyet
Not
just
my kind of thing,
around the
but
corner trying to put
I mean,
some
I would
shots
never
through
wear
on
a
the
jersey
Find any connections there.
anyway, so I don't really know what basis to use
Cleared out.
to rate it.
Just trying to clear whatever util they can, just trying to push in. But now
Yeah, this is on the map
rotation
1,
coming
yeah.
over towards C. There are 4 members of RRQ on the site. They are ready for this push if it comes, and it is coming in.
Stacking this wisely.
Paranoia, bit of spam.
Line spraying across, has to backpedal the
Cifro
Governor,
getting
gets the hound
caught.
down, swings into the corner here. Finds himself, but not quite.
That's from
Second,
Estrella. Oh my god, what the fuck? Estrella swings in after Monya though.
And he gets absolutely
But these teams are bonkers.
All on Elmore.
These teams are fucking bonkers.
Jump. The attempt here, the blind shot's just a hair.
Oh, close, close. Very close.
But now it's only 3 bullets remaining in the headhunter. Trying to see if they swing out. They do, and Van finds a headshot. Strap yourselves in. We've got overtime.
I'd like to review Team Secret, but I think I have too many games to review tonight to get to them, but we'll see.
Blast cannons, though, in play. Armorless for Elmore and Governor. As I just... here comes the Odin spray.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the attack side. Jiggle, peek across. Monyet rushing forward. Governor able to avoid that one. Paranoia also gets dragged out. Hell of a util dump coming through. So he gets reset on the line, but Jimkin
Punishing the
will
repeat with
find
the
that
op.
kill.
Instantly re-clearing from Ban. I mean, so
decent
bold
damage
here
on
from
the
Ban and
Elmore.
Surf.
Could be an easy target for
Reading
him,
the fact that they
an advantage for
didn't
RRQ
immediately
to
go
start
into an
here
exec,
on
so they're
the
probably giving up the space. Does Ban
this
die
one's
to Zifro? Oh, oh, what a whiff from Zifro.
That is pretty huge for the team to make sure they get on even footing once again.
4v4 with 2 players who are basically dead.
How are Neon and ISO doing
Still has
post
all his
buff?
util
They're
over
both
towards C,
pretty
and
damn
you
good.
see that RQ's just gonna
ISO's
travel
not
over
that
towards
great
A,
at pro play,
where it is
especially as
just
a solo
cruise with
duelist,
Odin.
but
they haven't had a lot of luck.
it's still
You
quite
remember
good.
At the end of their attacking half, they were just kind of getting shredded by
It's getting
Odin.
picked. I mean, that's a
But as we
huge
see, Bruce is way
improvement.
back on the site. He's not in tree at this moment as they look to push towards A.
Scanning ahead.
30 seconds left.
That's certainly very suspicious. Does look like this push is coming in.
All right, well, Thrash built up.
What's been the funniest round to cast this stage? I think...
Cruz maybe trying to find a timing. Either
Didn't
way,
we have
Ellie finds his
one-
death.
Oh, fuck, what
Surf
was it?
On the swing out, catching Monyet unawares, snappy with that headshot. Plant going to be coming through all the same.
Didn't
here
we have a
from the wingman.
ridiculous one just today?
3v3. Still an op v op.
Oh, yeah, it was... Zeppa just floated across the rope and deliberately got detained behind G2 on Icebox. And then got the kill with the knife on the Viper in pit.
In towards the stairs, but Elmore on the hard line has the advantage. Mosh still available from Jemkin.
That one was
Spot
quite
the
silly.
one, Surf dealt with. Jit Boys now, everything to do. The time working against him. Another tap to Mosh now. Drawn out. Jemkin rushing forward, looking for the readjust, the reload.
Right.
In, but Elmore
Kills on the round. And that will be the attacker side
Surely
of
it's
win
the jaw round
to
on
the side of
Sunset.
RRQ. So now it's Talon's
That one wasn't
attempt.
funny, though. That was
Will they tie it up
impressive.
again?
Like I said,
The question was the
15-13
funniest.
Last series, Elmore, knowing that he's going to be spotted out, has to just go ahead and
Supply destroyed.
rendezvous out to safety.
Yeah, the C9... I think C9 choked and
onto
fumbled that
here, it looks like, although
on
not
the final
full
map.
committal. They still have ban over.
It is a little
No,
difficult to
now
play
he's gonna
double
group up with the
initiator on
team.
attack side
Wanted to try to push forward, get
because
some more information
you
over
want to
there.
use
The
your
one-way setup
utility to
comes
take map
through.
control, but if you
Line
do
connecting,
that,
Elmi Moore
you just make
trying
it
to
so
pull back,
easy for the
still
defenders to
only person
understand
at
where
the
you are on
site
the
for
map.
the moment now.
So you just end up kind of
Swapped off.
contacting around
Wrapping around,
so that
getting himself
you're
situated up on top of the box.
playing the info game better,
Land coming in.
but then you're not actually using
Right,
your
not
comp.
gonna be able to find the connection there. Cruz drops down to safety.
It's a weird scenario.
It's just going to be a full 5v5 retake. Only more.
Ults available. Cruz finds one. He does get himself a Hunter's Fury. See if that can come into play. Here's Jim Boy swinging across, able to spot out one. As there's 2 kills found. Jemkin and Elmi Moore both going to be dealt with. Monyet, shorty in hand, finds one. Still
I don't
though,
think these
they read
retakes
there's gonna
look
be somebody
good
up
from
on top
these
of the
teams.
box
I
at the
mean,
moment. They're
what
not
is
paying
this
attention to it.
paranoia
There's a drop down.
usage?
Governor strikes, but not before Jim Boys ends up dying. Sprays up into the smoke, finds himself a second now. All on Estrella, the swing out. He's dead.
I don't think the
13,
coordination is
keep on
there for
going.
these teams when they're
We keep on
retaking.
going, just the beginning
They've
of
got
this
some
overtime,
nice,
I have
Talon
to
especially,
say.
have got some nice set plays with like reclears and stuff like that, like trap plays to try to get a pick, but
It's nice to
both
think
teams,
about
I think,
what
are really
your
struggling with
records,
coordination on
you know,
retakes.
They just essentially get on the scene for free because they clear out the back of the site
These should be
still, and
like
they get
banging
planned for free,
retake
and then
comps.
RQ decide they want to try to go for the full retake, but Governor just holds that angle.
Is
so well.
Fanatics
He's able to pick up
2023 Lotus comp still the
3
de
for
facto
himself,
meta?
But yeah, essentially just kinda give it up the
Yes,
site. Talon
for
will take all
now,
that room
but
and
the
take the round.
neon comps might easily become meta. This is the same set play that Talon ran last time, where the idea is you get that kill off the
Committing to the operator,
Odin.
committing to that glass
I really
setup.
like it. It's a pity it's not finding value. It's a cool strat.
As Monyet taking support space, clears out the cam. Has to remove this dart. This plank gets ready to come through, but Shock Dart a little bit too deep on the bounce. Doesn't find any damage, so Jemkin for now healthy, and Aftershock buys them some additional space.
I can't believe the difference between Leaf in the first half of Lotus and Leaf in the second half of Lotus. It's like a different player. I think it was like 4 and 12 or something in the first half. I think he died almost every single round, if not every round. And then he didn't die at all in the second half.
Talon now get themselves up to map point themselves. The pop
And he got so many kills. So many kills. 15 and 0. I mean, that's just crazy. Meanwhile, Oxy got 1 kill.
Many times in this map, and yeah, essentially they use so many things to try to
1 kill
prevent
on attack
and delay
side.
this push from coming in, but eventually Talon were going to full set.
What's up,
with all
Animantite?
5 members, and you know they see barrels. Nobody's checking this angle. I mean, Jip Boy's getting huge value.
You're a hard set
Certainly
gold. We can
hits
get
a
you out of
couple
there.
headshots, and it's just a full cleanup. It does
I want to
look
do
like
some more coaching. I
RQ
really
were
enjoyed
caught
doing
off
some
guard,
coaching of
and
people
that's
in my
going
chat.
to get the timeout out of them.
I think it's very, very easy to
Final
coach,
burned here.
like up to
Let's see though. Can they keep this
like
one
up to
going?
immortal at least.
Either
There's
make
just
it
so
16,
much that
14,
that rank players do
close
wrong.
it out as
There's
quickly as
so
possible,
much.
but right now,
Like-
RQ at risk.
Myself as well, obviously. I'm not saying I'm better. I'm just saying it's just easy to do when there are so many areas of obvious improvement.
kind of intense. I mean, Talon.
And I think it's
retake
fun
there
to
on
do as
B
well.
was
I just
trying
tend to be doing more
coach them
pro
for this
play based
next
stuff.
round, which they cleared out the grass.
But I want to do
shaping
some of it.
information
Maybe I'll do some in
needs
like the
and
off season or something.
try to get themselves better situated for a push, which
Such a coach is like
Coming in
Stevie
towards
Wonder
me.
teaching you how to walk.
Oh,
I mean, could Stevie Wonder not walk? I don't know enough about Stevie Wonder. Was he blind? I don't know enough about him. He could walk, but he was blind. What does this button do? What did you just do? You've highlighted the message with, like, animated background. I've never seen that before. What have you just done? Bisexual message, happy Pride Month. Yeah, RRQ's coach does look a bit like Nate Shot, yeah.
Elmi Moore trying to swing out, not allowed any space whatsoever. Quick taps from Governor.
I mean, it'll
That's
make your
the
message
chamber.
stand out.
Well, that much more unlikely that we
Can you say trans rights?
come
Yeah.
close to trying to break
I
the
can.
OT record. Googled it, 24-22. Wow, back in 2021. Pre-franchising, but, you know, FPX versus Forza over in EMEA. Now, see,
Okay, this is just the premium setup to hard retake for RRQ, and they're gonna flood. They're gonna flood. With, dude, your Omen is in fucking Timbuktu. You have no smoke, but also more importantly, I think you have no paranoia.
To push earlier rather than later.
Line in. Oh my,
Is this gonna work?
Just get rewarded with a headshot, a ban, quick to trade it out.
I mean, I kind of like the fact that they're not going crazy aggro, though. They got their way in off the back of that flood. They went 1-for-1, and now they're pausing and waiting for Xfero. I don't like how far away Xfero is and the fact that he's flanking. Because if he just reconnected with the team by going through Blue Door and back here, he could be paranoiaing for them right now and allowing them to actually get past this smoke.
Advantage, maintain. Is Estrella now gone?
I think this is just Talon winning the map, isn't it?
It looks like they're going to be able to do so. Just 2 more plays to deal with Xfero. Noted. Finds the
They're
first
not
one, but I
going to
don't
think
he's gonna
about
read
Cruz.
position whatsoever. It's not going to be snappy enough now. It all falls to Jemkin, who will fall.
I think Talon had better ideas on this map. They just also giga through a couple of post plants to get this into overtime. But they had some. I think that was a very entertaining game of Lotus, but I actually don't think it was that great. I think the chamber's got to be changed as well for Elmer Moore. It just looked so bad in this matchup against the Neon. Anyway, sorry, let me catch up with some of the people in the chat. Noah Emotion. Hey Sergio, you're my favorite caster by far. I find you hilarious, and you always bring a smile to my face when I watch you. So thanks. You're welcome, Noah, and I'll send the $5 to your PayPal right now. That's the most paid chatter message of all time, isn't it? Yeah, I'll do some coaching at some point, Animanta, but I don't know when. Yeah, I watched some of the Fnatic BBL game, but not very much of it. I would like to watch that VOD, but I don't think I have time yet. Have you read the UCAM CEO post about the whole logistical business and economic effort of moving up to VCT? No, I haven't. I think it would be interesting. I think it's something that people don't think about as much, but... Is this the link that Nightbot just killed? Yeah. This is looking like a summary of my video. Yes. I mean, this is to do with EMEA, specifically. But, yeah, I mean, this would apply to the other regions, just not Germany. Replace them with other things.
If Zen wasn't supposed to flank,
Bodog said that Riot didn't consider EMEA because apparently you have to
That's
register
low,
your
bro.
org in Berlin if you make tier 1. Yeah, I mean, I don't know anything about German law, so but I mean, that would be the same in the United States as well, right? Like if you're operating within the United States, if you're a Brazilian organization and you set up offices in the US and you have people like playing out of the office and you're paying people and stuff like that, I mean, you'd have to like register the company in the United States as well, I think. But yeah, it's like all of these logistical things still count in other regions too. But maybe it's particularly bad in Germany. I know that they're quite bureaucratic. But yeah. I think it's... yeah, I mean, this is the whole reason that I made that video. Is because I thought that people kind of got the wrong end of the stick about whether or not it was a good change or a bad change for Tier 2. But yeah.
Positions, but still shuffling in the roles, especially for the side of Talon. Now, we haven't seen them play on Ascent since week 1 of stage 1. That was versus Genji. They kind of got blown out of the water. That was when we were seeing Governor pick up this KO. It was.
Now it was gonna be 14 mini Shui. What was gonna happen was they were gonna start ascending 2 teams at a time, so that they got up to 14. I don't know why they ended on 14. To me, it never made any sense really. 12 is a much better number, but yeah, for whatever reason, they had 14 in their heads when they first came up with the system. Can you read my sub, man? Sorry, Slimothy. Sup, little bro. Yeah, I'm not your little bro, Slimothy. Thank you for the 58 months.
Or, never mind. I was wrong. Governor was playing the Jet. My bad.
Okay, so
I mean, I do think that
I'm just gonna vibe and watch this map because fucking hell. I was gonna say because this is gonna be a standard game of Ascent, and then we see the world's weirdest B main push. This isn't even a tiles crunch. I mean, their Omen is on the other side of the map. What is going on here?
So Ban's back over onto the Jet.
Yeah. I mean, I do think that Cruz did
Flash thrown in the corner.
We do already have some action.
I mean, they just got fucking owned.
Fucking
owned.
And RQ will take that.
I don't think that was even supposed to go all the way out to tiles. I think that was just a play to break the turret and see if they could find a pick early. But I mean, that's such a gamble to go for on the defense side, because what if they're all grouped up B main? That's a really weird pistol from Talon.
Lurk here from Jit Boys trying to swing his way around in towards B main, but turret still set up to note him. It's going to have to be cleared out unless he can bit of smoke to it. So it's going to be Manya dealt with a serve. 2 quick taps. Shock dart not going to connect.
Yeah, no, it was going to be 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah.
It's definitely doable. There's not that much time, but
Jit Boys hanged out there on the recon.
I feel so bad for Brazil and LATAM as an American. We are taking the best scrim partners here to LA. Yeah. Yep.
On Jit, he just can't get it done. Jemkin with a finisher there on 2. RQ collect themselves a pistol round win.
Yeah, I mean, this round nearly brought back by.
It's cool to see Ban playing Jet here. I mean, Ban was really, really good on Jet when he was playing in Americas.
But at the end of the day, it really just comes
I mean, not
down to this.
VCT Americas, but like,
what
was it called at the time?
And Talon just try to.
What was it called?
And try to get over there.
NA.
Don't know.
What's that supposed to mean?
Challengers. Is that what it was called?
Yeah, must be very positive. No,
they have a solid record at least.
It wasn't first strike. I'm going to skip the eco rounds. Maybe I shouldn't have skipped the eco round. But
definitely did not.
I can't be fucked watching them at the moment.
Start off with 2.
Yeah, back when Ban was playing for Pittsburgh Knights and then playing a match and then also streaming for like 13 hours after that.
Higher ADR.
Right now,
brother.
Brother.
That's not good from Ban in mid. That's also not good from Governor. That's not how you want to be playing the KO in that position. Good double kill from Jit Boys.
Oh, Sparrow. He plays this so perfectly. Cruz now with everything to do. He can't get anything.
That one if you're Ewok or any fan.
There's the bonus round.
A lot of it.
Oh
my god, what's happened here?
And now he's over here.
What has happened here?
Snappy with a headshot still.
I guess this makes up for the previous.
Weapon gonna be snatched up. Vandal now in hand is RQ. For the entry, Paranoia. Nicely timed, but Lumber unscouted. Cruz able to find one.
That's so nice that the Phantom just falls exactly on top of Cruz.
It's all on Monyet. The TP forward. Monyet finds the first headshot.
And Monyet just didn't even think for a second that Jit Boys was sticking that.
I don't know why it seems like the round.
Jit Boys just ulted right behind him, and Monyet was just like, nah, you ain't sticking that.
He knows that Jit Boys has already used his ultimate. Now TP's across the map, suspecting that he was going to be surrounded. 0 point is well committed. Monyet with a fantastic reposition. The door now going to be shut, and he actually gets in front of it. If he clutches this,
yeah,
this is one of the most
I agree with you,
rounds
Just
I've
Red,
seen.
but unfortunately, I don't really see a solution.
He's coming down though. He's about to double face into them. Governor is able to find the shot.
Unless we had a completely
There you
separate
go. Ooh,
South
what a rescue
America
around here from
division.
Yeah.
And even then, I wouldn't know where you were supposed to put
second round
LATAM.
really difficult
I guess you
for
could do
RQ,
something
and
similar
maybe
to
this
what
fourth one
LCS is doing,
difficult. They came in
where
this
they
one
have
with
South
hitting a
America, North
shorty
America,
and
but
two shit at first, and then Cruz is hiding in the
they
corner.
split the two
Nobody
LATAM
checked,
teams
and
up,
it was
one
just
and one
confusion.
in the other.
Oh boy, dueling Odins. Here we go.
It's Achilleos' favorite time.
Yeah, I love this so much.
But I don't think we have a
Look at
good
the lineup
solution,
on
to
the
be honest with you.
opposite side. There's the opening
It's a bit of a
for Ray. There's the
problem
opening
of
board
geography
dropped.
and ping. One day
Entering
we'll
Odin
create
fire, finding absolutely nothing. And Xfero also
faster than
falls.
light
Comes up with another
communication,
one.
and then we'll be able to play
Brilliant
LAN
rise to
everywhere.
the angle here, suspecting the push out. Does find Bad. So puts the operator down on the floor. The man advantage still very much here for Talon.
Oh boy.
And Jit Boy's all the way up at top mid.
Spike down mid.
Peeks out. Monyet not ready for that one.
Yeah, I mean, they win the Odin duel, and then picks up
A big old
second
choke
one
from
with the Odin,
Charlie
and
Niner. Grubs.
we did see, yeah, Ban goes down, but then immediately Jitboy is just so pushed down, taking so much value, and now he's going to pick up Estrella, and it's only Jemkin. I mean, he's taking so much of the map down, and RQ, they just kind
But
of
also
got
just ran
pulled
into some
up
of the
in this
problems
one
that you have
corner,
when you play double
especially
initiator
after
on that
losing
map.
that Odin duel.
It's kind of tough on the attack side to not
Feel
give
very
away
good
exactly
for
where you're
now.
playing
Here's the
constantly.
footsteps as Governor just going to be grabbing the orb.
But yeah, I
Far
do
away.
think they choked. There was just so many
Having
winnable
that
spots that they
ultimate
threw
on
away.
push forward, finds it.
And
So
Oxy
Ultimate
could
Man
not
gonna be
find
gifted in
openers.
death.
Or any kills, really.
Jemkin would love to recover the Odin, but
G2 just
wanna push
grinds
forward,
it
doesn't
out.
Put himself at
30
risk.
seconds left.
Grinds it out.
Smoke down.
Oh,
where
G2 are good.
Maybe if this
I still think both can be true,
It's going
though.
to be Talon. Getting
A
them.
G2 can be a good team, and Cloud9 can
Odin
choke.
King Achilleos.
Yeah. King of a hollow crown,
Here.
as far as I'm concerned. But, you know.
Yeah,
it's in
Leaf
the game.
dominated them on the
We'll
second
take
half of
advantage of
Lotus.
it.
Absolutely
We're not prepared.
dominated them.
Well, he's,
But again, I think it's just a bit too
Exactly,
easy for
yes.
Leaf to
Or maybe
understand
he
when,
just,
the
picked an angle and
checklist in your head. Did you just see Initiator utility come flying at you?
And it
If
works out
yes, there's
in a
going to
big
be
way.
people
And that's really all we highlight
behind
from
it.
that round, because that was the biggest
If
part.
no,
That is
and there
to
was
get to
Initiator
blind
utility on the other
kills
side of the map, you
and
can
put them
push.
very far ahead. They
Governor.
I think it's just very
Okay,
easy
for
for
a
Leaf
second
to
on the
find
silhouette,
those
I thought he was
aggressive
pushing out in
moments.
towards Pizza.
And I don't think
Man,
Moose did a
though.
good enough job of stopping
See,
it.
peeks out, looks for the flick, but Estrella with a nice headshot.
Which
Got that
team do you
down.
think looked the best in Americas this weekend?
Saw he
Uh,
about to start the dash. I feel like I
I
the
don't
noise.
even know.
Oh, there's the reveal, and here we go again. No.
A
Cannot
lot of the
overstay
teams
no.
looked
The pressure is
good,
coming
but
through.
not
He will get hounded down. Surf now, surrounded.
phenomenal.
Governor as well, dropped to the floor.
Spike
As it is
planted.
suddenly just Jit Boys left. Little peek out Estrella there in front of him. Will be able to claim it. That's going to be flawless here.
I think you could genuinely say, like, EG, G2, Sentinels,
They got that initial pick and then eventually just
Kinda
push in towards B.
pick
and
whichever one you
enough
think played
utility
better.
Into the members that were on that B site, especially Cruz, who did not get any value out of his CR. Stretch that lead.
And towards Tiles. 0 point going to be noting him. And they should suspect that there's going to be an op in play. Double setup here at bench, though. This is going to be a trade back. A lot of
Talon are
damage
trying to
dealt
fight
to Monyet.
really
That's
heavily
17 HP.
on
Continues to
that
swing
mid
out
angle
wide.
up towards
Spot on the surf.
top mid.
Swing
It's
towards
just
market.
it's just such a
Overall,
gamble at
Talon
the start of the round.
better of that
Let's
exchange.
just take a raw duel with our
Absolutely.
Killjoy
And
and
also very low
KO, and
on
if
his
you lose that
seat.
fight, you've basically lost the round. Don't know why you would play Ascent, a defense-sided
Cruz
map
now in a bit of a
like
rough
that.
position. Top of his own team's Nano Swarm, but Van catching a glimpse, able to find the shot. Ellie Moore going to be taken
Contesting
down,
it
but
with the
now
Jet seems
play.
fine, but I'm not
They're flush
trying to
out,
turn it into a
boats,
team
ends
fight.
up falling in band, just going to have to back away, keep himself safe. Stop himself from getting detained, but still, opportunities here for this 2v3.
Okay, you got to be
to come
worried about B
fruition.
main.
Both Monyet and Jim
Paranoia lane. G-Boy's just got to try to keep Ban safe for a sec.
Playing this one slow.
Can you bait out the push from B main? Do you even know there's a player B main? They suspect it, but they don't know.
His way forward, but ready with the backstab is Xfero. If he hears anything,
Oh.
drop down to the site. He's swings up,
Oh,
Jim
that's a
Boyce
flick.
finds it suddenly.
Zafiro
That much more
probably
winnable.
should have
No
had
cross.
that.
Jemkin able to find one. This is all on Jit. He just can't
Could have been a
quite find
nasty
out.
round from G-Boys.
So close to being able to find Monyet, but he will be the last one standing.
Did you see the
Yeah, I
tweet
mean,
breaking
this-
down the send set play with Cypher and
Waiting
Deadlock?
in the smoke, pushes out and then immediately just gets 180 no scoped in the head.
No, I didn't.
That was
What
kind
was
of the
that?
craziest moment, but a lot of rotations coming in. Starts out with the straight here on top mid, and a lot of swarm grenade damage that does come down. The aggressive lockdown as well, and then just some really sharp angles. Manya barely winning it with 17 HP.
Nice gotcha.
And 5 rounds already.
The Riot VCT America stream should hire Portuguese and Spanish-speaking mods to mod chat rather than ban every instance of Portuguese and Spanish. Yeah. I mean, I don't really agree with that, to be honest with you, Ness, because it's the English-speaking broadcast. There is a Portuguese and Spanish-speaking broadcast.
Ready.
That's the same for anything.
Yeah, and the more
They all keep the
attack,
language of the
better set
broadcast.
They are. Going over to that defending side. Cruz dart at the ready. Sparrow pulling away for a brief little moment. If he reads where the dart comes from,
I think it just streamlines things.
quick spam across.
Keeps things in a common language between everybody in the chat.
We'll just off to clear it out. Cruz able to back away. Hunter's Fury ready to go.
But I'm not sure how strictly they adhere to that in other languages, because I'm not in there all the time. Like if you go into the Portuguese one and start speaking English, do they ban you there? I would assume so, but maybe not.
See the rotation coming in from the entire team over towards the outside of B main, and it's going to be all up to Cruz here. See if he
Who are the Spanish-Portuguese casters in Americas?
Fury in this spot.
I mean, we work with them every day. They're
Killjoy doesn't really tell you too much.
Yeah.
talented group of people, but
Flash over the top now should have a decent idea about it. Some shock dart sent, just looking to clear out the KJ tilt. That does take out the nano swarm. Cruz suppressed the null command, not allowing him to even try to use it. Should he?
I can't name them. I can't name them all, and I don't want to leave anybody out, so I don't want to start naming them. I don't really talk to the Portuguese casters very often, though.
Be able to ramp it. Yep, Jemkin having line of
I talk to the LATAM casters a lot, but not so much the
Portuguese
Portuguese, Brazilian casters. I'm not really sure why. We just don't tend to cross paths that often.
Governor picks up the Sheriff. Gets the headshot. A follow-up onto Xparrow. That's some fantastic damage dealt. Does he have more? Weapon now. Hand delivered. On the spot, seeing one over at boats. Fragment going to be sent in deep. Jemkin Howard pushing up behind the boxes, and he cannot readjust.
And Jemkin does take him down. So 6-2 now for our RQ.
And holding. Committed my updraft to get into this position. I'm not going to drop down that easily.
Sova's gonna spot each other in a way. Ooh. Okay.
Talon are playing so aggressively on the defense side.
Heating up.
Catching one yet, though, there is huge for your chances of winning the round, though.
Good amount of ultimates to utilize here for the side of Talon. Lockdown, you can counteract.
It might just be a practical thing, Ness, where the mods in other channels know English because it is more often used as a international language.
Takes down Serve. And immediately that, you know, they already did have ban over there, but now he's the only guy on the site. And there's 3 members of Talon over on A, but as we know, it's just ban to try to stop the entirety of this push that is coming in right now.
Flash him off the angle, the repeat is going to be good. Xparrow going to be taken down.
Bang to rights. Bang to rights is a good phrase, actually. I like bang to rights.
No closer to really making their way into the site. They don't have any smokes to try to just cut off this angle. Other than that cloud burst, but that's going to dissipate very soon. Second one going to be sent in. We'll be looking for the timing shot, but there you go. All out into the open, all taken down.
That's very difficult to convert that round without smokes.
And it's a really clean up there from Talon. Best situation for them is that they tie it up and try to have a similar attacking side. Still advantage RQ here.
Oh. Your boy spotted out there.
That's an interesting recon dart from Elwood. Doing it with a bounce so that you can scale off it a bit easier. I like the way that Ban and Cruz are playing off each other there. Oh my god, that wasn't intentional. It still worked.
Until this very moment, Manya finding one with a shorty, but Governor.
I like that duo play though from Ban and Cruz. They played each other in really nicely.
For another 6 and 6 half.
Immediately get him up. He already did pull his weight, and so RQ going to take their first timeout after a couple of more rounds going the way of Talon. RQ are still in control, but yeah, definitely a couple of very rounds looked very clean. As I mentioned before, you know, if they can close this one out with 6-6, it's not that bad.
And it's very possible if they win this round. Money-wise, RQ still going to be in a bit of a weakened position. I mean, you see it straight down to 800. Full loss bonus will be coming into play, but let's see what the game plan looks like here for RQ.
I don't think anyone's
now.
actually doing
Only
anything
set
off
up
that
the
flash
boys
that
just
Governor
peeking
just
off
threw.
this.
Maybe Ban was trying to get a
Set
deeper
up the
angle,
next smoke.
Yeah.
but Ban's playing
Do it
pretty
again.
passively with this operator.
But big rotation over here from the side
Recon
of RQ.
thrown
Looks
into
like
mid
they
as
wanna
well.
push towards A once again.
They're playing so aggressively. I mean, look at Governor. They're 30 seconds into the round. He's flashed. They've reconned, and they're just taking mid control. The weird part about this, though, is you know that they're not in mid, but you've got two players in mid. And if they're not mid because they're A main right now, you're just playing an A retake.
Back off the angle.
Wedge It Boys is
Newmore was
kind of
considering
stuck.
sending out
I
the
mean, you
drone,
don't have good
opts to hold
retake.
on to this one, and now smoke
I mean, you've got
dissipating.
Surf's ult, actually.
Four-man creep up here into A main. Fragment try to buy some time. Gemkid there on the entry, but Governor.
Okay. Elmimore dies
Not
to
sure
the
how he managed
fragment.
that, but
It wasn't like he wasn't even paranoid, so.
Alright, here comes Surf with the ult.
Plant will come through all the same.
Do you have a plan to deal with that? Nope.
And Elmimore dead.
Wait, Estrella has a lineup for it. This is the lineup. There it goes. There's Estrella's lineup.
Fragment does go out. Will it get the clear out?
Nice.
It's riding on top of it. Gorgeously set up.
That this lineup here that you see from Estrella, this is the most like standard KO lineup that you're gonna see to break the Killjoy lockdown. And I think it's become prevalent enough that if you haven't seen the fragment grenade be used in the round, you need to put the lockdown somewhere else.
Has a lineup. Fragment does go out. Will it get the clear out?
People used to not like doing it very much,
Gorgeously set
and
up.
sometimes teams on their attacks would be using the fragment grenade in the exec, but I think now people are... It's becoming so common that the Killjoys are going to start playing around it. But... Oh, that's so much damage. Hello? Did they not realize that Jemkin was still on site after he killed one? They didn't even turn around to look.
That's one way to do it. I mean, they just anchored themselves on the sites. You saw Xfero with the Phantom getting huge value there through the smoke, nearly taking out two members. Gets the first one and then nearly gets a bonus kill, and then Jemkin on the side. This is this first one. Gets the guy running through the smoke, and Jemkin just hiding in the smoke himself, peeks out, and nobody's covering him. They don't even realize. So,
yeah, I've talked all about that, Khalil Ford. I spent the first 2 hours of the stream talking about it.
Huge stuff for his team. He's now up to 15-5 on this map. So I asked you before, Achilleos, about who's going to have higher ADR. It looks like with all of those kills, almost definitely Jemkin.
Yeah. Yeah.
Looking like it.
Push forward here.
Again, Governor walks into mid. It's so... I mean, this is so aggressive.
I know that there's going to be someone there. Avoid the flash ban. Playing that beautifully. Finds one with Jemkin.
If Governor had not walked into mid, Ban's anti-flash position to get one would have been nice. He could have just smoked himself off, dashed out. But Governor just gets fucking planked. And then Ban repeaks, I think, because he's trying to use Governor's death as a distraction. I really don't like the way that Talon are playing the defense here. They're so over-aggressive on the defense side that they're leaning into high variance plays a lot. Instead of just relying on the map is super defense side.
Strikes him down. That's going to be a massive trade up here for RQ.
Yeah, I mean, that's gigantic. And they want to send it into A right now.
Can't you body block KO names to counter the molly against the lockdown? In theory, yeah. In practice, body blocking stuff in this game is actually kind of difficult and unreliable.
Avoids the knives, but Estrella actually able to find him. Odin spray. Run across, is trying to find what damage they can deal.
I did not eventually fix my PC. No.
Plant will come through.
Spike planted.
Up over the top,
One
the dink,
enemy
into the
remaining.
kill. Now all on the IGL Estrella. They try to close things out. They know that it's going to be back gen. Wants a swing. Odin Spray will dissuade him, and for his sake, Estrella, that's probably a good thing. Spotting the shoulder.
Damn. This round had a real turnaround right here. G-Boy's playing real nicely.
Just tucked back for now.
Had some huge rounds.
Continuing to peek forward, swings into tree, finds
Just
one,
so good for
holds
two
the
in
knife,
those kind of
Estrella
spots.
able to find Odin, keeping
Themselves within touching distance and by back.
Make Sideshow drink water?
Love
My
looking at
pleasure. I'm actually
mix up
super
there.
dehydrated.
Stage.
So,
That's a good idea. Oh, don't drown me. Okay, the problem with this is the fucking address of the hotel is on the water. I've got to not dox myself whilst drinking. Bum bum bum. You have to drink 5 bottles? I'm not going to drink 5 bottles. I don't even have 5 bottles of water. Okay. Dunzo. I've taken the label off. Ah. Oh, goodness me. Oh, I didn't realize how dehydrated I was. Whew.
17% on attack win rate versus Gen G. Not going to paint that big of a story for us. But overall, on the year, they are 1-3. Last time they had a win was back at the beginning of kickoff versus Team Secret, I believe. Governor, though, quickly taking some space.
Both of these teams want to get so aggro in mid. Look at this mid play.
As it dissipates, and Governor able to find the kill, but quickly traded out. His band comes up
It's
with
just
two.
getting fucking owned, man.
Tailwind over to the side, trying to keep himself safe.
Oh.
Catches a glimpse of Ellie Moore, takes him down. Surf will find the finisher. That's going to be
You know, it's an interesting idea. They have a flash recon.
Working his way down cat.
Flash goes high, recon thrown. But
as it dissipates, Governor able to find
the pressure from Catwalk, Estrella goes backwards because he's worried he's getting pushed when he actually needs to go forwards to help Gemkid.
kill, but quickly traded out. His band comes up with two.
And Ban kind of pops them there as well. But Estrella is just baiting his team.
Catches a glimpse of Ellie Moore, takes him down.
Both teams fighting
We'll find the finisher.
very aggressively
That's
in
going to be
mid.
tied up in pistol rounds 2-2.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? Just holding some really nice long angles there with some ghosts in mid. Also, the fight one outside a tree, and then immediately traded back. But it really just comes down to Ban hitting some nice shots, picks up 3 kills on the round, and we're going to watch his view. 1,
Do
2,
I want some Taco Bell?
and then eventually, I love this. He puts up the cloud burst, but he knows exactly where Elmi Moore is going to stand and just knocks him down.
Honestly,
heads on through the
Vansili, I've had
smoke,
enough to
and
eat
then
today,
Surf
but yes, I do want some Taco Bell.
does finish it off. So Talon, that's a really good start for them.
I would like
Could make this map really interesting
3
once
spicy
again.
soft potato
Overtime a second
tacos.
time, perhaps.
Why the hell not? Swing out, Jimkin swings wide, Ban. Wanting a challenge, but not quite getting the angle. But ultimately, the turret's still not cleared out. So the mission from RQ.
Soft potato
failed
tacos,
here.
yeah. Spicy soft potato tacos. They go crazy.
Jit Boys just jumping up over the top. Moniette trying to peek and see if anyone comes through that smoke.
Chip boys. Oh, saw the barrel, saw the guy.
He's gonna re-peek him.
I tell you what else I haven't had
Absolutely.
in a long time
Yeah, will get
is
taken down as the double swing
Chipotle.
comes through. Ellie Moore was able to find one.
I should get some Chipotle while I'm here.
Weapon, however, not
Although,
picked up, so
isn't there something
chance, no time to
wild
really
with
go for that
Chipotle
one
at the
over
moment
at
where they're
B-main.
like, downsizing all of their
Just have
shit?
to start rushing their
Or was
way
that just
over
a TikTok
towards
trend
his
that
A
was
site.
not true?
Yeah, they clear out every corner. I mean, they clear wine. Tell me more though. Another one.
Another. I mean, this guy with sheriffs is just something else. Does get picked up. Shot turns off.
Where are you? I'm in LA.
This is going to be the shooting range set up here for the remaining players of Talon. Overall, not too bad.
Hot take. Besides Paper X and GG, all of the IGLs in APAC are
Plenty of
miles
money
below
banked up.
America's
That's us now
EMEA.
tied.
Yeah. See how this bonus goes. If Talon could also match a bonus win. I mean, they already won the first map. It still does feel like even with.
Okay, I mean, DRX having problems right now. T1 are also having some issues with that kind of stuff, like juggling it around. I think RRQ and Talon, yeah, the calling is not the strong point for these teams. Who else am I thinking of? Team Secret. I mean, Team Secret can kind of hang, I think. I haven't watched that game against T1 yet, though, this week. Yeah, I mean, I think I agree, but also your hot take says that EMEA IGLs are good. Which EMEA IGLs are good? I agree that Americas in general are good. But, wait, I don't know Old Vans. Do you want Chipotle or Taco Bell? No, Taco Bell, Taco Bell. Go with your gut. Angel is good. I mean, kind of. Yeah. John Cutie is EMEA. No, John Cutie does not play in EMEA. Doesn't count. You can't have him. Boo is good. In terms of executing the strats, sometimes I feel like the mid-rounding from Boo is pretty wonky, but overall, I'm down to give Boo the good IGL marker for now. I don't think he's as great as like the best in the game, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about whether they're like good or not, basically, right? Who else? Boaster's obviously pretty solid. Mr. Fallen's quite good. And then who else are we looking at in the EMEA? Because I feel like Magnum's run into some real problems, though the strat book is good. So, and I don't really trust Redgar. I'm not convinced in Enzo's calling. You got me 5 spices of potato tacos. Vancelli, are you trying to fatten me up for an Easter feast? Are you guys going to eat me at the end of Stage 2 playoffs? The fuck? I will eat them, though. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Sender. I want to stuff you so badly. Huh? Huh? Turtle emoji? Turtle emoji? Yeah, I think Sender's decent, but I haven't watched enough Vitality recently. I missed their game this week, so I'm not sure. But I think EMEA is kind of struggling with IGLs at the moment too. Frankly, the only region that's got a lot of them that are good is Americas. Americas has got a wealth of them, and I think that's one of the reasons why the region's generally been the best. I mean, the region's fucking stacked. You got Sadak, Bustio, John Cutie. Do we count King in the conversation? Probably not, to be honest. Probably not. Kind of looking fraudulent these days. Finesse, of course, now that he's back. Valen's fantastic. I mean, that's 5 IGLs instantly that are like in the top 8 in the world or something. It's... yeah. The Americas IGLs are definitely best in world. Do we count Vanity? I think Vanity as a caller is actually pretty decent. But Vanity's teams always lack structure, and I think that that's got to do something with like the way that he approaches the game. Like his style of Valorant is so fucking loose. It's loosey-goosey. But sometimes the goose gets cooked.
Strong attack.
But when he's got a good read on what's going on, he's very good at it.
But eventually, yeah, they just have to try to peek all together, and they just get mowed down by some rifles.
All the IGLs right now are not nearly where the ceiling is. I mean, I don't even know what that means really, because I mean, if you had perfect information, of course.
Forward.
I don't know what that means.
Only more off the angle, try to send out the dart, waiting for one as well. And so far, Xvero unnoted here at switch, now decides to strike, swings out, finds one.
But I think somebody like Munchkin showcases that if you can get like your team on board and get some coaching about how to improve your calling, you can go from being like an alright IGL to a top IGL if you're willing to put the effort in. Or maybe not everybody can, but Munchkin did.
Sitting at switch, unaccounted for, and you're just being fired at from so many different directions that it was kind of over before it began. Saw that RRQ was very
what did Boostio do? He lost to Furia.
So Talon gonna have to reconsider their options.
I just had a thought that if I saw you in a bar here in Brazil, you'd probably be closer to being a wizard and shit. I am not high enough for that comment. I have not smoked enough tonight to understand what the hell you're talking about.
As they go for their full buy themselves. We'll see how this one does go for them. They are looking to go down catwalk here early on.
What about me being in a bar in Brazil would make me a wizard?
Let's not do that. And maybe look to go towards A, where there are 3 members.
That sounds like some Mistborn shit, yeah.
If Zen wasn't
still has a 0 point.
Sirayan, thank you for the 14 months.
When I first subbed, I got chemo for IV. Now I am only drinking unhealthy chemicals in soda form better since it's voluntary. But by how much? Anyway, THNAKS for the entertainment. Brensho and Pansy are still the only reason I follow Valorant esports.
Thank you, Sirion. Thank you very much for the 14 months. You're drinking unhealthy chemicals in soda form. Do you mean that that's how you're doing chemo, is by drinking, like, carbonated beverage version of the medication? I had no idea that that was a thing, if it is a thing. Maybe I've misunderstood your comment. He means soda is unhealthy chemicals? Right, you mean that you're not doing chemo anymore, and the only unhealthy chemicals are in your sodas. Okay, that makes far more sense. That makes way more sense, Sirion. I understand now. I understand. Well, that's excellent.
Yeah, I mean, Ban just kind of running around on the site, you know, throwing cloud bursts. There's a lot of smoke. There's a lot of chaos, and he's once again able to put up some huge numbers.
Let me just go back and watch that exit.
Right here in hell.
Spike.
Do the ace. Oh.
RQ waiting nearby.
Still has a 0 point. If you opted to send it, it would just be the tell-all. Oh, is he gonna...
So that's off the ult orb tap. I haven't seen trap plays off ult orb taps for like 2 years. Because you don't have good information about where they're playing, and it's super easy to just get walked on.
Swing off this.
Like, look at that. That really is some like 2022 level gameplay.
Goes in solo, but Ban right out in front of him, able to take him down. Now null command going to be invested here from Governor. Marching his way into this A site. He'll push out through tree. They want to take a glimpse.
Mainly the mustache and the way that you talk, I don't know.
Going to be spotted and playing.
Why? Okay, I mean, if I was in a bar in Brazil, it would be weird because I wouldn't be able to speak Portuguese. But
Here.
why do you think wizards speak like me?
Now broken. And is backing away. Playing right here in hell.
What's your pick right now to win champs? If it's right, I'll give 5 subs after champs. What is my pick right now to win champs? Heretics. It's Heretics.
It's only Jit to die.
Because Harry Potter.
Harry Potter.
Harry Potter.
Yeah, I mean, Ban just kind of running around on the site, you know, throwing cloud
Dude,
bursts.
maybe
There's a lot of smoke,
Portuguese.
there's a lot of chaos,
Maybe I am a wizard. I just haven't discovered the language that I'm a wizard in.
So maybe he heard us talking. He definitely didn't.
Like if I point at something and say fly, it's not going to work if it's in English. But like if I said it in Portuguese, maybe it would work.
Doesn't matter. Full flash still hits the headshot. Gets onto the site. He's got some support from Jit Boys. And then eventually he's just able to stay alive the entire round underneath. And they hear him the whole time. Doesn't matter. Just a very nice push onto A after they get that initial pick.
Fury being popped here from Elmimort. Fishing for something, but nothing going to be spotted. It's just around the corner. Dash is about to expire. Rushes forward, sends it to the right click, but Elmimort still standing.
A bit unlucky from Ban.
Shots in, but it's going to be the shorty that ends up claiming him.
I go 1 for 1.
Down on the Governor and
But they only took out the Sova who had a sheriff.
That's the one player without a rifle dealt with on both sides.
Yeah.
Where are you going, Estrella?
Cruz
Where are you going?
Maybe looking to push towards A by himself the entire.
I'm so worried watching Estrella over here.
As we speak, decent B main stack from the side of RRQ, but that's not going to be where this push goes.
Yeah, I am fluent in bullshit.
Straya, are we gonna have
I can do
some
wizardly
flashpoints
things with
thrown in
bullshit.
This got the one.
Yeah.
Have a 0 point. They're going to use the recon.
Look at Estrella's positioning. It's so bizarre. That's a good knife, though.
Flash sent out, but a blind spray through puts him down to 5. Monyet now.
Where was Monyet teleporting to?
I believe. Ends up taking quite a bit of damage.
30 seconds left.
Oh, Estrella accidentally got 2. They were just trying to contact in.
Instantly dealing with him and Cruz now in an impossible spot.
Why?
Flash sent out, but a blind spray through puts him down to 5.
Fair enough.
TP on top of the fragment, I believe. Ends up taking quite a bit of damage.
It is quite a nice idea, to be honest, to try to contact back in.
Estrella able to find 2 quick kills. Instantly dealing with him and Cruz now in an impossible
There's like 30 seconds left. You have no jet.
There's RRQ.
I don't really see too many other ways of making that work.
They regain the lead.
Yeah, I mean, essentially
they couldn't really wait until the Utah was back up rushed. There was too little time on the clock.
Yet they also were able to do a bunch to Estrella, but the fact that they kind of lost Ban early on.
Now, it would have been nice for them to leave a player, once they lost Ban, it would have been nice for them to leave a player over towards Tree so that they could split A. Because trying to go all A main without jet dash is just asking for trouble.
Low push through the smoke, trying to cover every single angle, but then eventually, you know, right when they go for the swing on the side of RRQ, that's just, you're not going to be able to cover every single angle, and saw that they were able to get the drop on them as that slow push did not work out at all for the side of Talon. RRQ were able to get over there in time because of how slow that push was. So now, Talon, maybe they will commit to the catwalk push. This time around, they do have the spike with them, and maybe some mid pressure this time around.
Cruz gets deliberately tagged by that, I think.
Spot out Governor.
It'd be nice here to go into a B split. The paranoia was actually too late, but it still worked.
Gets cleared up, and now Sphero. Only one here on this B site. All of his
I think Cruz should have been leaving A main quite a bit earlier. Oh, they've caught so many kills off that Odin spam.
He's just spamming into the smoke, finds 2 kills. Spike's now
I'd love to see an Odin nerf.
Surf, however, I believe has gone unscouted, but he wants to drop
it just
down.
feels so silly in this game. It's a bit like the Judge. It's like
it's 4 players alive as RQ get up to 10.
And what are you going to do about that? They're trying to push.
I don't know.
The initial part of that push was great. I think they get in onto the site.
It just feels kind of dumb.
Clear boathouse, and they're not able to clear alley.
God, Odin.
When bullet tag is this aggressive in the game, having a gun that fires that quickly,
Yeah, really nice adjustment from Xfero.
that you can fire through walls,
Forces band to have to updraft off the nano.
they can't punish you by swinging you.
Very, very
It
nice
just
setup from
seems a bit stupid.
So now we'll see if that timeout
Hot
does
take,
help
most
them at all,
esports
because
jerseys
they
are
have
hot
lost
ass. True. They
couple
either try
rounds
to
in a
do too
row
much or
now.
put no effort because they know no one will buy them. Their idea of clean jerseys is to
And,
put sponsors and just text
not
on a
too much in
solid
terms
color.
of firepower this time
I
around. They
mean,
do have a couple of vandals.
all jerseys are
Do
bad
talent.
because who the fuck wears jerseys in their
that
day-to-day
is
life?
About it.
But I think a lot of esports
Jim
jerseys are
Gibbs
just
going
as good
very
as
far
some
forward.
sports jerseys.
Willing
It's
to
just
turn
that
and
also
really
sports
set up
jerseys
for
are dog shit.
Any notification about a push. Drone, though, from Cruz. Very wise to the potential positioning here, and that's going to force him away. Band in the meantime. Entering over towards A, finds the first shot. Manya going to be taken down. Spike, however, is still on the opposite side of the map. It's still in Cruz's hands. They can't just go ahead and take the site.
Yeah, again, just they get this pick, and from here, Talon, they just really need to lock down. They need to be able to check those corners, not get killed by some Odin spam as they make their way onto a site, and they're pretty much golden. Again, as I said before, I think the early parts of these rounds have been good. They've been getting the picks. They've been having the right peak timings, but getting the utility very solid.
Okay, so
onto the
Talon
site
have
is
slowed
gonna be
things
the next
down massively,
important
trying to
Now,
hope
that's their
RIQ go
point.
for
Tells Jem King
another
the Bams
aggressive
to be
play.
set up over towards Wine.
RIQ playing disciplined though, down 4v5.
Usage there is Cloudburst to try
They know
and
that they've
work
still
his
got
way
better
out. Paranoid
weapons.
connecting, so Jemkin
I
can't
would
peek
assume.
off of that. Nice
30
recon
seconds
value,
left.
but now, with 30 seconds left.
Where the
Talon
fuck are they
scrambling,
going?
Start working their way over towards B. TP forward, but Xfero already able to deal with one. Clears at the nano. He doesn't TP into the site, he TPs into B main. And now Jip
What's
Boys
going on
up
here?
A,
Jip
15
Boys can't
seconds
even
remaining.
cross.
Smoke set up, he tries to get ahead of it.
Oh my god,
Already,
Jip Boys
finds
gets the
that headshot,
kill.
takes him down,
Seconds left.
keeps him in an opportunity to try to win this one out.
Oh, this is so silly.
Straight out, last man standing, swings out, finds a headshot onto one.
Spike planted.
Single shot from either would do
Wow.
the trick. And Jit Boys is just misreading the approach. Estrella will bail them out. He'll clutch it up, and RQ will get to 11.
I think they could have just
that might be
A-exec'd
the
there,
nail in the
but
coffin. That one was
alright.
getting pretty close. I mean, he was able to clutch it out, it says, but you know, there was a bunch of sheriff kills that went their way. and
This
they were
map is
held at
killing
bay
me,
here.
man. It feels like these teams are so
Estrella.
sloppy. Like Monyet's death at the beginning of this round as well. He's just out in the open, a generator crossing, not thinking that anybody could be posted A main.
And perhaps a lot of relief as well with that reaction.
A euphoric moment for Estrella.
He certainly enjoyed it quite a bit. So now, a bit of a split now, maybe looking for, you know, they have been getting some nice peaks onto A, but a bit of a switch up in terms of RQ's defense, actually. Xfero over here towards A.
Oh dear, man, it's just dead. Come on, yeah.
This situation's another kind of bizarre one. It's 10 seconds into the round. They've already got Jemkin posted on a deep line at the beginning.
Oh dear, man. It's
Yeah, I
just
mean,
dead.
I guess it's
Come on, yeah.
I guess it's kind of fine.
reading that
It's so
beautifully.
early on in the
Jip
round.
Boys
They're
now
expecting
spotted.
Talon still to fight for map control.
Xfero just dancing around.
It was just weird that they had 3 people on
Bricks
B
here.
while their jet was on such a great line.
Start at the ready. Just again, angle
But they
a
were
little bit
expecting
too
to get
off.
contested, I think.
Jemkin working his way forward and cannot find the shot.
Jemkin gave up the angle because he thought that Talon were full
committing
committing to A. So, bit of a comms issue there.
Surf finds more damage.
Oh,
dealt.
Surf has just opened
More
up the
gonna
whole
be
map.
Taken out now. That's going to be 3v4 advantage here for Talon.
He's gonna ult.
Sweet Odin revenge as well. Just trying to peek that one in, and Surf just holds the angle. He's able
Quite
to
a
take it
nice
down,
ult,
so
actually. It may not have been
lockdown
necessary,
coming
but
in,
it
and it's gonna
guarantees
get them
that
to
Talon are
reset.
able
This
to
could
get
be
into the
huge.
site.
Clutch from the side of Surf to bring Talon another round and a chance in this map.
30 seconds left.
Where is Jit
coming
Boys
through.
using his smokes?
As Surf finds more damage dealt. A forward.
I just want to go back to the beginning of this round and look at where
Quite
Jit
a
Boys
bit.
is using the smokes.
So now, a bit of a split now, maybe looking for, you know, they have been getting some nice peeks onto A, but a bit of a switch up in terms of RRQ's defense, actually. Xfero over here towards A.
Oh, dear.
All right, so one smoke for door. That's standard.
Just reading that beautifully.
Ban goes down. Hit gets cancelled.
Just dancing around.
Chip Boys has one smoke left.
Here.
The other's going to be coming back up in
already.
like 10 seconds.
Just again, angle a little bit too off.
Chip Boys smokes catwalk. Making it feel like they're going down mid towards B.
Jemkin working his way forward and cannot find the shot. Surf able to win that one out. The rare Killjoy taking down the Jet with the op in B.
Chip Boys gets the other smoke back online.
Surf finds more damage dealt. How many more going to be taken out now?
Then he throws the smoke for CT, which makes sense.
Sweet node and revenge as well. Just trying to peek that one in, and Surf just holds the angle. He's able to take it down, and so yeah, lockdown coming in, and this is going to get them to B site. This could be huge. Clutch from the
and
side
because he
Surf
threw
to
that
bring
one for
Talon
catwalk, he
another
doesn't
round
have one
and a
when they
chance in
get
this map.
into the site. But he's going to get another one back
30
really
seconds
quickly.
left.
Like,
Now coming
about
through.
now. Yeah, there it is.
Trying to hold the angle here from behind. Estrella going to be noted.
So then he puts a one-way on site. All right, I mean, it's not as bad as I thought. It was just weird that he threw that catwalk smoke.
It is not, but Cruz winning out the fight. Estrella on the ground. Moniette now challenging forward. Puts him down low on HP, but cannot confirm the kill. There's still 3 players to deal with here on the site itself. Swing in. Jit Boys again softened up, but not dealt with. It's going to be served.
Big round from
Surf.
Surf.
Third. Gets taken out, but Jit Boys with the finisher.
But a bit of a mistake from RRQ as well.
Yeah, and
Comms issue there, I think.
Supposed to go the way of Talon,
They
but
really
Surf
thought they were sending it on the exec, and they were. It's just that they lost ban and didn't follow through. And Jemkin gave up the angle, and then Surf punished him as he tried to get back on the angle.
Somebody's going to recheck it. Interesting. Give them a chance here. I thought RRQ were just going to close it out. I didn't think that was actually going to happen, but all credit to Surf. As now, Ban, you know, he's had a couple of rough rounds.
I don't mind playing an anti-KO ult setup where the Killjoy is in mid, like that. But on a round like this, I don't understand it. If your Jet Opera is going backwards, why are you going forwards?
But
now you've lost the Killjoy, and it's like the most important
Ping must have been
person to
there.
have online.
Gets the shot across. Xfero taken down. Huge kill to be found. Swing out, Jit Boys. Catching a glimpse, just wants to back
I think
away.
that's really good info there. You spot 2 players fighting aggressively in A main. I think that's a send it B.
Yeah, don't mind that. I mean,
Like-
Elmy Moore's
like,
out here. He's just
quickly.
trying to jiggle peek it. Here's the drone, has to run away.
I think they were
Talon
waiting for
gonna hear
Jit
that
Boy's
as
second
well,
smoke.
as they look to push in pretty quickly.
Whoa, that shot.
Oh,
Dead on entry. Jemkin finding the headshot as well.
They cancelled
That's
so
disgusting.
quickly.
Surf now tagged low, the Odin.
But I guess it makes sense because
Staring at
Monya
the
ulted.
Peek out, Jemkin finds himself another.
Spike down mid.
Cruz dead, Spike dropped, Hunter's hearing out. Crashing across, but only more. A bit
Where are
off
they
the
going?
mark.
They're overthinking this so hard, Talon.
Window already broken. No alert system here from Moniette, so he gets taken down. Estrella nearby, but
30 seconds
swing
left.
in ahead of that one to try to find that
They're
kill.
ping-ponging all
Lingering.
over the place.
Way to try to see if he can find a backstab. Jit Boys gets dealt with. Spike still over a tree.
So when Jit Boys
Bit
here
off the mark.
gets this lurk
Already
play
broken. No alert.
and gets the kill, right? At this point, if Jit Boys just plays slowly, doesn't scale into sight, but just controls this space, he allows his team to come through catwalk, through tree, safely, and then once his team are in tree, then he can start going forwards, and they'll pinch people who are on site. But because he
System here from Moniette, he
fucking
gets taken
knife
down.
out, gun out, runs
Nearby,
in,
but
he just loses all information as to what's happening between him and the rest of his team. So if Governor tries to come into A, he doesn't know if somebody's repushed grass. He doesn't know if someone's like repushing him.
30 seconds
Swing
left.
in ahead of that one to try to find that kill. Surf now lingering. Way to try to
He just
see
loses
behind
all
a
of that
backstab.
information, and it makes it impossible for
Still
Governor to reconnect.
Spike still over a tree. Footsteps heard. Elmy Moore conscious of this position.
I think these players are
Finds
not
that headshot.
really thinking about that kind of stuff.
Everything to do for Governor, but Jemkin finds himself a third as RRQ want to take us over to...
We got to see the headshot as well. Just insane drag on over from him.
Okay, well, Elmy Moore being called by full flash. That's just going to be a kill gifted over to Ban effectively here as Xpero cannot set the aim for another one. Ban down to 2 HP, however. Still puts him in a very rocky position, but man advantage found for Talon.
Dash used
Need
for
3
ban.
consecutive rounds to take
So
us
you don't
to
want to be
another
going for some
overtime.
kind of big exec. You want to be trying to work the map a
I
bit.
don't quite see it happening at this point, but hey,
No.
you never know.
I'm going to skip forward 10
This
seconds
drone over here just to re-clear
because
out
it looked
the
like
main,
Talon were about to do
and-
nothing.
and-
Oh.
Drone re-clear. And
Fragment in the smoke.
good smoke from Munya.
That was
This
on
is off
the,
Ban.
yeah, Ban was 2 health.
Okay, well, you know that he's going to be in boats. Estrella, however, trying to stop the spike from even getting into the site, but can't find the follow-up. Surf and Jit Boy still at full HP versus Jemkin and Monyet.
Never say never. 2v2 here, Spike is planted. Will this be the spark that starts the comeback from Talon?
Must win.
I didn't watch that game, I'm
already.
afraid, Avery.
Cash lacking
General Mate's
here
playing
from Talon.
against Giants.
They keep themselves in
I
the
didn't see
map.
it. It's very difficult to
Big
watch
on
all of the games
TV.
while I'm
He
working
does some
Americas.
spray. Still don't know Surf's position though. There's the
Last
swing
player
forward. Jemkin
standing.
finding him. But it's all
Yeah,
down to
Giant
Jit
X have
Boys.
been pretty
Get all
terrible all
in
year,
HP.
but
Shots flying. Boom, boom.
ooh.
Another
Did General
rifle
Mates run
clutch.
Cadavra?
Delivered by
Did he
Jit
get any
Boys,
playtime?
and Talon stay in the map.
Unbelievable.
Times you have a world beat.
1 by 1 and 2 in their favor.
Yeah, he was doing quite well. Yeah, I think he's a good player,
Got off the
Cadavra.
lockdown, so some critical ults.
Who did he sub in for then? Who was out? Takas?
Here. Governor with a well-timed null command of his own.
Logan
though,
was
kept us
out.
from coming into play for a while.
Okay.
So they are both situated on B.
We did see some success from Talon
Hmm.
pushing through mid before. I think they actually lost that round, but
Okay.
it worked initially. And they might return to it right here. Looks like it.
They do sell out very
Expected
quickly.
to push
Every,
up.
yeah. The popular ones sell out very quickly. Like, for example, if you turned up today, there were tons of spaces. We had probably like 2/3 of the crowd filled today in Americas.
First, pretty much tells all. Now the null command going to be coming through.
The days with only one match are less popular, I think, just inherently because less chance that you know your team is playing on that day, and also less value for money, I suppose, because there's only one match.
Opportunity of a recovery pretty much impossible.
Scanning ahead.
Start gets sent. Surf does get pinged. Pulls away and Governor bleeds out on the floor. Now answering
Bleeds
null
out on the
command.
floor.
At the ready,
Brutal.
that lockdown still can be used as Jemkin is ready for the push-up. Shuts down Ban. Jit Boys, that much more pressure put on.
I hate the way that these KOs are playing the map.
Some shots across crews, eventually able to find the
I
kill
think
without a
Estrella's
lockdown
very
coming
lucky
through.
there to get a kill on Surf.
They have no way to clear this out. They have to push forward. They have to go aggro. Just
30
try and destroy this one. Swing in and Jit
Player
Boys
standing.
cannot get it done. Cruz now just rushing his way across.
I don't know
mid.
whether the ticket costs the same as 2 match days. I assumed it did, but yeah, maybe not.
Back over into B. It seems like that's going to be a yes.
There will be a plat chat in
Concept
9
up
hours
over
time.
the top.
No,
He gets
10
the
hours
spot, but
time.
He doesn't have time to play with. Grabs the weapon. He's. But
And
where
now
do you
he's
just
got a
have to even
1v4.
how do you position for this?
The
Surely
spot worked for
Cruz
him
just
earlier with the
wins the
sortie.
1v4.
It's going to be lumber, but I mean, this is still so risky for him to get into the site. Then he's going to have to play retake, and now the bot is set up as well. They know that he could be anywhere. There's the drop down. Yep, they suss it out pretty damn quickly. Monyet will find the final one. As the defuse comes in, 13-10, RRQ. Extend this series, and they take us to Icebox.
Yeah, really.
I was kind of hoping that this was going to be a really good match, and these teams were going to excite me as, like, you know, next up in APAC.
Talon bringing out
I'm
a
not feeling
competition
it.
that we obviously
I am not
have
feeling it.
Never seen, given that it is ISO's debut here in Pacific and pretty much globally. Haven't really seen much of the agent at all, but with the changes, Talon wanting to try to take advantage of just how powerful this agent can be.
Yeah, I mean,
You might like Secret, yeah. That's what I'm suspecting, is that Secret are
oh, yeah, you know, seems like
the team I'm waiting for. Anyway, whoa, sorry. Let me pause here for a second. So we've got Harbor Clove ISO. That's an interesting comp. I kind of like that. I think it looks like they're missing some kind of like flash to get deep onto sites. I don't think you need a flash on this map necessarily, but I think it's very useful if you want to play aggressive with the clove smokes.
Totally fine.
Revert the changes.
And ban. Just gonna push on.
Yeah,
forward.
EG had Juggernaut
Right.
running around
Yep.
fucking shooting everybody.
That's going to be a plant coming through very quickly here. And shielding will get broken. A little bit of spray across there.
Right
A little bit more at risk, but
Maybe
see how
Ban will do the same
RQ
thing.
now fare on this retake.
Yeah, I mean, spending a lot of time just waiting, and now they're going to push in, but big setup here from the side of Talon already.
Starting to flood. Governor eats a little bit of damage there from that fragment, but eventually able to find one. Estrella going to be taking down Jimkin, dead. Elmi Moore as well. Traded out as now suddenly last player standing is Xfero, and it's not for very long. Governor will find himself a second kill as Talon win the pistol round.
Yeah, they essentially just ran onto B. They put up a wall in front of them, and it didn't seem like, you know, the side of RQ wanted to charge, and now they're going.
See how RQ now fare on this retake.
Yeah, okay.
On the attacker side. Dude.
Let's skip this eco round.
Strike smokes coming up. There's the contingency pushing forward as well. Now plant onto the corner once again. Jit boys.
Spike
Gonna
planted.
try to play this out at all, or do you just
How
cluster
to
up,
build a
wait for
comp
the spike
around
to go
ISO?
off?
I mean, on this map, you don't necessarily need a
Yeah, they are
duelist
gonna
because
try
you
to
don't have to
play
get
for
deep
this
into
recon.
sites,
Cleared
and
out,
you
not
don't have to
gonna
break
get the
crossfires at
ban.
the
One
entry to
then
sites.
Governor, however, yeah, we're just holding on wide.
But on most other maps, I feel like ISO needs
good glimpse of
another
everything
duelist to
going on
play
here.
off
There's the man.
because
Down 20 HP, will end up falling
ISO's
through,
lacking the
lead it up
ability
as one
to
player lost, but Vandal recovered. Talon starting things off 2-0.
gap close and
Essentially,
get
you
through
know, you send
choke
the blind
points.
forward and you just try to push off of that. If you get a couple of initial picks, maybe you roll it into something else.
So
but the second
pairing
you know
him
a
with
couple
stuff
kills go the
like
way
a
of Talon,
Yoru or
you know that this retake is kind of over. Holding the long angles here.
I mean, you could
picking up a couple
try
of
running the
skills
ISO
was
with like a jet or something,
I
but
mean,
I think the Yoru is really nice
rifle.
synergies.
And Cruz getting a ghost kill of his own as well to finish it off. So 2 rounds over to the side of Talon here to start off Icebox.
And then, I mean,
Pretty
a lot of the
good
other things
about
just kind of
this so far.
fill themselves in depending on what map you're playing and what sentinels are
Spam
best,
out,
what
just
smokes
go
are
ahead
best.
Deal with that double tap very quickly. Chance to refresh it if you can find a kill.
It's
So
not
far,
great
not being able to
weaponry here.
really put the full effects of this new ISO on display as far as the snowballing and around is concerned. Still has an undercut available to him, trying to get that vulnerable across here onto the players of RQ. Thrown up over the top, we'll be able to scout him out. Shock dart at the ready. Quick damage, not really going to be.
Yeah, look, the bug I was talking about earlier, you see how Governor has pick me up, but doesn't have medal? And then on the UI, it shows that Governor has medal, but doesn't have pick me up. I don't know why, but for some reason, I think whoever built the UI for Clove just forgot the order that the abilities went in. Because it's supposed to be pick me up, then medal, and for whatever reason, they've coded it so that it's medal, then pick me up. Just a weird bug at the moment.
Found Flash, Dizzy
Just a
gonna be sent
PSA.
in conjunction with one another, but Dan able to find 2 kills. Darnell and Moore both gonna be taken
Yeah,
down
I think
so
they
far.
just-
Cruz the only casualty to swing in around the cone.
Yeah, the
Banner
icons are
will
just
be able to find
the wrong way
himself
around.
a fourth. Now suddenly on for the ace, and he's got it. Welcome to the stage.
Well,
Ice.
Ban is
Shock
just
dart
going
at
to
the
run
ready.
around and kill everybody.
Quick damage not really going to be found. Flash and Dizzy going to be sent in conjunction with one another, but Dan able to find 2 kills. Darnell and Moore both going to be taken down so far. Cruz the only casualty to swing in around the cove, and Ban will be able to find himself a fourth. Now suddenly on for the ace, and he's got it.
Damn.
On the initial cove there, and eventually does pick up the ace. The classic ban maneuver. maneuver, the hello across the stage. And here he comes once again. That's a double tap up and ready.
One of the things that ISO's fantastic at is dealing with eco rounds.
Do they read the Mon yet? Is actually lurking within this smoke.
Oh, I saw this clip on Reddit. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Okay. Well, some whiffy maneuvers.
Tragic.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Moving on.
Oh, well,
Cruz is dead.
at least he did get one kill.
Sparrow finds
Tragic.
one with a Sheriff shot of his own.
It's you and me.
There you go. 1v1.
Alting? Why?
Doesn't have the shield. Sparrow gets the first shot in. Wall falls and Sparrow wins it out.
Player
Our
standing.
first gulag doesn't go the way of the ISO. I think Sparrow.
God, that almost, they almost lost that.
I mean, very solid damage dealt here, all the same from the side of RQ. Shot.
It's you and me.
There you go. 1v1. Doesn't have the shield. Sparrow gets the first shot in. Wall falls and Sparrow wins it out.
Player
Our
standing.
first gulag doesn't
What the fuck is going on here?
go the way of the ISO. I think Sparrow can't quite find that fourth. He ends up running
That's
out
a
of bullets.
terrible round.
Very little standing. I mean, very solid damage
That's a
dealt here, all the same from the side of
terrible
RQ,
round.
especially considering how things
Holy
began.
shit.
But
Whiffs happening everywhere.
So duel. Big Sheriff.
oh, what a
And then he
round.
gets another kill and nearly clutches it for the Thrifty, I think it would have been. But it doesn't
Ban
matter. It doesn't
opping on the
happen, and
ISO.
It's just a clean 4-0.
That's
Nothing to see
intriguing.
here
I was
from
thinking about
Talon.
whether or not this would work.
Sarcastic, of course, but yeah, they're still in the lead. They're still feeling pretty good about their position.
Over there.
Yeah.
All things considered.
It's very, very
Look,
difficult to
people will be
punish the
like,
oppo
"Are these
when
pro
they have a shield.
players?" Ultimately,
Sure, chat's going wild.
yeah, I know. Chat, you want to get involved. You want to talk some smack. These guys are still worlds better than you. So, you know. Dizzy,
Very
the
true.
Flash going to be going through, but Ban able to recover from that one.
I would look like that every round.
On Pink's going through as wall goes up. Sends out the vulnerable. Jimkin still tucked away. Opting to send that thrash forward, but it's going to be instantly cleared out just from the spam.
Breaking them.
And they're just going to back away. I mean, they get that initial pick. They don't overstay their welcome. They see the retake coming in. I mean, retake, they didn't even plan it.
I think
so
they could have committed there with
rotate over
Harbor Alt
towards
and
B
sending
with that
Governor
pick
in.
hand and try to make it work
But
on
they
the
have
B
got,
site instead,
I mean,
where
they
have got a
identified
lot
the
of
stack and now they're
success
pinging
already.
over to B, so. Talon have been doing a lot of that.
Governor going to get dropped, but he does have not dead
Don't think
yet.
that's too bad of an
Drops it
ult for
immediately,
Governor.
but
Should be able to
find a
force the
killer and
fight,
assist is going to be the question.
or at least delay a lot of time.
Have that much time. And RQ being aware of this can just play back and allow him to bleed out. So Clove will just fall, leaving them on the ground. Smokes can still be offered up, obviously, from beyond the grave.
I think that's one of the spots where it looks a little silly, but Governor's
providing that
actually,
value.
you know, got his team a very solid post plant there, just by pushing back RRQ a long
Yeah,
way.
wide swinging out.
That,
There it is.
I feel like this Mosh lineup that lands back yellow, every single team does it. Like every team, every time. Surely, as a post plant player, you don't play there because you know you're just getting cleared.
Always providing that value. Clove. There it is.
Like why not be posted on that angle on the like left side of yellow the whole time so that you don't get hit by the mosh?
Oh, Manya,
Get ready for a room knock in a few minutes? Oh, I'm ready. I'm ready. My guardian angel is here with the Taco Bell.
Now arriving at that green. This one gets dealt with, and Jit Boys has the angle. 5-0 start now. Talon.
Money to defuse and to go ahead and call.
Will be.
I will say, from what we can see from the ISO so far, it does feel like Talon's pacing with this pick has been. It's been what you kind of need to do with the ISO. You know, you send the shield forward, you've got one on yourself with a double tap, and essentially you're creating a lot of space, forcing your opponents to either back away or to challenge in a spot where you know you're going to have the advantage just because of ISO's kit. And Van has been utilizing it to a really high level so far from what we can tell. Very nicely practiced. And now he's kind of lurking over here with his teammates. It's a fake push onto A. They do not have the spike here. Spike is going towards B.
He's rushing up and a hell of a lot of space and now being rewarded for it. Will get traded out, but now the strike coming through, but oh, the whipping striking again. Governor eventually able to find the kill.
That was actually a really nicely called round from Talon. The fake over towards A held so many players there. Zafiro was exactly where they expected him to be, and they nearly beefed it with a gigantic whiff. They got it though. They got it. Plant down, player advantage.
Dead. Jemkin able to find a second. Spray across. Jimboy's gonna get tagged low, but now it's all on Jemkin into 1v3.
Oh, this was the tweet with the Cypher deadlock. Let's have a look.
Saw this yesterday and I thought it was really...
Is that the Singing Sky? Or is that a different person?
Right, so I saw this yesterday and I thought it was really cool, so I want to like explain why I think it's really cool and why I screamed like a bit of a weirdo last night on stream when I saw it happen. What John does here though is why I was really hyped, because this is some sort of a set play and I don't know how intentional it is. So John now is going to open the door and throw a grav net. I'm pausing it when the grav net lands so you can see it. I'll zoom in on the map so you can see this as well. The radius at which it lands. It lands around this circle here, which does have FNS caught in the middle of it. So he will be hit by this grav net. Now, I want you to listen in Zeltis' cam. He's going to hear FNS trying to pull this pin out.
Open wide, just bait out.
There. He would have heard it, but this has actually triggered a response. So on the map we'll see it. I'll show you one more time. We do actually have the Raze and the Fade as well as the Omen all ready now to collapse onto Hobbit and fight at least one of them. So they're going to Omen blind, Fade tether and Raze nade it. Now all because they got this information of one person in there off the back of a fucking grav net. It's like, let me just play this out.
This is the utility from NRG. They got their sights set towards B, and that's a lovely combo. Sees?
I definitely didn't catch that live.
Sir, I'm so upset. Why? Because I was so hungry, and I was like, oh, here's Josh's food. And then I leave, and I fucking left my key in my room. So now I have to go get a new key. I'm fucking sorry. See you. Sit here.
Okay, so let me... Okay, so let me see if I understand this correctly. So the idea is that the GravNet is purely for information, and then they're seasonading and paranoiaing and killing people that are in this room over there, right? That's the idea. And further to that idea, the point being that the cam's position can hear the pin being pulled out, so that you don't have to be nearby. One of the things that's confusing me about this setup, though, if it was super intentional, is that the GravNet, the door wasn't open, right? Why not open the door and throw it through the door so that it would catch in a larger radius if it's for info? Like, it's barely gonna get, it's barely gonna catch.
One to listen in Zeltis' cam, he's gonna hear FNS trying to pull this pin out.
Open wide, just bait out.
There. He would have heard.
I mean, to be honest with you, I can't hear what he's hearing. I cannot hear that pin being pulled out. But I believe him.
You can see it. I'll zoom in on the map. Right, so John does here though is why I was really hyped. Because this is some sort of a set play and I don't know how intentional it is. So John now is going to open the door.
See, when I'm looking at this, what I'm thinking is that he throws that to bait. Like, when this door is half broken, I'm thinking John is worried that the defenders are going to break that door and try to kill him. So I thought he was throwing the grav net to stop a punish on him opening the door.
And throw a grav net.
And because you see how the breach stun comes through as a response to him opening the door. As soon as the door is opened, this breach stun comes through, and that door was about to get broken, and like they're gonna try and fight this from a couple of different angles. So I think the gravnet was just to stop the aggression.
I'm pausing it when the gravnet lands so you can see it. I'll zoom in on the map so you can see this as well. The radius.
But it's and I think they already had the read that there was people in Blue Room. I don't think the gravnet gave the info. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Noisy Oatmeal, thank you for the Prime. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking as well. Like if you throw the gravnet intentionally for information, you're only getting info in like this little tiny quadrant here. The way that John threw it, it's more to like stop people from pushing out the door. Again, in my opinion, that's my interpretation of what happened. It doesn't mean it's accurate. But yeah, it's
Brown once again getting away from RQ.
it would be a very cool idea to do something like that.
For Ewok. Jemkin just has to try to hold on to this weapon. He's making noise, pushing his way up in towards kitchen. Might have been out of audio distance, but a chance to maybe get a catch here on the Jemkin if he continues to swing.
If you
out,
think they're playing Blue Room at all, seasonating
there
there is
always
always going to get value.
But Cruz can. And he can see a 6-0 lead.
I mean, what can you say? It's just a very nice play from the side of Talon. They push him with two members. You know, they got the Sober there for a little bit of eyesight from the top, and Van able to peek, and that just leaves, you know, it's very whiffy, but at the end of the day, it's still Xfero totally caught unawares. He thinks the push is going May. He has no idea. He goes down, and...
But I definitely think something like that could be... You could try to set up a play like that.
Really happy with that kill at the end as well.
Maybe not in that exact area.
Already had 113-0 on this map.
But there's some spots where you could use the gravnet for info and then seasonade afterwards.
Looking to join the club. There's double tap shielding coming through. We'll push under tube. Jit Boy's looking his way into it. Surf, okay, we'll have the timing swing there. Jit Boy's, however, able to gun down to off screen. Governor, in the meantime, finding Monyet, swinging on the corner, Ellie Moore dead, and that's just going to be the round over. And for RQ, I mean, you know, you desperately want to be able to, you know, use that second time out to try to readjust. But having committed already 1.5, the decision to fire off the second one becomes very difficult. Here we go, once more. This time the shield is built up.
Monyet should be screwed. He's not. He's also not even traded. He gets another. Monyet kills 2 despite being ISO ulted.
Should be able to get themselves on the board, barring a monstrous clutch from Cruz.
Lord almighty.
Well, he doesn't have the spike, and he's expected to be rotated on, so he's looking. Well, I say that, and he does not expect the positioning of Xfero, who does take him down and puts an end to this. We don't have to wait a minute for the save to come through. So finally, our...
Indeed, that's what it's going to have to be. I mean, 7-5, the most that they can hope for, but even then, not going to be a bad scoreline for them on the defense. As Thrash to start things off
rip
on the
Thrash?
over here towards B. Chasing forward, Detain going to be found, but there's plenty
You
of
can't swing
fire
that. Okay, you can swing that. Oh my god, you can swing that.
Collects 3 kills. Only more with another, and now it's all Surf. Now 2 for his troubles. A third. 6 HP. Does he have his Asana moment? Expecting that he's there in 2, but Xfero eventually will swing.
The funny thing about this, the funny thing about plays like this is you didn't even need the detain. Like you just basically swung into them and won all the 1v1s anyway.
Plenty of covering fire. Monette like to swing, still finds one. The shield in.
Is this a good play from RRQ? I mean, if they're just going for an A exec, you've wasted one half of your thrash. You haven't wasted it completely though, so that's not bad. You also get onto a very quick flank, and if they're not just full going A, you've got a decent chance of squeezing somebody. I think this is like the worst case scenario where they're all posted up in spawn waiting for you to swing, and the distraction of the two players pushing through middle did allow Monette to get a 3-second kill. It would have looked like a really shit play if Jit Boys had won the duel against Monette. It would have looked really, really bad if Jit Boys just instantly kills Monette. They, you know, Surf kills the two players in mid as well. It just looks like you've fucking inted. But it reminds me a little bit of the push out on defense for Lotus. It can be pretty uncomfortable to try to defend against these.
It's cleared as Monette collects 3 kills. There'll be more with another, and now it's all Surf. Down 2 for his troubles. A third. 6 HP. Does he have his ass in a moment?
Don't know. It's cool that we're seeing something different.
Expecting that he's there in 2, but
and I do feel like because it's thrash that you're using and you can pick it back up again, it really isn't that bad if it doesn't get anything. Like if they just instantly react to A, I think that's actually fine.
Come out of the B site. Monette's right there. Knows there's pressure and they push out a mid at the same time.
He's isolated them all so perfectly.
Yeah.
Compare Valorant teams to F1 teams. I don't know enough about F1. My wife knows a lot about F1. I only know a little bit about F1.
They say 2 rounds, that's too many. I don't like what I see, says Frost.
Yeah, don't mind it too much. You're in a very solid position overall.
Pretty one-sidedly. So let's
Fnatica Mercedes.
Prepared here after
that's a decent one.
Still 4 ultimate abilities
That's
left.
decent.
And RQ haven't really had to use many of them outside of the Thrash, which we did see Jemke get value out of in that last round. Just throwing
Heretics are like McLaren?
The ISO with the
maybe? Like on the come up?
Still 4 ults to work with here across these last 3 rounds.
NRG and Loud are like Ferrari and who else?
Trying to turn the push forward here. Slow up this approach, but look at RQ. Misreading this, suspecting that there's going to be some more mid presence. So they evacuate.
Ferrari and somebody else like have had extremely storied pasts, but currently not really competing. I mean, Ferrari are competing though. I don't know, maybe maybe NRG are more like Williams. I don't fucking know.
Try to go ahead, play this one out. Lockdown gets destroyed. Hope for ult, but can they get Xpharaoh into position? Because Governor is up over the top and he's able to find kill on the gem kit. Once again, ult at the ready.
BWT. What do you? Was that a misspelling? By the way, Logarithm. Thank you for the 37 months.
Oh, Governor mid-air, classic click. Estrella falls and Talon. They call the timeout. It might have seemed unnecessary, but it gets them up to 8.
Yeah, and it could be the difference between them, you know, kind of struggling and having it be even, and potentially them
Ferrari
just
paper
it out
Rex.
from one side of the map. So Governor's here, goes down, gets the res, and that's really rough because, you know, pressure's on RQ. They have to push into him, and he's
Aspas is Red Bull. One guy carries the team.
Because of the timing of it all.
Who fucking? What's the name of the guy? Oh, what's the name of the guy that like the designer who's just utterly fucking goated, who's just leaving Red Bull now? Not Max Verstappen. Max Verstappen is not the person who's making Red Bull great. Adrian Newey, yes. Adrian Newey is Aspas.
Up through mid and leave the A site entirely open. And Talon, you know, they take the information they're given. They say, hey, nobody's here. Let's just go ahead and plant it. And they really put the pressure on RRQ, who are not able to rise to the challenge.
Window able to be watched if Governor continues on that push. Mania just taking some pot shots up into it, just in case.
Yeah, Max is a great driver.
Just clearly struggling to get a sense of how this composition is going to play, where these players are going to want to try to rotate around to. So I'll evacuate that site in the last round. See if they get a better read this time around as Governor in a bit of a rough spot, sends out the vulnerable. So Keith will just be able to make his way out to safety. Trying to skill their way forward here into this B side. The Reckoning still at the ready. Xpharaoh just around the corner. 3 peeks out. Governor sends some shots. Xpharaoh confirming the presence here of that Clove.
Making cover.
Ban still hanging out. Still gonna send the wall forward. Just create some havoc, and the spike is over here as well.
Swing out of the corner. Ban put some damage down, finding Chemkin. They look for a little bit more. Cove now gonna be broken, and Elmore out the open, and Ban.
God, Ban is popping off. They killed Estrella before he could get sucked up into the ult.
Just Xpharaoh and Moniette left standing.
I was a little bit worried about the timing of all of that because they started walking forward before Jit Boys had set up any of the harbor walls. So there was a chance that Ban could just get caught in a crossfire, but the harbor ult caused enough chaos and there wasn't anybody over towards Snowman early.
Not really expecting this.
Or, I mean, I guess there was, but Ban killed them.
And they have executed to such a high degree, and RRQ have not met the same level of play as we have seen. Moniette and
how do I get into F1?
A, but they are being
I don't know.
He's still so clean with it though. And any damage that they find is monstrous.
To be honest with you, I find it a little dull. My wife really loves it, but she loves the fucking nerdy part of it. She loves, like, getting deep into the strategy stuff and the tire compounds and fucking...
Half armor buys.
Ooh, you know, the way that they drive is going to really wear their front left tire. Got to worry about that because it's 30 degrees on track, and the soft compound that they're using is the fucking...
Hello. He's just greeting him. Nothing bad behind that.
Most people watch because they like the people.
Having a huge map so far, and he knows it. And
for sure,
he really wants to swing this home run right now. He wants to put it into it.
Here comes the peak. The double tap shielding set up, but with 2 players facing, they're able to clear that out very quickly and collect the kill. RQ praying for a 9-3 and praying that curses are real.
You just talked for 10 minutes about why GravNet got used? Yeah. True. I mean, I'm a fucking nerd. Of course I married a nerd.
Well, they're going to get onto the site here. It's only Xpharaoh.
I'm just saying that's not how most people consume their... Wow, absolutely asleep at the wheel.
Maybe watching the mini-map either way. Let's get taken down, and that equalizes the numbers. I mean, he's had this pit, but has not been able to get into any position whatsoever to utilize it. As Jit Boys suspecting they'll rotate around the back. He's able to find one. Ellie Moore going to be taken down now. Cruz trying to hold the line. All eyes paid in this direction. And all players falling on the side of RRQ. Moniette on top of the spike. Clears out one. Finds another. The swing. The 1v1. Clear on the recon. The orb comes up. Shock dart lobbed in. Just looking for the timing. Swing here. Cruz makes his way around the opposite side. Now time dwindling. Working against them. Cruz. The jiggle peek. The re-swing out. Moniette finds it. But does he have the time on the defuse? I don't think he does. Moniette accepts his fate. As RRQ cannot find another round win. It is Talon way out in front at 10-2.
Yeah, not very close in this half. Talon just dominating them. Hands up in the air multiple times, celebrating after their dominant attacker side. And I think you mentioned it before.
Yeah, I'm the fucking luckier of Valorant analysis.
And they gotta try to make it work on
Get carried by everyone else on the team.
Who I would hope have already bought the Talon bundle.
Moments on every map and has been very serviceable, always doing his job. Everybody having a good KD just because Talon is winning to a high degree at this point.
Shock dart vulnerable combo sent out. No one getting clipped by it. Good to see little set plays ready here from Talon. They'll put a decent amount of time into this one. Van, alert forward, just looking to clear out the turret, but can't see much else. The turret's still standing for now.
Will he peek out again?
Yes.
He will, yeah.
I got the spike.
I'm watching
Yeah,
RRQ
double
versus
tap.
DRX after this.
Does double tap the turret down, and the push is coming A.
And then maybe Team Secret T1 if I
around
have the time.
The back here from Cruz.
I don't think I'll
Ready
have the
with a
time,
shock
though.
dart once he hears the plan. Flash does connect, but Surf able to hold the line, taking down Monyet first and foremost. Re-swings. Some damage on him, Estrella, but cannot find that kill. Jemkin gonna go ahead and trade one back as Governor pops that heal. The camp coming through, finds himself another one. Estrella now swinging out from behind the box. Keeps it at a 2v2, but he's low on HP. They're aware that that turret had been cleared out before. They know the Chip Boys is here. They haven't heard from the ISO. Do suspect that he's going to be approaching after having cleared out the turret. And on the drop down, straight up ready for it. Finds that shot. Xvero counter swinging.
Why am I watching the rest of this?
Start here.
There's mental damage.
It's a fucking 10-2 half. Take
really
pause.
Still the reigning.
Bro, okay, yeah, I'm not watching the rest of this. Wait. No, I'm not watching the rest of this. Wait. No. I am watching the rest of this. Because it was a fucking... Yeah, it was pretty competitive. I don't want to put myself through a fake comeback. It's already midnight. I've got to move on. I've got to move on. I'm not watching the fake comeback. I'm not doing it to myself. We're going to watch DRX RRQ and then we're going to go to bed.
And DRX already making it into playoffs. They have secured their spot. RRQ still trying to claw away and getting a couple more wins to secure that spot for themselves.
DRX have already made playoffs. How have DRX already made playoffs? They lost. They have 6 wins? Wait, how did they have 6 wins? Who did they beat? Wait, they're 1 and 2? Who the fuck did they beat? Oh, they beat Zeta. Ah, I forgot about that. I forgot about that game. Yeah.
For 3 out of the teams, out of the 4 teams that are playing, RQ obviously one of them, but then even the next match of Team Secret T1, all of them.
Yeah,
kind
nobody's
of
up to 6 wins in Americas yet, right?
Some weird, 3-way tie scenarios.
Cloud9 could have been today.
So RQ, they'll want to try to get whatever wins they can, whether it's a match or even just at least the map score and the round scores as well.
Well, we do have them coming out relatively quickly.
Is anybody up to 6 in EMEA?
Aiming as now Monyet going to go up top and immediately does take him down, but Reed's coming in, and Mako actually going to be saved by Buzz there, who does shoot Jemkin in the back of the head. As now it's Farrell in the corner, immediately going to be taken down by Buzz, who is already starting off very strong. And that should be a nearly complete hold here for DRX.
Yeah, Omi Moore not exactly healthy with only 33 HP, so a 1v3 looking nigh impossible. If he can get the plant, that's a little silver lining you take on to the next
EMEA
round.
or win trading. It feels a little bit like that in Americas as well.
Doesn't have any guiding lights either, just that one classic.
The fucking teams that went to Shanghai are like 3 and 4, 4 and 3.
Should feel pretty good about that. Seems like he
3 and
rushed over
3
just to get that down, and now he's just going to hide in the corner. I mean, you never know if they make some mistakes that come in one by one. You get a couple of right clicks, but not looking too good for Elmimore here.
Yeah, the pings everywhere that he could possibly be hiding, including behind this box. So DRX very well aware of the possibilities, taking that caution. The drop down fakes. We've seen more teams getting very excited about their pistol round wins, perhaps as a result.
Wait, Foot is 6 and 1 and isn't confirmed for playoffs. See, this is what I don't understand. I was having a conversation about this today. I don't see how it's possible to have a 7th place team with 6 wins. Because that means there are 7 teams with 6 wins. Which is 42 match wins. Let me try and figure this out. So if you had, so there's 4 teams. If 4 teams fucking gigaplanked and lost every match they had, they would donate 40 wins, right? If they lost every single match, they would donate 40 wins. Yeah, so that would be possible. Would it? Is that how that works? So, if everybody was tied at 6 and 4, the top 7 teams are all tied at 6 and 4. That's 42 wins, and how many losses for those teams? 28. If all of those losses were also to other teams in the top 7, it would be very doable, wouldn't it? Yeah. So then why is DRX clinched? Is it because there aren't enough bad teams in Pacific? But surely there are. Some of these teams have been planking. Wikipedia, VCT Pacific. Oh, I clicked on the wrong one. Fucking hell. Where's stage 2? Where's the table? DRX 6 and 2. Right, there actually aren't. Yeah, it's not like America's where there's 0 and 5 team, 1 and 5 team. And also they're deeper through the season. So there's not as many free losses to hand out to the top teams. Whereas in America's... Yeah, okay, I think I'm starting to wrap my head around it now. I really didn't understand earlier. But I think I get it.
Of just realizing how important the pistol whiz can be, right? It's a huge advantage that you have.
I have a brand collaboration proposal for you. You can email me at my work email,
try to jazz themselves up a little
which
bit.
You can find on my Twitter.
Absolutely. We do have Elmy Moore has
or in a number of other places around my social media too.
He can do with this gun.
But I may not respond because I get a lot of brand proposals and a lot of them don't really work.
And we'll see where they do try to go. We did have Flashback who was kind of jump peeking there over towards Garage and is going to force them over towards the A.
Yeah, and as we take a look at how this pans out, the cycle
Colton
setup
McLeod,
that DRX
thank you for the
has
5
right
months.
now is something that they use a lot against Paper X as well. And what it does is it makes sure that you cannot rely on finding the cam cam to
big
discover
fish and
Cypher's
friends,
position. Right?
aka
The trip
the
is still
Spanish
over by
giant.
B main. That's something that Paper
The
Rex
big fish and
sometimes got caught
friends.
off by a little bit. They actually
Who's
ended
the
up
big
still
fish
winning
and
the duels.
friends?
Koi.
Koi?
Yeah, okay, well, Arky's definitely not prepared to fight on this one, especially with the gun disadvantage.
The Spanish
Yeah,
giants.
I mean, the snakebite timing was also fantastic, and yeah, Buzz is
Oh,
here.
heretics, Benji fishy.
With the judge
Oh my
just
god, I
looking
didn't
to
understand that
have
at
some
all.
fun, and Xfero is going to be spotted and already takes some damage through the wall. Down to 2. Trying to see what he can see, but isn't actually going to see
I think
anything, as now Bean also
Gen G have probably got to be
nice
considered
little
favourites for the
play,
champs
but,
because they've just been so
not
consistent
gonna
in
have
Masters
much
events this year.
against that judge, and now the
They're
paint
10 and
shell's gonna
1.
be lobbed in. Couple of
Masters
members of
events.
RQ still over here.
Yeah,
But,
playing very cautious as well.
me,
right? Making sure that they
personally,
keep
I think
the range a
Heretics
little
win.
bit to make sure that they have an advantage. Almimore will wait patiently, but it's just one gun drop. Flashback only had the sheriff, so DRX not taking any damage from their economic investment. They go on.
The head flash, so he's able to clean that up.
Yeah, and the cyber cage as well. So it's these small little things we'll have to keep an eye on to see if RQ can keep tabs on that. The setup that Foxy9 has, how often do they force him to change things up? As we already see him doing a little bit, a very forward cam now, so that they can focus a little bit more on mid. Trying to hold these close quarters connections here in mid to make sure that RQ can't play the map with the weapon advantage. With all 5 rifles, of course not all full armor though, as Flashback hits a nice shot. Taking down the Omen, that's a lot of flexibility gone from RQ's attack.
Yeah, that was kind of insane. Just very fast reaction from Flashback, and now he's going to, I believe,
Yeah, the champs format,
remember, as this
I
push is going to
think
be
is the
coming in.
same.
He already does have,
They
Buzz
might
up there up
do.
top. He's got the judge able to
They might do a Swiss
upgrade
stage with
as
all
well.
of the teams in it,
Meanwhile,
but
Almimore will take him out.
I
The
think
Flashback
they'll just do
still not
normal
cleared out
groups.
of the back of the site. Couple of kills do go
But everyone
over
always
to
starts in
Almimore and
groups for
Jemkin, but
champions.
this is
Nobody gets a bye to the playoffs.
very close, too close for comfort here for the side of RQ, as now Bane looking to challenge into both of them, and will transfer it up to 2 with a Bulldog.
Wow, I mean, playing it close, just making sure that he can.
Let me just go. I've been focused too much on the chat and too little on the game. Give me a sec to just rewatch this
Yeah,
round.
the cyber cage as well. So it's these small little things we'll have to keep an eye on to see if RQ can keep tabs on that. The setup that Foxy9 has, how often do they force him to change things up? As we already see him doing a little bit, a very forward cam now, so that they can focus a little bit more on mid. Trying to hold these close quarters connections here in mid to make sure that RQ can't play the map with the weapon advantage. With all 5 rifles, of course, not all full armor though.
That's very clean. That is very clean.
Taking down the Omen, that's a lot of flexibility gone from RQ's attack.
Yeah, that was kind of insane. Just very fast reaction from Flashback, and now
When I watched
he's
DRX
going
play
to,
this
I
map
believe,
against
spot
Paper X, it looked
Remember,
terrible.
as this push is going to be coming in, he already does have Buzz up there, up top. He's got the
But also
jump, able to
kind of because
upgrade as
they
well.
just got destroyed by Jing.
Meanwhile, we'll take him
But
out.
their
The
coordination was
Flashback
so
still
bad,
back of the
and they
site.
kept trying to flood
Couple
defend, and they
kills
were
do
just
go
running
over
in
to
one by one.
Almimore and Jemkin, but
They were doing stuff like this, where they just walk in one by one. Like Bane just tries to find a timing instead of waiting for Foxy.
this is very close, too close for comfort here for
Except
the
this
side
time
of
it
RQ,
works.
as now Bane looking to challenge into both of them, and will
Okay,
transfer.
so they don't really change the strategy so much, but it works for them.
Immediately shut.
Angles, Almimore
Huh?
RQ just not finding an angle so far on this
5v3?
Yeah, of course, you know, attacking on split.
Oh,
can be a little bit-
god
well, and
damn.
right as we talk about not finding angles, Almimore finds 2.
Got your trail.
I mean, this
finding an angle
They're trying to refight into mid,
so far on this map.
yeah.
and they do it with a fake flat. Oh no, Bane just missed the flash. Bane missed the flash. I was wondering what the hell happened there. Look at the minimap.
RQ just not finding an angle
Bane tries to throw the flash
so far on this map.
around the corner. Like, ideally, the flash is supposed to end in this corner, like here, so that these players can still peek and they don't get blinded. Buzz can peek and he doesn't get blinded. And he missed it and it went back into vents.
Yeah.
Look at it. The flash is still in vents. Brother. So Buzz just gets hung out to dry because now the people he's swinging into are not blind. You've trolled, Bane. You've trolled.
Of course, you know, attacking on split, it can be a little well, and right as we talk about
Fucking
not finding angles,
tragic.
Almimore finds 2.
Got your trail.
I mean, this is pretty massive. For sure, you use the Seekers. You need to
Tragic.
get whatever advantage you can right now to try to stabilize. Realize just the one going into the site. Elmi Moore will carry the torch. The snake bite's good too.
That's fucking astounding. That is an astounding mistake.
Well, I underestimated my powers. The second I said, hey, they're not finding any luck, they absolutely destroyed them here. I mean,
Farenta, thank you very much for the tier 2 sub for 7 months.
I'll get the job done.
Yeah, there are just some of these players where it's like, no matter the econ situation, you gotta trust them, whether it's the judge, whether it's the sheriff, a marshal, they will just make things work. They will be the reason that you'll be able to stay
Foxy
in the
9.
game. And look at that, even though you're winning the bonus round because of some of the upgrades, some of the investments that you've made, DRX choosing to go for a bit of a variety.
It's so funny that his name sounds like Foxy 9. It's so... I don't think he's deliberately done that, it's just so funny.
Maybe even pick up the operator.
Yeah, absolutely. Flashback maybe a little bit of inspiration. He says, hey, I can do that with the Sheriff as well. Gonna pick up one for himself. We'll see if he's got the sharp shooting that Elmimore has showed off already. Most kills on his team by far, up at 7. The next player has 2. And Mako just gonna hold here with the Bucky. He's got Buzz nearby. A stinger.
Twinking man's Valorant.
Does come in once again.
Yeah, so all of this utility means that DRX is focused on mid.
Good.
That's the timing that RQ has taken
good.
to start to try to lurk into ramps. Sparrow will get stopped in his tracks though with that camera. So really good sense from Foxy9 as well, just to make sure that he knows where his team is weakest right now on the map. Continuing to pick up information. Look at this, the backup's already here on the A site, and DRX is ready for it.
I mean, they're ready, and the shots are sharp this time, but Elmimore is going to trade one back. Ooh, that one is dropped by Mako. Elmimore picks up a second. And now all of a sudden, look at the guns we have left here for the side of DRX.
Whoa, that's a shot.
I talked about getting inspired.
Wow, he got 124'd as well. Long-range phantom headshot.
Right down over to ramps, but now Flashback has literally 1 health.
Yeah, but does Estrella know that Flashback could have already
I came up with that
He
name?
heard the shrouded step from afar, but he has
I didn't
no
know
idea
that.
he might be on site. Flashback might just ruin this on a timing. The poison cloud, it's not going to cover him in time. 6 seconds.
Brutal. Meanwhile, Estrella is just
This is insane. He
running
does
around
go
on
for the
site.
challenge here, which is pretty interesting. I thought maybe he'd just hold on to his gun, but wanted to deny the plant. Estrella does get the plant down with 8 health, but it's still another round over to DRX, and
oh man, is that if there was still alert, because they never actually saw Estrella in the second half of that round. This is DRX communicating very well amongst themselves.
yeah, absolutely. You could see Flashback himself can hardly believe it. He's like, whoa, I just did that. That was crazy. And probably the rest of his teammates giving him a lot of credit for that play. And potentially saving
Hello,
the
RJ.
team. I mean, if
Yeah,
they
I'm
get
not
that
going to be
down,
streaming for too
2v1,
much longer.
Flashback
I have
on
Plat
1
Chat in
health,
9
he
hours,
gets
so I need
spotted,
to sleep.
peeking out. Doesn't feel good for DRX in that
It's
position.
only midnight Pacific time.
Yeah. Absolutely could have spiraled out. And once again, DRX just going to hold. So with this heavy focus that they have on mid, that allows them to really pace out their utility on something like the A site. They've really just kind of left B open several rounds in a row, trusting that the Tripwire and Flashback alone
At
with
least
the Paranoia
I think it is.
be able to buy enough time.
Yeah, Plat Chat's in
Once
9
again,
hours.
they realize, okay, well, the lurk was still on the A side. There's a good chance the rotate comes through. Still
Why
got a
is
Trip,
Bane
still got a
playing?
Cypher
Oh
Cam
no,
as
Bane's
well.
playing up top now.
DRX, while the backup's not here this time, what they're positioned for is we're going to try to push them out of A into potentially vents, right? Force them to rotate, and we still have control of mid.
Molly pushes Bane away.
I do see the Kates come down, and they do have to push through all of that, but with 2 members on the site, help.
Dude, I really... They're doing the same thing every time, just trying to flood in through smokes in spots like this. But it baffles me, because they're not trying to set up... When you flood defend, usually you have one player on site who draws the team's attention as the others come in through the choke points. Sometimes the player that's on site is controlling the entry area, but a lot of the time it's going to be like, you know, somebody's hard anchoring these kind of spots as you flood out here, so that it's very difficult for Monyet to be looking back sight at the same time as punishing the people flooding. But instead, Foxy9 swung so that they're like all in the same area. And Bane just like drops out of the smoke after Foxy9 dies, and then Mako swings out after Bane dies. It's like they're just committed to dying one by one on the flood. And they're always flooding. They're never getting set up for a set retake. It looks so bad. If they just waited, Buzz would have been here right now to flood defend with Showstopper. Imagine flood defending right now with a Showstopper. It would be so much better.
To get this one kill onto Estrella, but now he's getting pushed. The paint shells do come out. Flashback is coming over, trying to help out, but immediately he's going to be taken down.
Their decision making is baffling.
Job done and get RRQ their second round.
Yeah,
I think the calls on the defense side are pretty horrible.
Result-wise, you would be correct, but I don't mind it just because, again, you're just fishing for whatever rounds you can get on the attacking side of split, right? You already lost some momentum, so on the side of RRQ, just trying to make sure that you're not giving this 1v2, giving a lot of respect to Flashback on his mechanics as well, and you're keeping tabs on the economy as well. DRX, they just haven't actually quite stabilized a single time, right? Two, 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah, let's give this Thrifty.
They gotta kind of back off. That was a little bit close.
25 seconds left.
A bit short of the guys who were there.
Their jet is dead, and they're trying to get into B. This is going to be a Thrifty round, isn't it?
So most of the members are still here from DRX. RQ has no idea the judge is still running rampant, and the upgrade on the Phantom for Flashback. It has gone so south here for RQ on a round that they absolutely should have been winning on paper.
Bruh.
Thrifty, that's like
just rotate. Been waiting for it
so far. As now looks like a heavy push into A. As here we go, gonna clear out the ramps, and up goes Monyet.
Oh my!
That's a nice kill from Mako.
Big kill. Now the pinch really losing a lot of its power. Estrella kind of has to help open things up here in heaven.
That's nice from RRQ. Good scaling off that flash. Very, very difficult for Mako to get anything done.
Coming up the ropes, Buzz does trade 1-for-1. Foxy.
Oh, Fox and Nine was so shit in these spots.
Jemkin also going to pick up a kill, and now it's only Flashback. Coming up the ropes, Buzz.
Things up here in heaven.
And I mean, they are going to come on in and take out Mako, who was still coming up, but there is another guy coming up.
He's getting team blinded by Bane.
The ropes, Buzz does trade 1-for-1. Foxy does have help on the site, but Elmimore is cleaning
It's just
it up. Jemkin also going to pick up a kill, and now it's only Flashback.
It looks so bad.
Have to rotate over here, and they're going to commit to the pit as well. As perhaps RRQ will win another round. We'll see.
Already planting the seeds of doubt with that shrouded step. There's a paranoia. Jemkin reads the direction, but it's
I think they went crazy with the rookie maxing on DRX. Sarko, thank you for the 27 months. What's up? What's up?
Around, but Xfero's just been hiding out in the pit. Flashback's going to start to run out of time.
Yeah, there's really not much time here. He has to get the kill right now. He's going to tap the spike. Oh, he is going to pick up the kill. Flashback.
It's a big recovery in this round from DRX.
Takes them both down.
Horrible gameplay. They still win.
It all works out for Flashback. Always one step ahead of Xfero. Usually push out on him. But Flash, because that's where you
can we see these replays?
So peek out and only look at one direction. But Flashback just straight up says, "I know."
A little bit rough from Buzz there.
At this point.
Buzz could have easily gotten two.
And just put on that one.
Yeah. Just get the big nods from Termi. He's recognized. He's like, wow, impressive, good stuff. And now we've got the Bladestorm here for Jemkin. They are going to try to open up this A site once again. He's going to go over the top and above Foxy, who also was paranoid. And now
that's nice from RRQ. Bane playing in the same spot again.
They do get onto the A site.
Just tucked in a one and done, basically.
For the strat, why drone for the jet when the jet can be the drone and drone for everybody else? The speed absolutely favoring RQ on this one. The setup was good.
What? Those nice rounds.
God, Buzz is having a nightmare. He just can't get any of these kills.
He went on the execute. So it's on it 2 rounds in a row. They're going to start to play mid a little bit once again. Rely on that lurk over by the A side.
Yeah, we'll see how this does go for them. I feel like DRX have been heavily invested towards.
Feels like Buzz is in such a slump right now.
And it has worked out for them so far, at least kept RRQ out of here.
I think it's probably because his team has no fucking idea what they're doing.
Bombud is going to be sent in.
He's lost confidence in what they're up to.
And now,
Blinded.
a little blind to come forward, but they are rotating over towards garage.
Screen down.
Yeah, but again, that trip, now they've gone through this trip before, and they've broken it as well, so they're well aware of it. They'll shoot it down instantly, and that's the tempo they need.
I mean, they get into the site. Maybe they've identified, okay, we got to up the tempo a little bit as the strategy step does come in. But now the crossfire from the two of them, Flashback and Mako up top, just to absolutely cream them there.
It's quite nice, really, from Flashback. It looks like it's primed to be an overheat. But the fact that Mako is still default and then Flashback gets into that corner and they set up the crossfire on it. Damn.
Oh, that was such a good setup, because you hear the Shroud, it's a step.
From the two of them, Flashback and... I mean, they get into the site. Maybe they've identified, okay, we got to up the tempo a little bit as the strategy step does come in. But now the crossfire from the two of them, Flashback and Mako up top, just to absolutely cream them there on the site.
Oh, that was such a good setup, because you hear the Shroud, it's a step. And you know
absolutely cream them.
Is in the back of sight. And it looked like Jemkin was actually ready for the potential pinch as
in the
well
same way that you would like
team, but just a very, very
cream
wide spread out angle. I mean, watch how they hold
the eggs.
Here,
what is it called? Isn't creaming something in baking? Don't you like cream the sugar or something?
Be susceptible to death as he swings out. And these are the strengths I think that DRX has consistently been showing here in Stage 2.
Yeah, butter and sugar.
Kind of micro adjustments, the micro movements, the tactics between 2v2s, 3v3s, where they know how to make the fight advantageous. The question
like
has
creaming someone means to
really
beat vigorously.
Build up their playbook once again to the old era of DRX.
I find that if I beat vigorously, I cream. It's just so unnecessary. Yeah. I'd like to apologize for that.
Try to actually get the lead here in the first
I'd like to
half,
apologize for that. That was superfluous, gratuitous,
away in the last seconds.
Unnecessary.
Yeah, it definitely has been. As now the pit and mid, they're just saying, how about no? You're not allowed through here. They even have a tripwire as well, just in case. I mean, you're not
trip
getting
broken.
through mid unless you're going to commit extremely heavily to get through this.
Yeah, and RQ does, right? They read through this and they say, okay, there's a good chance with this pit that there's a trip there as well, because that means
Hilmy, thank you for the 39 months.
Now fan out and just leave the pit to Mako.
Dubai visit
so they'll use that to
swap.
try to weaken it. But look at this, on the A side, Buzz is already pushed out. DRX just hasn't pushed at all for 10 rounds
I have
in a row.
no idea.
And now they already have absolute
Perhaps never,
information
not sure.
across the map.
Yeah, and I mean, what are you going to do?
It's not a destination I've had in mind, I can tell you that.
There's the cam setup, they get shot by that. There's
the next place I'm thinking about going is somewhere like Switzerland
or
gonna
try to force towards B, and Buzz
maybe
still
Alpine France, something like that.
And now Bane's here, hits the shot, and RQ are just stuck.
Alpine?
The jump on them.
He hears him, that's one. Okay, I mean, that's as good as it can get for RQ given the circumstances. They will have the time to try to run over, but DRX will be there to greet them as they all got tagged on the exit from the Cypher Ultimate.
Yeah. Just going to leave Foxy over at B just in case. But this is just a full-on sprint towards A at this point. 18 seconds left. Two members of DRX on the site looking and trying to stop the plant from coming on in as Estrella will be spotted. Mako behind the screen. The spam does come in, but he will be isolated. Flashback still here. We're going to take them both down, plus the spike carrier. And there's just not enough time here for RRQ. Estrella does...
in spots like that, Flashback just looks so valuable. Like, his aim is so clean to be able to get you two in spots. It's just...
RQ has no idea about it. Then they're out of time. Then
it's such a pity that the rookies on this roster oscillate between like giving you incredible games and
something to look at
making like round losing plays as well.
A lot of assumptions.
Yeah, it definitely is. And last round of the half, RQ kind of desperate to get this one at this point. Saw a bit of fanning out.
Will you go to KCX? Dude, I'd fucking love to go to KCX.
Still in mid, the two duelists, so maybe they will actually try something.
What time of the year did they run that?
Time to go elsewhere. Xvero.
Oh, that's cheeky. He was trying to get the timing past it.
I think he kind of double guessed himself. If he went forward right at the beginning, he would have made it past.
He definitely is a shooter.
But I mean, at the very least,
he's
you
got
take
great
the
mechanical
out, right?
talent.
So now you know that DRX does have to keep their eyes on
I think
a little bit. They're aware
getting him
of the
off
lurk.
Clove is a good idea.
He'll go to
but
rejoin.
the coaches said he really likes playing it, and they're trying to let him play it as much as possible.
They don't have their eyes. Both of them
What? Why?
You know, these are the times again in the
Why do they just walk through in mid
this time, the
and think it's clear? What is this? What's this? Why do they think? What have I missed here? Did they have any info at all? This is like insane behavior.
The trap out, right? So now you know that DRX does have to keep their eyes on A side a little bit. They're aware of the lurk. So now he'll go.
They don't have any info in vent or B heaven. So why would you assume that there's no one B heaven? They didn't use any utility to like clear B heaven or what?
They're already creeping through. They have no idea. They don't.
I'm so confused.
Both of them watching the same angle. It's Vens.
Oh no.
So confused.
You know, that's not what you like to see, but Mako loved it. He's like, yeah, absolutely, I will take this. Thank you very much. 3 kills for Mako, easily cleans them up.
30 seconds left.
Communication seemingly.
Did they think they omen smoked it?
A side a little bit. They're aware of the lurk. So now he'll go to rejoin. Now these are the times again in the past rounds where they didn't move fast enough, but this time the main force.
Oh wait, no, I now understand what's going on. Okay. So they've omen smoked here and here, and they're faking that the hit is coming through B main. So they're expecting the B heaven players to be looking towards B main. And so when they walk through this, they're looking at the place where the vent player should be looking at in this direction, because they're thinking about rotating B. But the B heaven player, where Mako is, should be looking towards B main, is like the theory around what's going on. I was so confused. I was like, I've never seen a team do this. But that's why. That's why they're doing this. It's supposed to be a disguised push through mid. It just doesn't work at all. It might have worked if they'd been a bit later with it.
You know, that's
if they'd waited until the utility was coming through from main heavily, or even if they like dashed in through main, if they put their jet in B main and dashed there, and then contacted 2 players up behind, maybe that would have worked.
Frustrated at this point as Estrella does get one. Elmimore's on the site.
They just didn't really give enough time for the fake to be sold.
Nice swing, but Moxie 9 is there as well. So 9
yeah, I think if they waited like 5 seconds. The problem with waiting 5 seconds though is when no duelists pop out of B main, you think it's a fake. So that's why I'm saying you might want to put your duelist B main so that they can dash into the smoke, and then the other 2 just walk up mid.
The defender side of split.
Yeah, a very happy half for DRX.
Sounds like a B split with extra steps. Well, it kind of is, but it's actually something that a lot of good teams do. It's not a split. So that a split is where both sides of the hit use utility, and they're aiming to use that to give them favored angles, or like favored duels, sorry. This is a disguised hit. I don't know what you want to call it, but yeah, so like a disguised hit, where the idea is that you make it feel like everybody's coming from one direction, and instead they get like cheaper kills from the opposite direction. It's more like, for example, when people do it on Ascent, they make it feel like it's a full A main pop, and then 1 or 2 players are fast walking up tree, with the idea that the tree player is going to be trying to take a timing through the switch smoke, or trying to play inside the switch smoke with a flash or a recon or something. And so you like create a lot of attention in one area, and it opens up the flank. Whereas if you go for a full A split and you use a lot of utility when you do it, that tree player is going to drop back into grass, and they're going to be ready for both sides of the split. So it's
position with the map.
It's actually quite a different idea
as well. So
but a lot of teams are doing it this year. Most teams did not do very much of it in the past. It's not a common strategy in the history of Valorant. Finesse
But the whole idea
was
is
one of
that
the
you're
first
setting
IGLs
up
to do a
these
lot of
fights
it.
where you can have an advantageous fight, or maybe you don't care about the 50-50, things like that. And now you're saying, okay, I mean, that's
The
great,
top
but
teams
that
were
means
doing
we
it last year.
absolutely have to win all of our fights.
But now,
It's gonna
like,
go as planned
a
for
lot of the
Paper X.
teams are doing
So
it
we
this
will
year.
go
Almost every
back
team
to a bit of a
has a
older
few strats like
version
that.
that is very, very stable here with the Omen and the Viper and the Cypher. Very defense focused. Now let's see what they do. All eyes still over on the Cypher for the lurk. Oh, to watch your King Buzz play, well, he's
Aggressive afterward.
pressure with the lurk, because Cypher can do it on his own with the Cyber Cages, with the cam to start to inch forward. That means you have freedom to put the screen on B sometimes, maybe across mid, and then you switch it up to A. There's a lot more mind games that you can do across the entire map.
Jemkin feeling very cozy in this corner.
How did this
but
end up going to overtime?
smoke will go down from the Viper, and now
Generational fumble from
he's gonna drop
DRX.
down. Ooh, that's some information, but now he's isolated, has to get out of there, throws a cloud burst as well. And here comes Buzz. He's always gonna run out of bullets. And now Sparrow
they
up
run
top
out of
helping
bullets.
Mako, a couple of classic kills. Very nicely done from
If Foxy9 lurks every single round, I'm going to fucking bust a gut. This was one of the things that I was getting so annoyed at in the off-season, was that Foxy9 on the attack side just doesn't do anything except late lurk.
from him. Also going to get a quick plant down here on the V-side.
Nice smoke already onto the box for the one-way, and that means Estrella now still focused on the lurk. They still just have not ever found Foxy9 throughout this round, but it's a play for time, and Foxy9 knows this. He waits until you hear sound, and now the pinch is going to happen on the lurk. RQ.
Oh,
Shells do come out, but Mako's
the smoke came through so
on
perfectly.
the other side of the screen. Oh, and he's just going to run through it, and Mako takes him down, but now isolated on the back of the site. He is, but Foxy9 coming in from behind. The defuse is being held by Monette. He doesn't care, but Foxy9
Nice.
gets in and shuts
Okay.
him down.
If
Gets
you're gonna
another
lurk like
pistol
that,
round
you've got to
win
be winning the
for
clutches.
DRX.
Yeah, Monette even great back for the younger players. We saw that in the
10-3,
previous
and they
games as well,
threw this.
to take on that mantle of the new
10-3, and they threw it.
Yeah, it's feeling pretty good so far in this map against RRQ. And now Trailblazer going to be sent into V. There's a huge stack right now on V. There are 4 members here on the eco from RRQ. Maybe they'll get a sense of that and try to go elsewhere.
Yeah, I think
So this is one of the rounds where Foxy9 should be aggressively lurking on A.
with just how aggressively that was being cleared, you're in no rush to go in at the very least. Oh, he spots him first, and again,
Nice.
put the sharp in his hands. That's Elmimore. Now GRX.
And one of the problems with that is that because Foxy9 died so early on, they might think that that was an A stack. So now they're going back into the actual stack on B.
Thinking that with the push out, they might have a chance of timing onto B.
Ooh, the paint shell's
Oh,
gonna
they are
force
so
everybody in.
committed.
It's now the paranoia, the perfectly timed paranoia does cast small, but Buzz is still gonna clean up 3. Does get taken down by Xpharaoh. And Flashback has to go 1v2 with the Bulldog. He's got a decent shot. The
Nice
right
shot.
click, not great, and the shot fell from
Ooh,
Elmimore. He will
Elmimore.
lock it down and live.
Nice.
A bit of a sentinel. Be lifted. Definitely what you want to come out from turn stopper, 2 away from the pit as well. Maybe something you could make happen in this round. Definitely maybe the next.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. Monette's just going to hold this with Estrella, actually. Just the stack on B. And the rest of the players just going to hold over towards A. Does look like Xpharaoh's looking at mid, which DRX right now is poking and prodding at, with Buzz there leading the charge. Mako, will he peek into this? It's really the big question for me.
It's a rude surprise if he does. It almost might be better if he does, just to get some information here. Because if they peek out all together just off of one guiding light or anything like that.
Feywild, thank you for the 6 months.
This was certainly a game of all time. Also, you will soon find out Elmimore.
Because if they peek out all together just off of one guiding light or anything like that.
God damn.
Oh, well.
Look at the perfectly coordinated 1-by-1 peak.
That's a bit of
It's 3 kills. Oh, okay. If it was Mako
It's pretty
alone,
sick from Monette, though.
you know, getting the information, the team backs up, sure.
Good
but
trade.
instead, it's just 3 kills to Monette.
Wow. I mean, that was a high-low to perfection, right? I mean, Monette just free to jiggle left and right, pick up all the kills patiently in his aim training. And Foxy, we're getting ready.
I like that defense setup, though. I think it's a high-low in that kind of spot is really solid.
On the next one.
A lot of people doubted whether he could play at the
good with
highest
an
level
op
as
as
a
well.
duelist. And he definitely left his mark. Now he gets a chance to flex it a little bit again here on RQ.
Hello.
That's a lot of people. He's not going to get the kill. He wanted the 1-to-1 trade. Wouldn't have been so bad on A. Now they won't have been correct. But we'll see if they can just stay alive. Gem again. He's not going to get the kill. He wanted the 1-to-1 trade. Wouldn't have been RQ on A. Now they won't have been correct. But we'll see if they can
How is Jemkin not dodging this with a dash?
just stay alive. Gem.
Do you really not have the dash primed already?
Yeah.
Like, at what point does he press the dash button?
But we'll see if they can just stay
Now.
alive. Gem.
He doesn't pop it early enough.
Again, he's not going to get the kill. He wanted the 1-to-1 trade. Wouldn't have been so bad considering it's an eco here from DRX. Just a hero rifle.
Boy, oh boy.
Yeah, Angry Buzz, though, gonna shut that one down. A nice amount of angry dancing there in the sky. And now they're gonna get this plant down. Monette is pretty far forward here up in heaven. Does have his team with him. And now the pit also to come down.
Yeah, that's
Wow.
going to buy so much time for flashback to actually.
Monette can ult this,
all
though.
the way around.
Oh,
RQ has to get ahead of
dude,
this,
Buzz is
'cause they
just
think the flank is absolutely
shitting
clear.
the
Showstopper,
bed
make
on
sure
a
you're
regular
clearing all the other
basis.
angles. Xfero starting to dig deep into it, but the Showstopper
That's
gets
nice
shut
from Bane.
down. And now 3 members still alive, and there it is. Flashback arriving in the nick of time on Heaven. Absolutely.
They're up
puts a stop to
11-6 for
this
fuck's
retake.
sake. How are you losing
Perhaps
this?
that
Because DRX. And then they realized a little too late. But by that time, I would say also the main force of DRX holding quite strong, and now it's going to be a rush from DRX. The tempo change is
Okay.
impactful, putting a lot of pressure on the A side.
Taking space.
Oh, Buzz
Spotting
gonna
Elmer Moore.
see that Elmy Moore or somebody's up there now.
What?
Oh, Buzz
Elmer Moore
gonna
just decides to run forwards. Buzz didn't even get
see
blinded.
that
They thought it was coming from A main, though, because that's where the paranoia came from.
Elmy Moore or something.
The thing is, I don't think this makes sense because the way that Foxy9 defaults as a Cypher here, he always puts this trip down. This isn't just something he did this one round, he always puts this trip. And that stops you getting pushed from A main. So why are they worried about the A main push when they already have a trip covering it?
Side.
Oh, Buzz gonna
Look, they both turn around
see
and look at that.
Elmy
They're both...
Moore or somebody's up.
It's like the coordination is just so bad between them. If they just both stay, ignore A main, and fight ramp, Elmer Moore gets traded here. And this is a fine round.
He's up there now. Elmy Moore aggressively swinging into this. Estrella also got this kill from the site.
I think
so,
Estrella got the kill through the
yeah,
smoke.
immediately that aggression will be punished.
Maybe not, but
Yeah, and you realize the main force isn't
That's-
quite here
that's
yet. So you
brutal.
can stabilize again. Now RQ, that's going to put them into a position where they're going to go for a bit of a safer default, right? You're imagining, okay, we have no idea where they are. Maybe they're still in mid. So Straya's just going to hang back. Worst case, you can make a 5v3 retake. Wouldn't be the toughest thing for you to do. Seekers being used. RQ not taking any
Seekers
chances.
are nice there. Giving you a good idea they're
Getting a
still
lot of
fighting in this area.
Oh,
And
lineup.
Yeah.
here's Dunzo. What util did Bane have? They still have a dog, but they just want to contact through the wall. That's
Get a lot of information.
that's bold.
Oh boy, the lineup.
Yeah, they both just stack for it, and Elmy Moore, he will enjoy a 4K and a flawless for the team. RQ are right back.
I think DRX are just making some really, really bad decisions over and over again.
He's gonna cap
Is a most
Cam.
he hits the 30 bomb, 30 kills on split for Elmy Moore.
He just used his Seekers the previous round.
30
DRX playing
kills.
Monette on split defensive
God
side.
damn.
Goes, I mean, DRX just map
quite yet in B main. I mean, DRX might
30 kills in 19 rounds. That's bonkers.
have the guesses by now, especially with the econ and the fact that they just haven't seen Jemkin at all. But Jemkin's going to feel comfy just holding that angle still on his own. One away from the pit as well. Xfero gets a nice shot here. That'll be an easy one. Oh, this is their idea to try to pitch onto the operator. Jemkin has his crosshairs trained. The scope's on it, and he's good for one. Repositions with the blade. That's two. He's still safe. And there's the third and the fourth with the right
that's
click.
nice.
Oh, okay, won't quite get the ace. Winning the round is a bit more important. And Jemkin has his crosshairs trained. The scope's on. Easy one. Oh, this is their idea to try to pitch onto the operator. Jemkin has his crosshairs trained. The scope's on it.
And
he's good for one.
I'm trying to think about this. They took B Heaven really quickly off the back of the like blast pack paranoia kind of play, and it just feels very rushed from there to me. Once you have B Heaven control and B main control, you can afford to get Mako and Flashback really close to the choke point before you exec. You can afford to have Bane flash and like be right behind Buzz. You can afford to even like jiggle peek a little bit if you're worried about somebody playing Rafters or Nubox or something like that. It just looks a bit sloppy there because they're instantly going from the map control play into the exec instead of having a little pause. But Jemkin does also fucking dunk on them. So maybe what they did would have worked if Jemkin hadn't just blown him up.
Yeah, what a sick round here from Jemkin.
Yeah.
And the idea, I think, was pretty good from the side of DRX, but the pinch does not work, especially
not taking into account that he could be holding close of exit. Push the
own paranoia and does get flash operator.
Yeah. So we'll see what they can do, because if they don't win this one, I mean, RQ is probably taking them over for map point. Looking at the economy, DRX pulling together everything they have.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know
this
that Jemkin is upping. You just got to try to figure out where that is. They haven't been able to get any value out of the A loads, by the way. I mean, Elmimore has just held Foxy9 back completely. There's been no value over on A.
From DRX.
And the push does come in. The spray hits Buzz in the feet a bit. It takes some chip damage, but
nice.
Now
Still not enough.
Still gonna get the kill. And
not fast enough following up off the flash.
Pushes through mid. Mako, he might see the end of Jemkin's
but to be honest, if you had swung instantly, Xfero was spamming it.
Is going to go down.
Elmimore just can't lose a duel.
Very far. The Seekers as well going to be utilized here. DRX will shoot them down, and now Elmimore's getting aggressive.
I mean, look at this.
Taken down.
You just don't expect Elmimore to be around here.
Yeah, and now you know they're trapped somewhere in sewers to mid.
I don't think Foxy9 was lurking much better under stacks. But at least the rest of the round was working a bit better. So there's actually some post plants to play. But I think Foxy9 was still lurking a bit too much when Stacks was on the team. And obviously Foxy9 hasn't... Oh.
Jemkin will stand on top of the end. Flashback making it interesting.
It almost felt like everyone in RQ was getting possessed by some poltergeist. Each one, thankfully, from RQ. And
right?
DRX waited to win the final round of regulation just to tease us.
Chad just knows.
12-11 here, and the pit for Xfero.
So you know the op is not in mid.
DRX,
So it's either posted up A main or it's on B.
not very proactive ones.
If it's on B, that's pretty good for you because you have the Viper set up there and you can burst out of it.
And then maybe like a strong push and a Jemkin.
So I think that'd be the play.
That is the
Group up behind this Viper orb and try to pop out with the flash.
I think they want to go for a fake onto A. They're putting the Sky over to that side. The trip just gets hit by the Trailblazer, but you know that no one has still pushed it. That trip is still alive, so it's going to be the fake from B.
So they were thinking about having the Sky solo fake A, and now instead Bane is coming back to them in B main.
Bane over onto the A side. No, they choose against it. But they're
and they
to run
already know that. RRQ have got 3 players ready to defend B because they've locked off A main.
I mean, this is so. Look at
They're over-rotating. They're crazy over-rotating, but they're correct.
As he's making noise on the orb, so RRQ
How does DRX win this round?
They have the absolute read on this.
Just by popping Viper Orb and then flashing through it?
And how many members
They don't even pop the Viper Orb.
Generally not that many, as the paint shells as well. Right.
There's no way DRX are winning this round. Foxy9's, he must kill them all from B Heaven or something.
Perfect timing does come down, and now you do see the neural theft will be utilized, as now Flashback is going to be able to TP over to A. And a chance here
A Heaven duel?
Foxy. Oh, he breaks him apart. That already buys so much time because now they have to clear him. It's either that or push as all 3 through screens. RQ's in a rush.
They absolutely are. As now Flashback.
If you're gonna paranoia, wait for the paranoia. If you're not gonna paranoia, swing with Moniette.
A big kill for himself.
Look at Foxy on the map, by the way. He's going all the way around.
How are they so...
He knows they have to chase him.
Oh, he's going to come back now, actually. Expecting the pressure to come in.
So scattered in
and
these
he's going
moments.
to take it slow, though, and just wait for them. The absolute last moment where they have to push. Is Jemkin going to fall down? He does get the 1, but it's overtime. DRX Flashback to get 3.
Yeah, well, it's a nice round from Flashback. He identifies that they need to pivot onto the other side of the map, and then he gets some huge kills. He's been like the only player performing. The only player.
I guess you're right. We just have too much power. I mean, the read was good. It was a risky read, but it had all the reason to be made. Great kill from Foxy9, breaking apart mid. That also gives extra confidence to go for the ultimate to an overtime.
Get 2 rounds in 11, but hey, at least they buy themselves a second chance to potentially get that morale up to get some momentum for themselves. Let's see what RRQ do here on the attack for the first time in 12 rounds.
Yeah, you know, something like a 4-1 setup on the attack. Drawing attention to mid, but the problem here that RRQ's had for the entire first half was that you'll try to pressure them in mid, but as long as DRX holds on to Vents and Mail, they'll always have the better rotation.
This time they smoke off Mail. So this is more of their like actual punish into Vents play. And that's nice from RRQ. That's well done.
And in the flash is good. Moniette on the entry takes down Mako. And all of a sudden, you don't quite have that same setup as the push is coming in through ropes.
Yeah, now you know you have your own pick of whichever site you go to. You know they have to be weaker because the rotation's been cut off. It's going to be a slower backup here from DRX.
Yeah, up top. Foxy hasn't quite... Oh, the shot is not going to quite read through, and Jemkin takes him down.
From DRX.
What is Foxy9's setup here? He's got the cages high-low in the choke point like this.
Top. Foxy hasn't quite... Oh, the...
Yeah, and he has a great chance of killing Moniette. He just fucks it up.
Shot, it's not going to quite read through, and Jemkin takes him down. Bane on the back of the site. They know exactly where he is. He gets taken down. Elmi Moore with the quick headshot. And this attacker's round looking much better for RRQ compared to what we saw earlier.
Yeah, the fact that they have all 5 alive is incredible.
It is a...
We can try can make any adjustments. Obviously, they did at the very end, but that was some heroics from Foxy9 as well.
Here comes Trailblazer. Bane trying to get whatever information he can see.
operator here for Jemkin as well on the B side.
Foxy, he's
There's that trip again from Foxy9.
He's making a lot of noise.
Oh, beef flash. Dude, I mean, just nightmare performances from some of these DRX players. Absolute nightmare performances.
Oh, he's not going to hit the shot, though. He had 2 opportunities.
Straight crumbling under pressure.
He survives and does get the flick down.
Yeah, the other thing to all of this is it doesn't necessarily matter how DRX are playing right now because they've already locked their way into playoffs, right? But when they get to playoffs, this team full of rookies is going to fucking crumble. And then even if they get through the playoffs of stage 2 in Pacific and they make their way to champs, because you don't have to be that good to make it to champs, you just have to be top 4. If they do make it to champs, they're going to fucking giga crumble on the big stage in front of a huge audience in South Korea if they can't handle these kind of moments. I don't have a good feeling about their performance, their chances of being able to do something big this year. This feels like a long-term project that they've tried to rush.
Yeah, and now again, RQ says, okay, we don't have any other information, but we do know that they don't have a hard lurk anymore. So we just go back to a safe default. On a timing, you can probably shift your way back over to A. You still do have the majority leaning towards the A side, right? You're holding vents and not mail.
Yeah, Korea definitely still has Gen G. Absolutely.
They also wanted. They're going to look to just hold on to Heaven and Ramps, and then they'll have a retake.
Oh, the timing here from Manya, though. It's amazing. And Estrella's up top, too, just pushing through the smoke. Doesn't matter. Manya picks up 3. Has a showstopper. And
goddamn.
we're here to cast.
Okay. Do I have time to review this game? It's 20-1. And I need to be up at like 8 a.m. No. I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to go to bed. Alright. Chat. That was a disappointing series of VOD reviews. I have a feeling I would have enjoyed this game a lot more. I hope so. But yeah, I didn't watch it. Maybe I would have enjoyed this game a lot more as well. Actually, I doubt I would have enjoyed this game. Except to see May dunking on everybody. But Zeta, the flop from Zeta this year is going to fill me with ire. Okay, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna wake up in 8 hours time and do plat chat. And in the meantime, I will leave you in the hands of who's online here. Oh fuck. Dude, I kind of like the idea of going and raiding Super. What the fuck? Why does it just autoplay streams? And how do you turn that off? There we go. Who else is online in the Valorant? BCJ is online. Yo, BCJ's only got 19 viewers. Let's send people to BCJ. Alright. See you in a bit for plat chat. Bye bye everybody.